Chapter 507. Buzz. Just as the giant creature continued to sprint forward, a 100-meter thick colored light suddenly pierced through the body of the giant creature, and a 100-meter thick tentacles were directly shot off by the colored light. Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao immediately looked in the direction where the 100-meter thick colored light came from, and found that there were thousands of luminous bubbles arranged in a ring, with large rings inside small rings, and then the luminous bubbles in the outer ring transmitted energy to the inner ring, and so on until the energy of thousands of luminous bubbles was concentrated in the one in the center. The luminous bubble in the center expanded rapidly under the infusion of energy, and those bubbles that transmitted energy became ordinary bubbles, and began to float towards the sea after the energy was exhausted. The luminous bubbles that absorbed a lot of energy expanded to 1,000 meters in diameter, and the light on the surface became colorful. The next second, the huge luminous bubble suddenly shrank, its diameter shrinking from a kilometer to 100 meters. A 100-meter thick colored energy ray pierced through one of the giant creature's arms and legs like a rainbow. The giant creature had another arm and leg shot off, and it seemed to be angry. Its whole body suddenly burst into a red light, and its rotation speed instantly increased a lot, and its forward speed also increased several times. At this time, another 100-meter thick colored light shot towards the giant creature, but the giant creature's rotating body also released a red rotating energy like a drill, directly blocking the colored light. The two sides were in a stalemate, but Zhou Wen knew that the giant creature was doomed to lose, because the luminous bubbles had been replenished continuously. After a long time, when the giant creature's red energy was exhausted, it was eventually shot into a hornet's nest by countless luminous bubbles. The outcome of the battle was certain, so Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao stopped watching and returned to the location where the luminous bubbles appeared before, allowing the phantom leviathan to dive quickly. This time, when it dived to 20,000 meters, the luminous bubbles began to pay attention to the phantom leviathan, and a large number of luminous bubbles rushed towards the phantom leviathan. Tungsten gold characteristics, open. Zhou Wen silently said in his heart, and tungsten gold characteristics was instantly turned on, raising his physique to 5,764 points, and then with a thought, crystal scales instantly appeared on his body surface, and the deep sea walker mecha was also put into the mecha column. Zhou Wen directly relied on his own physique to resist the terrifying water pressure around him. And Jiang Haitao had already teleported through his seaweed forest, leaving the deep sea walker mecha in advance and returning to the stomach wall space. Arc-like characteristics, open. Then Zhou Wen turned on arc-like characteristics, again, making his own speed reach 1047 points, and then his hands and feet swung quickly and coordinated, rushing towards the seabed below at a very fast speed. At this time, most of the luminous bubbles were attracted by the phantom leviathan, and only a small part was chasing Zhou Wen. However, Zhou Wen was extremely fast. Relying on the unfolded mental power, he could easily avoid the energy beam attack. If he encountered an attack that he could not avoid, he could just use the flowing golden scales to reflect it. After a while, Zhou Wen dived 10,000 meters, and the current depth had reached 30,000 meters. According to the performance of the deep sea walker in the drilling cliff before, 30,000 meters might be the pressure resistance limit of the deep sea walker mecha. However, Zhou Wen's physical fitness skyrocketed due to the effect of tungsten gold characteristics, and the water pressure of 30,000 meters did not make him feel any discomfort. As he continued to dive, there were more and more glowing bubbles below. Zhou Wen could only rely on his own speed to avoid the energy beam attack while diving. When the water depth reached 40,000 meters, Zhou Wen felt some pressure, but he still did not reach the bottom of the sea at such a depth. However, the good news was that the environment below had changed. At first, he could only see a large number of light spots below, but now, he could see a series of intricate glowing threads. As he continued to dive, the glowing threads became thicker and thicker. When the water depth reached 45,000 meters, the glowing threads had turned into giant branches that grew intertwined with each other. The surface of these giant branches exuded a rainbow-like brilliance, and the glowing bubbles grew from these branches. On a rainbow branch, there grew a large number of small side branches. At this time, at the end of these small side branches, the glowing bubbles expanded rapidly like inflated balloons. When the diameter reached 30 meters, they automatically detached and quickly approached Zhou Wen. Buzz! More than a dozen energy rays shot towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen kept changing directions to avoid the attacks, and at the same time used his golden scales to reflect the rays, breaking some of the luminous bubbles that were chasing him. When Zhou Wen was about to reach the bottom of the sea, he saw a shocking scene. The bottom of the sea was unusually bright, because there were also a lot of rainbow-colored veins spreading, and between these veins, there were countless corpses piled up. These corpses were extremely large, some were hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, and even tens of thousands of meters. Those rainbow-colored veins were like roots that penetrated into these corpses. How many supply boxes are there below? Bang! Zhou landed heavily on a huge skeleton that had long been decayed. Because of the fast diving speed, the impact force was great, and the moment he landed, he directly stepped on the skeleton under his feet and cracked it. Buzz! As soon as he landed, dozens of energy rays shot over. However, Zhou had already landed, and his speed on the ground was much faster than his speed in the sea. In an instant, his figure flashed and turned into an orange light, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Those energy rays directly penetrated the decayed skeleton below. Now Zhou is equivalent to coming to the nest of luminous bubbles. More and more luminous bubbles continue to gather towards him. Hundreds of energy rays, intertwined together, are like a laser net covering him. While Zhou is moving at high speed on the seabed, his body is still turning and moving. In his slow-motion vision, those colorful energy rays are almost all shot past his body. When encountering an energy beam attack that leaves no room for escape, Zhou will temporarily change the crystal scales on his body into golden scales, and then change back to crystal armor after reflecting all the energy beams. What is this? Zhou found that the skeleton of a giant creature glowed with gold when he hid in the corpse to shield himself from the attack of the luminous bubbles. Zhou quickly walked through the corpse and found a golden sphere, which was the core of the creature. But when Zhou touched the golden sphere with his palm, he did not think of the system prompt sound in his mind, indicating that the core had lost its energy. However, with so many skeletons here, there might be a well-preserved core. Chapter 508. Under the attack of countless energy rays, Zhou kept walking through giant corpses one after another. Most of the corpses had cores, but these cores had basically lost their energy. After searching hundreds of corpses, he only found one core, called Iron Bone Core. Iron Bone Core is a physical core, and its characteristic effect is not strong. It can only increase physical fitness by 2 times. Zhou himself certainly doesn't like it. Why is there not a single supply box? While Zhou was searching for cores among these hundreds of corpses, he was also looking for the exclusive supply boxes of these corpses, but he didn't find any. When he just came down, he saw so many giant creature corpses, and thought he could pick up the exclusive supply boxes of these Leviathan creatures for free. Now it seems that he thought too much. The core energy of these Leviathan creatures disappeared. After observation, Zhou should have been absorbed by those rainbow-colored light veins. These light veins should be the roots of the branches above, because these light veins have been releasing bubbles, but these bubbles are ordinary bubbles, and do not emit light. The reason why there are so many bubbles in this sea area should be caused by the release of bubbles by these roots, and the area of this bubble sea area is not small, which also shows that these rainbow-colored roots cover a very wide range on the seabed. Zhou walked through the skeletons of these giant Leviathan creatures to find the core, while moving forward along a rainbow-colored light vein. He wanted to see if the end of these roots was the main trunk of the branches above. But as he continued to move forward, the number of luminous bubbles attacking Zhou increased. He could still rely on the golden scales to reflect some 10-centimeter energy beams, but the golden scales could not reflect a 10-meter thick energy beam, so he could only change the direction of movement in advance to avoid it. As more and more luminous bubbles chased Zhou, many of them began to transmit energy to each other, increasing the power of the energy beam. Gradually, Zhou needed to constantly change the direction of movement to avoid these 10-meter thick energy beams, which seriously slowed down his efficiency. It would be great if my transformed Leviathan could come along. Zhou sighed. Zhou's transformed Leviathan was large in size, and the golden scales on its body not only swam fast, but also completely reflected the energy beams of these luminous bubbles. In this bubble sea, it could definitely ignore these luminous bubbles, so there was no need for him to activate his own characteristics and sprint desperately. Ding! Get a powerful Core X1. Ding! Get a swift Core X1. Ding! Get a red gold Core X1. Zhou searched for the core all the way, and only found 3 intact cores among hundreds of corpses. Because the attacks of the luminous bubbles were too dense, it was already difficult to rely on body movements to dodge, so he activated the burning characteristic to double his strength while also speeding up his speed. When the effect of arc light was about to end, he immediately activated shadow and explosive combustion to increase his speed to the maximum, and almost instantly got rid of the tens of thousands of luminous bubbles that were chasing him. Anyway, tungsten gold has been activated, and if other characteristics are not used, the weak state will not be much better. It is better to explore the seabed full of giant corpses as much as possible and find the source of these roots. Finally, after Zhou Wen advanced more than 20,000 meters along these roots, the giant corpses around him gradually disappeared and were replaced by extremely thick roots. These roots have already covered the seabed in this area. In the gaps between some roots, the corpses of countless giant creatures can be seen. When the amplification time of shadow property and explosive property was about to end, a huge plant emitting rainbow-colored light appeared in front. The body of the plant was extremely thick, with a diameter of thousands of meters. Countless branches grew out of its thick body and spread out in all directions. The dark seabed, nearly 50,000 meters deep, was like daylight under the illumination of this plant. In the middle of this luminous plant, there was a huge colorful bubble, and some light groups flashing dazzling light could be vaguely seen inside the bubble. Zhou Wen was less than 1,000 meters away from the giant plant at this time, but he did not move forward because the shadow property was about to end. He no longer had the property that could greatly increase his speed. Without the speed advantage, he would only be surrounded by countless luminous bubbles if he continued to move forward. After sending a message to Jiang Haitao, Zhou Wen ended his journey and left the place. The next second, he appeared in his own phantom Leviathan stomach wall space. Because the amplification effect of tungsten gold property will last for some time, Zhou Wen took a rough look at the 3 cores he had just obtained. The property effect of power core is to increase strength by 2 times, which is definitely a relatively strong core on the market. Chen Xian, the current power property, seems to be burning property. Zhou Wen was about to give this power property to Chen Xian for use. But just as he was about to send it, he suddenly thought of the giant creature that looked like a needle algae Leviathan that he saw in the bubble sea today. The red energy released from the back of the Leviathan creature was not simple at first glance. If there is a core in its body, it should also be a power core, and the amplification effect is definitely stronger than this property. The property effect of swift core is to increase speed by 2 times, which is also a good core. After all, speed cores are currently the rarest. The best, colorful core on the market only increases speed by 1 time, and the number is still extremely rare. Red gold core, this core has the best effect among the 3 cores. Its characteristic effect is that it can increase physical fitness by 4 times. Unfortunately, there is no corresponding gene medicine, so it cannot be handed over to others for use. Zhou Wen tried to touch the surface of red gold core with his palm, and a stream of energy was absorbed into his body, indicating that the energy inside this core can be absorbed by his golden body and condensed into brilliant gold energy. It seems that I have to search more at the bottom of the bubble sea. Zhou Wen thought to himself. There are many corpses that reach 10,000 meters. If he can get a complete core, it will be a huge gain. However, the most important thing is to find the gold core. The brilliant gold sea dragon gene can allow Zhou Wen to absorb all the core energy of the gold Leviathan level. In order to condense more brilliant gold energy, the more of these gold Leviathan cores, the better. The amplification time of tungsten gold characteristics is running out. It is already late at night. Zhou Wen directly made the bed and went to bed. Chapter 509. On the 108th day, Zhou Wen got up from the bed at noon. Because of his weak body, he could barely move his body now. After getting up, Zhou Wen quickly crushed the seaweed that was swallowed into the stomach wall space during the feeding stage of the transformed Leviathan, and added 10 tons of golden giant algae leaves to feed them into the digestive pool. As for the parasites that entered the stomach wall space with the seaweed, they had been killed by Zhou Wen with a diamond flying knife. Are abyss crystals also considered crystals? Zhou Wen just thought of this when he cut an abyss crystal into pieces with 5 blood energy. So after swallowing these abyss crystal particles, he took out a brain platinum crystal and an abyss crystal, tried to make it, and it really succeeded. Swish! Swish! 2 flying knives flew rapidly around Zhou Wen, one black and one white intertwined with each other, and flew into Zhou Wen's hands and disappeared in the next second. The digestion speed of the abyss crystal is very slow. The one swallowed the day before yesterday was completely transformed into a ball of black flame energy today. I don't know if it's because the particles of the abyss crystal are not small enough and the absorption is slow, or because the abyss crystal is too hard. Zhou Wen feels that both reasons are true. Cutting 2 abyss crystals consumed 10 blood veins characteristics. Fortunately, today is the day when the blood vein fruit matures. There are 21 kinds of Leviathan blood vein vines in total. Among them, the growth cycle of the golden sea dragon Leviathan blood vein fruit is longer than that of other blood vein fruits. It is not ripe at this time, and the other 20 are ripe. Zhou sent 7 of the blood vein fruits that increase physical fitness to Jiang Haitao. Yesterday, Jiang Haitao's physical fitness was 330 points. After eating these 7 blood vein fruits that increase physical fitness, his physical fitness can directly reach 400 points. Zhou ate the remaining 13 directly, adding 13 blood energy to himself, a total of 38 in his body. In the following time, Zhou continued to absorb negative oxygen ions in the crystal Seaview box to improve his physical fitness, while also absorbing the energy of the gold core to condense the golden energy. When it was night, Zhou's physical fitness increased by 1 point, and the golden energy in his body also increased by 10. The weak state of his body was relieved a lot, but because there was not enough tungsten in his body, he would definitely not be able to explore the bottom of the bubble sea tonight. However, Jiang Haitao could touch the body of the red Leviathan yesterday. Jiang Haitao's gold bone characteristic can increase his physical fitness by 6 times. The current physical fitness is 400 points. After the characteristic is turned on, it can be increased to 2,800 points. Wearing crystal scale armor, he should be able to withstand the water pressure at the bottom of the sea at 50,000 meters. While searching for the core and exclusive material box in the red Leviathan, you can also cut some flesh and blood. Zhou can use the flesh and blood of this Leviathan to replant a new Leviathan blood vine. In order to save Jiang Haitao some time to use the characteristics, Zhou lent him the Deep Sea Walker mech and also gave him a mech bar to collect the mech. With the Deep Sea Walker mech, Jiang Haitao can rely on the mech to reach the water pressure, and then turn on the gold bone characteristics when the water depth reaches 30,000 meters, so that the characteristics can be turned on later to avoid excessive consumption of amplification time. At night, Zhou did not sleep, but continued to absorb the energy of the gold core and replenish tungsten elements for himself, so as to prepare for diving into the seabed tomorrow. After a while, Jiang Haitao sent a private message, which contained the illustrated information of the red Leviathan from yesterday. Red Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 5,500 meters. Weight, 320 million tons. Food type, meat. Introduction, a medium-sized Leviathan living in the Abyss Sea. When angry, red energy will burst out from its body surface and be released. The spiral impact formed by the red energy has extremely strong penetrating power. The red spikes on the body can be used to make the red ram of the transformed Leviathan. Through the simple pictures on the biological illustrated book, the appearance of this red Leviathan is also similar to that of a sea lily. The front end of the middle body is conical, and it rotates like a propeller. New ram, it's a pity that my transformed Leviathan can't use it. Zhou sighed helplessly. In fact, even if the surface of the transformed Leviathan grows scales, it can also place defensive armor plates on the body surface as before. The ram on the head and the bone blade on the pectoral fin can also be placed. But Zhou's transformed Leviathan has a flowing gold mode. Once the flowing gold scales are formed on the body surface, the items placed on the body surface will automatically fall off, so no external items can be equipped. A few minutes after Jiang Haitao sent the biological illustration of the red Leviathan, he sent another private message, which contained a silver-rimmed material box and a core. Ding. Get red core X1. Ding. Red core. After use, you can get the red feature. When the red feature is turned on, the power is increased by 4 times, and the duration depends on the red energy in the body. It's actually a core that increases the power by 4 times. After reading the introduction of red core, Zhou was a little surprised. He thought that the core of the red Leviathan could only increase the power by 3 times. After all, getting the manic core from the manic shark Leviathan also increases the power by 4 times. Maybe it's because this core is the core of the red Leviathan, and the manic core is the core of the symbiotic creature manic worm. Zhou guessed in his heart, and then opened the silver rim supply box. Ding. Get the blueprint of the transformed Leviathan red horn. Ding. Get red Leviathan gene potion X1. Ding. Get plant instant growth liquid X1. Ding. Get equipment bar X3. Zhou took a general look at these items, then took out the plant instant growth liquid and sent it directly to Chen Xian, and also sent the red core to her. A few minutes later, Jiang Haitao sent another private message. This time it was the flesh and blood of the red Leviathan. After Zhou accepted it, he directly used the bottle of plant instant growth liquid he had just obtained to ripen a blood vein fruit. Ding. Get red Leviathan blood vein fruit X1. Ding. Eat red Leviathan blood vein fruit, strength plus 11. We need to ask Chen Xian to buy some more plant growth liquid. Zhou glanced at the locker and found that there were only 2 bottles of instant plant growth liquid left. After doing this, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao about his exploration of the body of the Red Leviathan. Because the location where the Red Leviathan died was at the edge of the bubble sea, the transformed Leviathan did not encounter too many attacks from luminous bubbles. Jiang Haitao used the golden scales given by Zhou Wen to easily reflect the energy rays and clear those luminous bubbles. Then, he was easily brought to the bottom of the sea by the transformed Leviathan, and then he directly activated the characteristics, left the stomach wall space, and entered the body of the Red Leviathan at the fastest speed, and took everything he should take. The whole process was very smooth, and even the deep-sea walker mecha was not used. After that, Zhou Wen has been absorbing the golden core energy. A night has passed in a blink of an eye, and today is the 109th day. Zhou Wen inspected the stomach wall space as usual, then fed food to the transformed Leviathan, and then continued to absorb the golden core. Chapter 510. But at noon, something happened in the World Communication Channel. That is, ordinary survivors who had cooperated with the guild privately before were driven away by the guild members with force, and they were forced to transfer their certificate of land reclamation. At this time, these people were looking for the boss team in the World Communication Channel to help them get justice. Those guilds really have no credibility. What about the people in the boss team? Don't you care about it? Yes, it's really abominable. At the beginning, they only occupied some invitation quotas. Today, they forced me to transfer the certificate of land reclamation to them. That was the Black Soil Leviathan Land Reclamation Certificate I opened myself. I don't know how your boss team negotiated with the guild. Let them return the quota to us quickly. Haha, when I was looking for medium-sized guilds to cooperate privately before, I didn't think of the boss team. Now that the quota has been snatched, I think of the boss team again? Xie mocked directly. You guys don't know how to use your brains to think about it. You don't have a backer, so why should those medium-sized guilds share with you? It's ridiculous. Xie was very dissatisfied with these selfish people. Since Zhou Wen saved his life before, he has become a loyal supporter of the boss team. That's right, it really deserves it. Another ordinary survivor sent a message saying that he and the boss team also shared a mining area with the guild. Before, he felt that it was too bad, but now that he saw these people who had all the quotas taken away, he immediately felt that he had done the right thing. However, the candidates of the boss team ignored these people at all. They cooperated with the guild privately without going through the boss team. Now that the quotas were taken away, they naturally had to bear it themselves. Those who had all their places taken away saw that no one in the boss team cared about them, so they started to send private messages to Zhou Wen, asking him to help them get their places back. Otherwise they would make a scene in the World Communication Channel and make Zhou Wen lose his status as the boss. Zhou Wen was originally going to take care of it. After all, the medium-sized guild was indeed too much, and if he didn't care, the gap between ordinary survivors and the guild would gradually widen. But when he saw these people saying that he would lose his status as the boss, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't want to be the boss for a long time, so he decided to ignore it for the time being and let it ferment for a few days. Later, those people really went to the World Communication Channel to make a scene, saying that the boss team was just like the guild, and was formed to suck the blood of ordinary survivors, and wanted the survivors to unite and abolish the boss team. Then no one responded at all, and most people even scolded them, because the shares taken by the boss team were actually used on ordinary survivors in the end. As for whether they gained any benefits from it, it was a joke. How could they develop without benefits and compete with the guild? At night, after dinner, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to take him there. After a day and a night of recovery, Jiang Haitao's physical weakness had been alleviated a lot, but the gold element in his body had not accumulated enough. Yesterday, Jiang Haitao did not encounter many luminous bubbles when he went to the corpse of the Red Leviathan, so today Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to send himself to the corpse of the Red Leviathan. Without the luminous bubbles blocking it, the transformed Leviathan could dive directly to the bottom of the sea. Because it was far away from the rainbow-colored plant, he would not be besieged by a group of luminous bubbles at the beginning. After Jiang Haitao's phantom Leviathan reached the bottom of the sea at 50,000 meters, Zhou Wen took out a meteorite explosion injection and injected it into his heart, increasing his strength and speed by 50 points at the same time, then turned on the arc light feature, and then swallowed 300 arc light factors to extend the time by 5 minutes. When the phantom Leviathan's mouth was about to open, Zhou Wen immediately turned on the tungsten gold feature, and his figure rushed out of the phantom Leviathan's mouth like an orange arc of light, flying towards the main body of the rainbow plant. Yesterday, because he was not sure whether the roots had a main body, Zhou was looking for the core in the corpses of the Leviathan, while moving along the roots, wasting some time. Today, with a clear goal, he approached directly at the fastest speed. When he advanced 100,000 meters on the seabed, rainbow-colored branches appeared above, and some luminous bubbles discovered Zhou and began to attack Zhou. Zhou turned on the burning feature to double his strength, which increased his speed by a few points and directly got rid of these luminous bubbles. At this moment, Zhou was like an orange-red lightning bolt, rapidly moving through the seabed full of rainbow-colored roots. He had traveled tens of millions of meters in less than a minute. Slowly, the surrounding rainbow-colored roots became thicker and thicker. Zhou knew that he was very close to the rainbow plant, but the number of luminous bubbles also increased sharply. Zhou replaced the crystal scales on his body with liquid gold scales, using his body to resist the water pressure. The smooth surface of the liquid gold scales directly removed the resistance of the seawater, which increased his movement speed by 3 or 4 times again. The luminous bubbles could not keep up with his speed at all. Finally, a huge rainbow plant appeared in Zhou's sight, but this rainbow plant seemed to have been prepared, and countless bubbles had gathered here. For a moment, countless colorful energy rays fell towards Zhou like drooping hair, so dense that it was difficult to estimate. However, these 10-centimeter energy rays were no threat to Zhou, who was wearing golden scale armor. The moment they hit the surface, they were reflected in other directions, and could not cause any harm to him. So some luminous bubbles began to transmit energy in a large ring. When Zhou saw it, he immediately turned on the explosion characteristic, and the flame energy of his whole body burst out. The power instantly increased to 1764 points, and then he clenched his 5 fingers. The seawater in the center of the palm was compressed and boiled directly, and then formed a group of high-pressure bubbles. Then, Zhou threw the high-pressure bubble in his palm towards the luminous bubble that was absorbing energy. Swoosh! After the high-pressure bubble left Zhou's palm, it suddenly expanded rapidly, reaching a diameter of 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of meters and directly hit the luminous bubble that absorbed energy. Boom! The high-pressure bubble exploded the moment it came into contact with the luminous bubble, directly detonating the luminous bubble that absorbed energy, and a terrifying energy suddenly surged. Originally, these luminous bubbles were close to each other. The energy generated by the explosion of this luminous bubble directly triggered a chain reaction, detonating all the surrounding luminous bubbles. Those luminous bubbles also realized that they could not get too close, so they moved away from the exploding luminous bubbles, but this also gave Zhou the opportunity to pass through the defense line of these luminous bubbles. And the high-pressure bubble is naturally the ability of the explosive gun bubble shrimp gene, which can only be released when the strength and speed reach 1,000 points. Gun bubble. In fact, if the luminous bubbles were closer, Zhou could use the flying knife control by his mental power to clean them up, but his mental power only covered a radius of 100 meters, and he could not touch the luminous bubbles at all, so he could only use the gun bubble. Next, Zhou continued to use the gun bubble to clean up the luminous bubbles, causing a series of explosions of bubbles. After the luminous bubbles pulled away from each other, he took the opportunity to pass through. A few minutes later, Zhou passed through the thick layer of luminous bubbles, and finally came to the trunk of the rainbow plant. What is in that huge bubble above? Zhou's heart was full of expectations. Chapter 511. Zhou stood under the colorful giant plant trunk. His tiny figure looked like an inconspicuous speck of dust. The surface of the plant was covered with various colors of light, which flowed from the roots of the plant along the trunk to the huge bubble above like water. Buzz! Zhou had just observed the rainbow plant for a second, when the surrounding luminous bubbles emitted countless energy rays. Zhou immediately moved along the trunk of the rainbow plant. With a flick of his wrist, a blue light flashed, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. After pulling away from the emitted energy rays with his own speed, he stabbed the golden sword into the trunk of the rainbow plant, trying to use the golden sword as a climbing pick to quickly move on the trunk of the rainbow plant. However, the moment the tip of the golden sword stabbed the trunk of the rainbow plant, it was blocked by an invisible energy. The expression on Zhou's face suddenly changed. It was obvious that there was a layer of energy protection on the surface of the trunk of the rainbow plant. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou immediately changed his weapon to a tungsten glove, then activated the blood veins feature, attached a layer of dark red blood vein energy to the tungsten claws, and then directly grabbed the trunk of the rainbow plant. The energy layer on the surface of the rainbow plant trunk was not as strong as the Huangjin pattern of the Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan, and the tungsten claws easily penetrated the energy layer, and the sharp claws successfully pierced into the trunk. After Zhou Wen confirmed that the blood vein energy could penetrate the energy layer of the rainbow plant, he directly activated the black flame feature, and the black flame energy in his body suddenly burst out with terrifying energy and filled his whole body in an instant. Who? The next second, a hot black-purple flame burst out from Zhou Wen's whole body, and the surrounding seawater was instantly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature, and the area with a radius of 1 meter around him directly became a seawater cavity area. Zhou Wen's strength also increased fivefold at this moment, and the 441 points of strength suddenly increased to 2,646 points. Shadow feature open. Zhou Wen turned on the shadow feature again, and the speed attribute was tripled to 1596 points, increasing his own movement speed to the maximum. Swish. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's legs exerted force, and an energy ripple suddenly spread around his body. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a long cavity bubble, and when he appeared again, he had arrived hundreds of meters above. Just after pausing for a moment, Zhou Wen immediately grabbed the claws attached to the blood energy into the trunk of the rainbow plant, and then his arms exerted force, and his figure disappeared again. The energy rays behind him, that were so dense that they almost merged into one all mist, and shot on the trunk of the rainbow plant. However, the energy rays of the luminous bubbles did not cause any harm to the rainbow plants. When those energy rays touched the energy layer on the surface of the plants, they were instantly absorbed. Zhou Wen used 10 blood energy rays in succession, and his figure flashed 10 times in succession. In a few seconds, he traveled thousands of meters upwards, and his location at this time was very close to the huge bubble on the top of the rainbow plant. But the luminous bubbles also realized that the energy ray attack could no longer keep up with Zhou Wen's speed, so they stopped releasing energy rays to Zhou Wen, and instead formed a wall of luminous bubbles directly above him to block Zhou Wen. But this method is useless for Zhou Wen, who can release gun bubbles. He clenched his 5 fingers, and a group of gun bubbles appeared in his palm, and then immediately threw them towards the wall formed by the luminous bubbles. One gun bubble could detonate all the luminous bubbles that were combined, and it could not stop Zhou Wen at all. And I don't know if it's because Zhou Wen's body is constantly releasing black flames. When his palm compresses the gun bubble at this time, some black flames will condense inside the gun bubble, which makes the gun bubble explode and spread with terrifying black flames at the same time, and the destructive power is greatly enhanced. Using 5 more blood energy, Zhou Wen successfully came to the giant colored bubble at the top center along the trunk of the rainbow plant. Although the trunk of this rainbow plant is very thick, it is not very high as a whole, only 5 or 6 kilometers high. After reaching this position, a large number of branches grow on the top of the trunk and begin to extend to the surroundings, and the large colorful bubble is in the middle of the top of the trunk, with a diameter of 300 meters. The light on the surface of the bubble was very rich, just like paint. You couldn't see what was inside the bubble, and the mental power he released was unexpectedly blocked outside. So Zhou Wen tried to move forward and wanted to directly enter the colorful bubble, but as soon as his body touched the surface of the colorful bubble, a colorful bubble with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly appeared and directly wrapped him up. Then, the energy on the surface of the small colorful bubble became chaotic, and a terrifying energy wave spread inside the bubble. Zhou Wen suddenly felt something was wrong. This small rainbow bubble seemed to be about to explode. He reacted instantly and used blood vein characteristics again. 5 dark red claws quickly grabbed the surface of the small colorful bubble. However, what he didn't expect was that the blood vein energy didn't cut the bubble open. After just a few seconds, the energy of the small colored bubble became more and more chaotic, and the surface was no longer colorful, but gradually turned black. In fact, Zhou Wen could have ended his journey and returned to the stomach wall space at this time, but he was unwilling to do so. He had already used all his characteristics. If he could not enter the giant colored bubble to find out, he would definitely not be able to enter it later. Just as the black bubble was about to explode, he suddenly thought of the current strongest weapon, the flame blade. The flame blade could easily cut through the protective shell of the meteorite, which meant that its attack ability was stronger than the blood energy. There was no time to think. Zhou Wen's mind flashed, and the flame blade appeared in his hand. The fiery red blade cut down, and the moment it touched the surface of the black bubble, it easily cut a hole on the surface of the black bubble. Zhou Wen was delighted, and immediately seized the opportunity to put away the flame blade. His figure flashed, and before the black bubble exploded, he rushed directly to the huge colored bubble in front. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed, and then a terrifying energy spread rapidly. The surrounding seawater was churning at this moment, and then it turned into a large number of bubbles rising up. Zhou Wen also felt the terrifying energy that was about to invade from behind. The moment before approaching the huge colored bubble, the blade appeared in his hand again, directly cutting a long slit on the surface of the bubble, and then quickly drilled into the colored bubble. The moment Zhou entered the colored bubble, the slit that had just been cut was immediately repaired, and the terrifying energy also impacted the colored bubble, but it did not cause damage to the colored bubble. The colored bubble just shook violently under the impact of the energy. Chapter 512. After a while, the energy generated by the explosion of the black bubble gradually dissipated, and the shaking colored bubbles returned to calm. Zhou also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the colored bubbles would be destroyed by the terrifying energy generated by the explosion of the black bubble, so he was always ready to end his companions and get out of danger. Finally, I'm in. Zhou exhaled a breath of turbid air. In order to enter the huge bubble, he almost used all his characteristics. Turning around and looking into the bubble, the brilliant light filled the entire space, as if he was really in a rainbow. There was no sea water inside the colored bubble, so there was no strong water pressure. Zhou suddenly felt his body lighten. At this time, a colored bubble the size of a watermelon slowly floated towards Zhou. Zhou immediately took a few steps back. He was afraid that this colored bubble was also a means of attack. In the center of the bubble space, there were several small bubbles of different colors floating. These small bubbles were only the size of a fist, and there was a thin luminous thread connected to the bottom. The whole looked like a balloon tied by a rope. There's a box? Zhou's eyes followed the small bubbles down, and saw a colorful treasure chest. Immediately bypassing the colorful bubbles floating around, Zhou came directly to the colorful treasure chest, picked up the treasure chest, and then stretched out his hand to open it. The amplification time of shadow property has ended, and there are less than 2 minutes left for tungsten property. He must quickly take the things and leave. Ding! Obtained Energy Rainbow Tree Mining Certificate X1. Ding! Obtained Cross-Region Expedition Counter Voucher X1. Ding! Obtain the ultimate formula of the transformed Leviathan Food Transformation Period, Unique. Ding! Obtained Rainbow Cube X1. Ding! Obtained 3 cores X1. There are a total of 5 items in the colorful treasure chest. Zhou did not take them out one by one to examine them carefully because he was in a hurry. Then, Zhou looked at the small bubbles held by the glowing threads above. There were 10 bubbles in total, with 3 colors, red, yellow, and blue. There were 3 bubbles of each color, and only the one in the center was a mixture of the 3 colors. Zhou grabbed a glowing thread connected to a small red bubble with his hand, and pulled down the small red bubble floating in the air little by little. The surface of this small red bubble emitted a dazzling red light, and the energy cyclone inside could be seen through the bubble membrane on its surface. Zhou tried to touch it with his hand, and then the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Get Power Bubble X1. Ding! Power Bubble. After use, you can directly break through the upper limit of the first stage of power. This? Zhou was speechless. His 4 attributes had already broken through the first stage, and this power bubble was of no use to him. The other 2 colors of bubbles will not be. Then, Zhou touched the yellow and blue bubbles again. As he guessed, the yellow bubble is a physical bubble, which is used to break through the physical limit of the first stage, and the blue bubble is a speed bubble, which is used to break through the speed limit of the first stage. These 2 bubbles are equally useless to him. This only 3-color bubble, it won't be used to break through the 3 attribute limits of strength, constitution, and speed in the first stage. Finally, Zhou pulled down the only 3-color bubble, and he felt that it should be similar to his guess. Ding! Get 3-color bubble X1. Ding! 3-color bubble. After use, it can break through the 3 attribute limits of strength, constitution, and speed in the first stage. If the limit of the first stage has been broken, the attribute that breaks through the limit can directly increase 30 points of the attribute, and the intelligence attribute limit will increase by 1 point. I know. Before the word Tao was finished, Zhou heard the information after the system introduction, and his eyes suddenly lit up. All 3 attributes increase by 30 points, and the intelligence limit can be increased a little bit. Finally, there is one that I can use. Zhou happily put the 3-color bubble into the colorful treasure box. The other 9 bubbles were automatically picked up by the world system when they were touched before, so they were also put into the colorful treasure box by Zhou. The amplification time of tungsten gold characteristics was less than half a minute, and Zhou was ready to end the journey and leave. However, before leaving, he found a floating colored bubble and touched it. The colored bubble did not explode. Ding! Get Rainbow Floating Bubble X1. Ding! Rainbow Floating Bubble can be used to make rainbow cubes. Then, Joe ended the journey directly, and returned to his own illusionary Leviathan stomach wall space, and then sent a private message to Jiang Haitao, informing him that he had returned, and also gave him a physical bubble to let Jiang Haitao break through the physical limit. And he used the three-color bubble himself, and the three energies in the three-color bubble quickly entered his body, and then a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Use three-color bubbles, strength plus 30, constitution plus 30, speed plus 30, intelligence limit plus 1. Just after adding attribute points, Joe collapsed on the bed. The amplification time of tungsten gold attribute ended, and the whole person fell into an extremely weak state. Not counting the blood vessel attribute, today, he opened 6 attributes in a row this time, and also injected a shot of meteorite explosion injection into the heart. At this time, the amplification effect of meteorite explosion injection has not ended, but his body can no longer move. When Joe woke up, it was already the morning of the 110th day, but he could no longer move. He spent the whole day in bed. He asked Shen Xian to help feed the transformed Leviathan, and also gave Shen Xian a physical bubble to break through the physical limit. When it was night, Joe could barely move. He had a simple midnight snack to replenish his consumed physical strength, and then he took out the rainbow treasure box to check the information of the items in it. Joe looked at the transformed Leviathan food transformation period ultimate formula first, but he was dumbfounded after just a simple glance. There were 11 materials in total, 10 of which were cores, and they were all cores of the king-level Leviathan. I wonder if the rainbow heart in this ultimate formula was obtained from the energy rainbow tree. In addition to the 10 cores, the transformed Leviathan food transformation period ultimate formula also requires a rainbow heart. Joe feels that it is related to the energy rainbow tree. As for the 10 king-level Leviathan cores, Joe was too lazy to look at them. He had seen 2 king-level Leviathans so far. One was the tidal Leviathan in the Abyss Defense Trial, and the other was the White Cold Leviathan in the Ocean Crossing Leviathan Corpse. The tidal Leviathan killed a large Leviathan of more than 10,000 meters in a split second after it was born, and then killed more than a dozen large Leviathans. This was not something Joe could afford to provoke, and although the White Cold Leviathan did not kill any large Leviathans in a split second, it almost killed him in a split second. Chapter 513. In Joe's mind, the White Horse Leviathan is more terrifying than the tidal Leviathan, and the seed of the White Horse Leviathan is still in his heart, like a time bomb. Energy Rainbow Tree Mining Certificate. After use, you can go to the bubble C where the Energy Rainbow Tree is located, enter the center bubble of the Energy Rainbow Tree, and you can obtain mining rights. I have already entered the bubble. After using it, can I directly obtain mining rights? And what is mining? Joe was a little confused after reading this mining certificate. However, he did not use it now, because the various elements in his body have not been replenished yet. If he needs to enter the huge rainbow bubble again after using it, he will definitely not be able to complete it in his current state. Isn't that a waste of this mining certificate? Cross-region conquest counter voucher. It will be automatically triggered when a conquest war is initiated by survivors in other regions. After countering, you can choose to conquer or cancel the conquest. Other areas. Are they sea areas? Or areas in different survivor worlds? Joe couldn't be sure of his guess, so he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, this cross-region conquest countermeasure voucher will be automatically triggered, and whether to fight is also determined by himself, so there is no need to worry too much. Rainbow Cube. After use, it can instantly replenish the elements required for all body characteristics, and last for 1 hour. Ah! After reading the system introduction of this Rainbow Cube, Joe was shocked. Replenishing the elements required for all characteristics. Doesn't this mean that all his characteristics that require various elements to maintain time can continue to increase for 1 hour? Joe stored away such an incredible item. This Rainbow Cube is definitely the best item for a Jedi counterattack. By the way, the Rainbow Bubble seems to be the material for making this Rainbow Cube. If it can be mass-produced in the future. If the Rainbow Cube can really be mass-produced, Joe will be invincible in this world. 3-item core. After use, you can obtain 3 characteristics. When the 3 characteristics are turned on, strength, physique, and speed are all increased by 5 times. The duration depends on the 3-color energy in the body. The 3-color energy can be obtained in the bubble in the center of the energy rainbow tree. Why is it only 5 times? It would be better if it was 10 times. Joe said a little whimsically. In fact, this 3-item core is already very good, but Joe now has the Black Flame characteristic that increases strength by 5 times and the Tungsten Gold characteristic that increases physique by 10 times, so for him, This 3-item core is equivalent to a core that increases speed by 5 times. However, for Zhou, whose current speed core only increases the speed attribute by 3 times, this 3-item core is still very powerful. The most important thing is that it does not require the corresponding gene, and the 3 characteristics only occupy 1 characteristic column, so the cost performance is too high. Zhou directly took out a characteristic steel seal, absorbed the energy inside the 3-item core, engraved it into a 3-item steel seal, and then directly hit it on his character panel. But before the 3-item steel seal was hit on the character panel, the world system gave him a choice, allowing him to decide which of the 3 attributes the steel seal should be hit after. Zhou chose the speed attribute. After all, he would definitely use this 3-item characteristic as a speed characteristic in the future, so there was no problem in hitting it after the speed attribute. After playing 3 characteristics, Zhou took a look at his character attribute panel. Zhou, Leviathan Hunter plus 29. Blood Vein Worm Gene. Plate Tungsten Snail Gene. Explosive Gun Bubble Shrimp Gene. Brilliant Gold Sea Dragon Gene. Black Flame Dragon Fish Gene. Normal human attribute is 10, Intelligence. 22, Shock Attribute, Strength. 421, Burning Attribute. Blood Vein Attribute. Explosive Attribute. Black Flame Attribute, Constitution. 555, Tungsten Gold Attribute. Copper Diamond Attribute. Brilliant Gold Attribute, Speed. 379, Arc Light Attribute. Colorful Attribute. Shadow Attribute. 3 characteristics, Evaluation. A humanoid Leviathan, but infected with a white horse Leviathan seed, may not live long. The 3 characteristics, at the end of the speed attribute does not look like a creature, but a rectangular pattern with red, yellow and blue evenly distributed. By the way, the intelligence limit also increased a little yesterday. Zhou found that the word upper limit behind his intelligence attribute disappeared, so he immediately took out a golden order to use. Ding! Use the golden order, intelligence plus 1. Zhou's intelligence attribute has reached the upper limit again, and his intelligence has increased to 23 points. The total amount of mental power has doubled again. The detection radius after release has also increased to 200 meters, and the overall detection range of the body has increased to 400 meters. Why is the speed attribute always the lowest? Zhou looked at his speed attribute of 379 points, which was the lowest compared to other attributes, but there was nothing he could do about it. Most of the creatures he encountered increased strength or physique, and there were very few creatures that increased speed. In fact, Zhou has a way to increase the speed attribute to the maximum, that is, directly use White Horse Leviathan Egg Liquid. He still has 4 copies in his hand, and 1 copy can increase the speed by 100 points. If it can be repeated, he can increase the speed by 400 points. Unfortunately, his current body is restricted by the White Horse Leviathan seed. Even if it can be suppressed by the golden pattern, absorbing White Horse Leviathan Egg Liquid will definitely accelerate the growth of the seed. If the White Horse Leviathan seed grows further, it is not certain whether the golden pattern can continue to suppress it. Because when Zhou discovered the White Horse Leviathan before, the White Horse Leviathan grew out of the symbiotic organism of the Transocean Leviathan, and most of the energy for the growth of the White Horse Leviathan must be obtained by absorbing the Transocean core. This shows that the White Horse Leviathan can absorb various energies to help itself grow. The Brilliant Gold pattern is condensed with Brilliant Gold energy, which is also energy. The Brilliant Gold core is in the Brilliant Gold Sea Dragon Leviathan, but it is a Sea Abyss Leviathan, while the White Horse Leviathan is a King Leviathan, so the strengths of the two are different. At present, the Brilliant Gold pattern can suppress the seeds of the White Horse Leviathan. Zhou thinks that it is because the White Horse Leviathan seeds are too weak. They are only the size of rice grains, and cannot store enough energy. Therefore, the roots cannot absorb the Brilliant Gold pattern. But if it is raised a little bigger, what will happen is really unpredictable. After sleeping all day today, Zhou did not sleep at night. He quickly replenished the tungsten element in his body, and condensed the Brilliant Gold energy at the same time. Activating the Black Flame property, yesterday also consumed the Black Flame energy in his body. Zhou calculated at the time that a Black Flame energy can maintain the Black Flame property for 3 minutes, which is still a relatively long duration. Chapter 514. On the morning of the 111th day, after a night, Zhou's tungsten elements had dyed his toenails and fingernails black, and he also condensed 30 golden core, golden energy by absorbing it, so he now had a total of 139. Because he had been staying in the Crystal Sea View box at night, after absorbing enough negative oxygen ions, his physical fitness increased by 1 point again. After coming out of the crystal sea view box, Zhou began to inspect the stomach wall space. There were no problems with other cultivated organisms and plants, but the top pressure hydra needed to be in a high pressure environment to compress carbon elements into energy absorption. The top pressure hydra had not eaten for many days, so Zhou sent these top pressure hydras and the crystal sea view box to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao was in the abyss sea, and the bubble sea was 50,000 meters deep, which was enough to meet the high pressure environment requirements required by the top pressure hydra. However, it is not necessary to dive to the bottom of the sea at 50,000 meters to feed the pressure hydras, but only to dive below 10,000 meters. Zhou had thought of this when he was exploring the bubble sea before, but because he had been busy, he had delayed it until now. Now he and Jiang Haitao are not in a weak state, which is just right for these pressure hydras to eat in a high pressure environment. Afterwards, Zhou took 6 rock fruits and sent 3 to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian respectively. Rock fruits can be eaten repeatedly 9 times. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian had already eaten 6 before. After eating these 3, the increased attributes will reach the limit. At present, the upper limit of their physical fitness has been broken through, and eating these 3 rock fruits will not waste physical fitness points. After inspecting the stomach wall space, the transformed Leviathan began to enter the feeding stage. After Zhou cleaned up the parasites that entered the stomach wall space, he began to crush seaweed and golden king algae leaves, and then put them into the digestion tank. After the transformed Leviathan entered the supply box stage, Zhou had nothing else to do, so he went to Jiang Haitao's seaweed forest. After 3 days of growth, the diameter of the green feather tai sui had reached 10 meters. Through mental detection, it was known that some emerald green mucus had been secreted in the internal cavity of the green feather tai sui. Zhou took out the calicary and cut the green feather tai sui with one knife. He entered the interior of the green feather tai sui along the cut. After reaching the cavity, he directly put his hand into it. Ding! Obtain green feather agar X1. Ding! Green feather agar. After taking it, the physical fitness increases by 5 points, and at the same time, the recovery speed of the body is greatly enhanced within 10 seconds. Increases the body's recovery speed. I wonder if the heart can recover quickly after being cut open. After reading the system introduction of Suiyu Agar, Zhou directly ignored the 5 points of increased physical fitness, and paid more attention to the description of the increase in the body's recovery speed. Zhou must find a way to get the white horse Leviathan seed in his heart, but the heart is too important, so he dare not cut it open easily, so he decided to try the effect of Suiyu Agar on the body's recovery speed. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou held the Huangjin sword in one hand, and the Suiyu Agar in the other, then swallowed the Suiyu Agar in one gulp, then turned his wrist, pointed the Huangjin sword at himself, and stabbed his abdomen with one sword, directly piercing his body, and the golden blood flowed all over the ground along the sword. Ding! Take the green feather agar, physical fitness plus 5. The physical recovery speed is greatly enhanced within 10 seconds. Sizzle. After hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou immediately pulled out the golden sword, and golden blood gushed out of the wound. However, after a while, the wound began to heal rapidly, and the bleeding stopped smoothly. After 10 seconds, the injury on the abdomen was almost recovered, but the recovery effect was not strong, not as strong as when he turned on the tungsten gold characteristics. It can only be used to recover some minor injuries in normal times. After doing this small experiment, Jiang Haitao had already put the top pressure hydra in a high pressure environment below 10,000 meters. After these top pressure hydras replenished their energy, they sent them back to Zhou. Zhou synthesized the drill sand produced by the top pressure hydra in the crystal sea view box into several diamonds, and directly fed them to the small red copper crystal armor worms, and then took some rhizobia to Chen Xian's seaweed forest. The 3 types of seaweed grow in Chen Xian's seaweed forest, namely, crimson kelp, bamboo seaweed, and golden king algae. Because the ghost-like insects need to be evenly distributed so that the ghost-like insects can fertilize these seaweeds, the bamboo seaweed is evenly distributed throughout the seaweed forest. The crimson kelp and golden king algae are divided into 2 areas. The outermost part of the seaweed forest is planted with crimson kelp, and the more important golden king algae is planted inside. The golden king algae area is guarded by the core members of the guild every day to prevent some guild members from being greedy. After such a long period of growth, the earliest planted crimson kelp and bamboo seaweed can already be harvested in a planned manner. The crimson kelp guild members can obtain it with contribution points, and the bamboo seaweed can only be exchanged by the core members of the guild. Zhou came to the outer area of the crimson kelp planting area and spread more than 100 rhizobia among them. After a few days, crimson nodules and sea mushroom nodules should grow. Although the Golden King algae has grown to its highest point, it has not borne fruit yet, so the rhizobia will not be allowed to compete for nutrients for the time being. After doing this, Zhou Wen continued to absorb the golden core. When it was noon, Zheng Chong sent a private message. The content of the private message was that some medium-sized guilds saw that other guilds had successfully snatched all the certificate of reclamation from ordinary survivors, so they also wanted to break the rules and began to forcibly snatch shares from the candidates of the boss team. At the beginning, it was just some ordinary guild members who harassed ordinary survivors, but their strength was not strong, so the candidates could still deter them. But later it was some core members of the guild who deliberately made trouble. Their strength was about 110-130, which was almost equal to the strength of the candidates. Among the medium-sized guilds that shared the Certificate of Land Reclamation, or Certificate of Mining, equally with the team in charge, the Land Guild was the most excessive, deliberately letting the vice president with 180 points of strength lead the guild members to occupy the land share. But they did not fight for the right to reclaim land, but directly let the guild members forcibly seize the land. Although the land share was equally divided, both parties were on the same Leviathan. The guild was strong, so they deliberately intimidated the ordinary survivors who were invited to farm, so that they did not dare to farm. Xiang Qian, the strongest candidate, had reached about 160 points of strength after so many days of development. He wanted to talk to the people of the Land Guild, but was defeated by the other party's vice president. Chapter 515. Faced with this situation, Zheng Chong could only ask Zhou Wen, the boss, to deal with it. Zhou Wen naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, the boss's team would give him some of the biological meat they obtained during various cleaning tasks. Afterwards, Zhou Wen was invited by Xiang Qian to a land Leviathan. As soon as he arrived, he heard a quarrel. "This is our land. Is your guild taking too much?" Some ordinary survivors who were invited to farm dared to argue with ordinary members of the guild because they had the support of the candidates of the boss's team. "Isn't it because you don't grow crops yourself? It's a waste to leave them alone. We planted the crops, and you came to pick up the ready-made ones, right? It's too shameless." Some members of the land guild retorted. "We don't plant. Aren't you always wandering around with weapons to intimidate us? What's wrong with wandering around with weapons? We are protecting the land to prevent creatures from rushing out of the sea. We are still protecting you, so it's only right that we occupy some of your land." The two sides argued endlessly. Zhou Wen made a simple observation and found that the members of the Land Guild directly occupied 70% of the land of this Leviathan. "Who is the vice president of that guild?" Zhou Wen asked Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian pointed directly at a guy wearing steel scale armor standing in the front of the guild. Zhou Wen didn't say anything nonsense. 210 points of power burst out instantly. He flashed and appeared in front of the vice president of the guild, and swung the two-steel long knife in his hand directly. Zhou Wen suddenly attacked, and also scared the vice president of the Land Guild. He quickly waved the two-steel long knife in his hand to resist the attack. Bang! However, the vice president of the guild only had 180 points of strength, 30 points less than Zhou Wen's 210 points. As soon as the weapon in his hand collided with Zhou Wen's two-steel long knife, it was directly shaken out of his hand by the huge force, and the weapon flew out directly. "You?" In front of so many guild members, the vice president of the Land Guild had his weapon knocked away without any resistance, and he immediately felt humiliated. But just as he was about to get angry, he was slashed on the chest by Zhou Wen's knife. A powerful force came, causing the vice president of the guild to step back several steps in a row, and then sat on the ground. "Let your guild president come over," Zhou Wen said with a warm and angry tone, looking at the vice president. For a moment, all the members of the Land Guild who had just argued with those ordinary survivors were silent, and then obediently retreated to their own half of the land. After a while, a blue light flashed, and a man wearing a very smooth bone armor appeared in front of everyone. This man was Cheng Yongming, the president of the Land Guild. "What happened? What happened?" Cheng Yongming looked at the vice president with a knife scar on his chest and asked with some confusion. "President, we don't know what happened. We didn't do anything, but that guy suddenly attacked me without saying a word. If the armor wasn't strong enough, I would be dead now." The vice president pretended to be innocent and said, "Is that so?" Cheng Yongming looked at his guild members, as if to confirm it again. "That's right, President, these people are deliberately bullying us. Especially that big guy, relying on his own strength, attacked the vice president right away, without any reason. Ordinary members of the Land Guild began to confuse right and wrong, which made some ordinary survivors unable to bear it, and immediately accused them of occupying the land first. But what's the use of telling the facts to the other party's president? Chung Yongming directly ignored the words of ordinary survivors, looked at Zhou Wen, and said in a somewhat unkind tone, Zhou Wen, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Explanation? President Chung, don't play double games here. I ask you a question now. Do you want your guild to live in peace with ordinary survivors? Zhou Wen was too lazy to argue with Chung Yongming, and asked bluntly. Of course we have to live in peace, but you can't bully my people when we live in peace, right? Chung Yongming's expression condensed, and his tone became a little colder. Since President Chung doesn't want to talk nicely, we can only fight. I just don't know if I can let you activate one characteristic after activating 3 characteristics with my strength. Zhou Wen pointed the 2 steel long knife at Chung Yongming, and said in a tone that was not inferior at all. Hearing Zhou Wen say this, Chung Yongming's face changed immediately. His strength was about 220 points, which was not much stronger than Zhou Wen. If it was a normal battle, he would certainly not be afraid, but if Zhou Wen activated the characteristics, it would be troublesome. Although he could also activate the characteristics, there were so many people at the scene. Once the news of his activation of the characteristics was spread, other guilds would definitely not miss this good opportunity to annex him. Zhou Wen's intention was obviously to fight him to the death. Haha, it's just a joke, big brother, don't mind it. Do you remember that when we first crossed into the world, I bought spiked krill meat from you? We are old acquaintances. There is no need to hurt the relationship. It is not easy for everyone to survive until now. Chung Yongming immediately changed his face, and tried to make friends with Zhou Wen. Whether to hurt the relationship or not depends on you. It is not easy for ordinary survivors. I will never allow you to encroach on their deserved interests. I hope you will take care of yourself. After Zhou Wen said this, he returned directly to his stomach wall space. Such a domineering speech made the ordinary survivors present admire him. Soon after Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, Zheng Chong reported on the handling of the Land Guild's land occupation incident. The Land Guild has returned 20% of the occupied land, and told the guild members not to wander around the fields of ordinary survivors. Boss, I don't think this is a solution. The 3 major guilds only tacitly agree that the guilds and ordinary survivors can live in peace, but they have never made it clear, so those medium-sized guilds always have a fluke mentality. I think we should negotiate with the 3 major guilds. Let the 3 major guilds make it clear in the World Communication Channel that both sides can live in peace, and let the 3 major guilds restrict the medium-sized guilds, otherwise this kind of thing will definitely happen more and more in the future, and we can't let you come out and fight for your life every time. Afterwards, Zhou Wen and Zheng Chong talked about it, and decided to let Zheng Chong talk to the presidents of the 3 major guilds to find out what the 3 major guilds think. If it can be confirmed that the 3 major guilds are willing to live in peace with ordinary survivors, then find a time to organize a party, and both parties come forward to sign an agreement. In the following time, Zhou Wen had nothing to do. He continued to absorb the golden core, and continued to drink the black shell solution to replenish the tungsten element in his body. Chapter 516. Around dusk, Zhou Wen received private messages from Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking him whether he would agree to the agreement for ordinary survivors to live in peace with the guild. Zhou Wen naturally asked them to agree. The rest was Zhao Teng's. Zhao Teng had been very honest recently, which made him feel very strange. At night, Zheng Chong sent a message that the 3 major guilds had agreed to sign the agreement. After that, it was time to choose a venue for the gathering of the 2 parties. This matter could be left to Zheng Chong. Zhou Wen didn't have to worry about it at all. The tungsten element in the body was almost replenished, and the abyss crystal fragment swallowed before had also been absorbed, and the body once again had a black flame energy. The body recovered to its peak state. Zhou Wen took out the energy rainbow tree mining certificate and used it directly. While his body was being teleported, he was also ready to break into the huge colored bubble again. However, what made Zhou Wen happy was that he was directly teleported into the colored bubble, and the reminder sound that he had completed the task and obtained the mining certificate sounded in his mind. What are you asking me to mine? These rainbow bubbles? Zhou Wen stood inside the big bubble, looking at the rainbow bubbles floating around. He really wanted to make these rainbow bubbles into rainbow cubes immediately, but he didn't know how to make them. Ignoring these rainbow bubbles for the time being, Zhou Wen came to the center of the big bubble. To activate the 3 characteristics, he needed to have 3-color energy in his body. In the system introduction of 3 cores, the 3-color energy was obtained in the colorful big bubbles. Zhou Wen felt that the 3-color energy should be obtained from the luminous threads that grew the three-color bubbles. At this time, although there were no bubbles on the top of the luminous threads in the center, they were still slowly floating in the air, like twisting worms. Zhou pulled down the luminous thread that grew the three-color bubble, and another bubble appeared at the end of the luminous thread, but this bubble was very small, only the size of a soybean. After Zhou removed the small bubble, a small amount of three-color liquid was secreted from the luminous thread, which might be the three-color energy required for the three characteristics. Put the end of the luminous thread into the mouth, and the liquid with a faint sweet taste slowly spread in the mouth. As the liquid entered the abdomen, a three-color energy as thin as a spider silk formed in the body. The absorption speed is so fast? Zhou said with some surprise, but after a while, he found that the speed of the luminous thread secreting liquid was very slow, and then he looked at the other 9 luminous threads and put them all into his mouth. The liquid secreted by these 9 luminous threads with different properties can also form three-color energy, but the absorption speed is slower than the liquid secreted by the luminous thread of the three-color bubble. After absorbing for about an hour, the 10 luminous threads suddenly stopped secreting liquid, and only a ball of pea-sized three-color energy condensed in Zhou body. However, there was no liquid in the luminous threads, so he could only temporarily stop obtaining three-color energy. After that, Zhou turned around in the colorful bubble, and put on the crystal scale armor after confirming that there was nothing new. He was ready to activate the three characteristics, to leave the colorful bubble and go to those huge Leviathan corpses to find the core, and also see how long the three-color energy in his body can maintain the characteristics. Three characteristics, open. The moment Zhou activated the three characteristics, the red, yellow, and blue colors of light suddenly burst out from his body, and his strength, physique, and speed were all increased 5-fold. At once, the strength attribute increased to 2,526 points, the physique attribute increased to 3,366 points, and the speed attribute increased to 2,274 points. After Zhou activated the characteristic, he felt the consumption rate of the three-color energy in his body, and roughly estimated that it could last for 30 seconds, and then he rushed out of the colorful bubble. But as soon as Zhou hit the colorful bubble membrane, his body surface was covered with a layer of colorful light film. He came out of the colorful bubble. Maybe because his body surface was protected by the colorful light film, he did not feel any water pressure outside. It turns out that there is still light film protection when I come out. It's good. Zhou directly replaced the crystal scale armor on his body surface with golden scale armor. In order to avoid being attacked by the luminous bubbles, he swam to the bottom of the sea at the fastest speed. But to his surprise, the luminous bubbles above ignored him directly, and no luminous bubble attacked him at all. Is it because of the light film? Zhou guessed. Three characteristics, time is limited. Zhou did not waste time, and immediately ran towards the periphery where a large number of Leviathan skeletons were piled up. With the speed of 2,274 points, the distance of tens of thousands of meters, plus no luminous bubbles blocking, it took more than 20 seconds to reach the area with a large number of skeletons. Zhou used the remaining few seconds to search for several Leviathan skeletons at the fastest speed, but found nothing. The amplification effect of three characteristics ended, and a strong sense of weakness spread throughout the body. Zhou sat down on the ground directly. But it may be because the three characteristics mainly consumes three-color energy when it is turned on, so the consumption of physical energy is not as serious as tungsten gold characteristics, so this sense of weakness did not cause Zhou to collapse to the ground. Can so many giant bones be made into honeycomb bone pieces of the highest strength? Zhou looked at the large number of skeletons around him, and suddenly thought in his heart. Among the current survivors, although many have already made their transformed Leviathan enter the scale transformation stage, most ordinary survivors do not have the opportunity to obtain scale transformation materials. Their transformed Leviathans still have no protection on their surface. There are so many skeletons here, he can make all these bones into honeycomb bone pieces, and then sell them to the survivors. It's just that it takes a little time for one person to make it. When Zhou just entered the colorful bubble, he confirmed whether he had an invitation quota, but the result was no. Although he could also invite through peers, in this case, the colorful bubble would not necessarily give the colorful light film to the people who came with him. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Zhou was about to return to the stomach wall space, there was a sound of energy light being emitted from above. At first, he thought it was the luminous bubbles attacking him, but when he looked up, he found that there were a large number of luminous bubbles densely gathered above. However, the target of these luminous bubbles was not Zhou, but a Leviathan creature with a length of 1 kilometer. This Leviathan creature was not as strong as the last red Leviathan. After a short stalemate with the glowing bubble, its body was cut in half by a 100-meter thick energy beam. Its huge body fell directly and hit the skeleton below. The location where the body of the Leviathan creature fell was not far from Zhou, so the terrifying torrent caused by the fall rushed directly towards him. Now he had no choice but to leave. With a thought, he disappeared at the moment the torrent hit him and returned to the stomach wall space. Zhou decided to explore the body of the Leviathan creature tomorrow after his body recovered. Chapter 517. On the 112th day, Zhou just woke up and received a private message from Zheng Chang. He had communicated with the 3 major guilds and planned to hold a party on the back of a mountain Leviathan one day later. This mountain Leviathan is a large Leviathan that is 20,000 meters long. The part of its back that is exposed to the sea is a large island with hills and rivers. With such a huge land area, a lot of food can be grown after it is reclaimed. This mountain Leviathan reclamation certificate was obtained by Zheng Chang a long time ago, but he didn't dare to use it because it was too precious. If the guild knew about it, he would definitely die. Now it is just the opportunity for ordinary survivors to sign a peace agreement with the guild to use it. The cleanup task of the mountain Leviathan was completed by a team of people within the boss's team. All 10 places are in hand. In addition to signing a peace agreement between the 2 parties, the party will also discuss the allocation of 5 places for the mountain Leviathan with the guild. After Zheng Chang finished talking to Zhou, he went to the World Communication Channel to promote it, so that ordinary survivors who had peer tickets who wanted to go could sign up. The 2 parties signed a peace agreement, and the more people who watched, the better. As for the guild, almost all medium-sized guilds that entered the guild leader chat group would go. After all, the mountain Leviathan was such a huge land that even if they were allocated an invitation quota, the area of land they would get would not be small, so they naturally could not miss it. For a while, the World Communication Channel was very lively, and many people were looking forward to tomorrow's party. After so long, the 3 major guilds finally made their attitude clear. In the future, other guilds should be more restrained. Haha, that's great. We should thank the big guys. These are all what the big guys fought for us. Yes, the big guys have fought for the interests of ordinary survivors, like us, with their own lives several times. It's really not easy. Now the number of survivors is less than 8 million, and people are no longer fighting each other. Zhou took a quick look at the message in the World Communication Channel, then closed the system interface and began to inspect the stomach wall space. At the same time, he cooked the 8 kinds of biological meat sent by Lin Yun in one pot. These creature meats were obtained by the boss team last night when they were carrying out the mountain Leviathan cleanup mission. Yesterday, they also found Zhou and invited Zhou to go with them. After all, the area of this mountain Leviathan is too large, and there may be some creatures that are difficult to deal with. Zhou is the strongest, so it is safer to invite him to go. But Zhou used 3 characteristics last night, and his body entered a weak state, so he couldn't go at all. Fortunately, there were no creatures that were too large on the mountain Leviathan. The largest one was a sea snake, which was 100 meters long and covered with green scales. It was called the green scale sea snake. A 100-meter creature was nothing to the 9 candidates of the boss team, and it was on land, and the body's flexibility was much stronger than in the sea water. The 9 people worked together and easily killed the green scale sea snake. The remaining creatures were all creatures that were no longer than 50 meters, and anyone in the boss team could easily deal with them. After Zhou inspected the stomach wall space, the transformed Leviathan also entered the eating stage. After cleaning the parasites and feeding the food, the pot of biological meat was cooked. Zhou picked up the whole iron pot and ate it in big mouthfuls. After a few pieces of biological meat went down his stomach, a series of system prompts sounded in his mind. These 8 kinds of biological meat increased Zhou's attributes by 37 points in total, including 12 points of strength, 15 points of physique, and 10 points of speed. After increasing the attribute points, Zhou was about to enter the crystal sea view box to absorb the golden core energy when he received a private message from Zhui Junyang. Boss, you said before that you needed a Xianshan Leviathan deworming coupon. A member of our guild got one and has sent it to you. After reading the message, Zhou took out the item in the private message. It was indeed a Xianshan Leviathan deworming coupon. In order to collect a large amount of floating factors as soon as possible to reduce the weight of the blade, Zhou not only asked Jiang Haitao to collect floating factors, but also informed Zhui Junyang and He Yue that if they obtained Xianshan Leviathan deworming coupon, they could trade it to him, and he would give a generous reward. After putting away the Xiantian Leviathan deworming coupon, Zhou Wen took out 2 cores from the locker, namely the powerful core of the strength type and the swift core of the speed type. These 2 cores were picked up at the bottom of the bubble sea before. After adding the characteristics, the corresponding attributes can be doubled. Zhou Wen thought about it and sent the power core to Zhuo Junyang. Although the power attribute can better reflect strength, speed is more advantageous in winning in battle. After all, no matter how strong the power is, it is useless if it cannot attack people, not to mention that there is a time limit for opening the characteristic. Zhuo Junyang was ecstatic after receiving the power core, sent by Zhou Wen. This is another core that is not available on the market, and it is a powerful core that can increase strength by 2 times. It's better to make a deal with the big guy. In fact, when Zhuo Junyang obtained the Food Cloud Leviathan insect removal voucher, he thought about using it directly. After all, there are indeed many good things in the Food Cloud Leviathan, especially the floating factor, which can be used as the energy of the floating suit and can also be used to reduce the weight of weapons and armor. Moreover, the Brother Jiang Guild is still buying it at a high price, so it is also a big profit if he uses it himself. But the things in the Xiantian Leviathan can only let him get some good things on the market if he trades with the big guy, and he is likely to get some things that are not available on the market. So after weighing the pros and cons, he still sent the Xiantian Leviathan deworming coupon to the big guy. Zhuo Junyang looked at the power core in his hand with a smile on his face. He obviously made the right choice this time. He immediately used a characteristic steel seal to absorb the power core, engraved it into a power steel seal, and then directly hit it on his character panel. Zhou Wen used the Xiantian Leviathan deworming coupon immediately after getting it. The Xiantian Leviathan he dewormed this time was an adult, with a body length of 2,000 meters, a larger stomach wall space, and more parasites inside. But for Zhou Wen, the more parasites, the better, so that he can get more floating factors. More than 10 minutes later, Zhou Wen had cleared all the parasites in the stomach wall space of the cloud-shining Leviathan and harvested a total of 2,000 floating factors. This time, due to being in a hurry, the electric hair balls had not yet started to electrolyze the clouds, so no new electric hair balls were obtained. Chapter 518. After the pest control mission was completed, Zhou Wen returned to his stomach wall space, and immediately used the 2,000 floating factors he had just obtained on the flame-splitting knife. However, after the 2,000 floating factors were used up, Zhou Wen still could not lift the flame-splitting knife. I need to collect more floating factors. Zhou Wen sighed, and put the flame-splitting knife into the equipment column. In the following time, Zhou Wen absorbed negative oxygen ions and gold core energy in the crystal Seaview box. At night, the transformed Leviathan stopped moving. After Zhou Wen finished dinner, he went directly to the colorful bubbles of the energy rainbow tree. He first checked whether there was energy liquid secreted at the ends of the 10 luminous threads. After confirming that there was energy liquid, he put the ends of the threads into his mouth and began to absorb the 3-color energy. An hour later, the luminous threads no longer secreted liquid. Zhou Wen took a look at the rainbow bubbles floating in the colorful bubbles. He really wanted to make these rainbow bubbles into rainbow cubes, but unfortunately, he didn't have a way to make them. After passing through the colored bubble film, Zhou Wen came out. Because his body was protected by a colored light film, he did not need to activate the tungsten gold characteristics to resist the water pressure. He wore the golden scale armor and ran towards the 1,000-meter Leviathan corpse that was killed by a large number of luminous bubbles yesterday. He stopped and walked along the way. When he encountered some Leviathan corpses that he had not explored before, Zhou Wen would go in to look for them. Before reaching the 1,000-meter Leviathan corpse, he successfully found a complete core. This core is called Golden Scale Core. After using it, a layer of golden scales will appear on the body's surface. For Zhou Wen, the characteristic effect of this core is not strong, but he needs this kind of golden Leviathan core to condense the golden energy, so finding this core is also a big gain. Yesterday, the corpse of the 1,000-meter-long Leviathan creature smashed a big pit in a pile of bones on the seabed, and outside the pit were broken bone fragments. Zhou Wen took out 2 caliceri and wanted to directly destroy the scales on the surface of the Leviathan and drill into the body, but when the caliceri chopped on the scales, it encountered some resistance, and it was very difficult to cut, so he could only change his weapon to the black flame knife. Holding the black knife with both hands, Zhou Wen easily cut the scales with one slash, and successfully entered the body of the Leviathan creature. The cut flesh and blood were directly collected into the deep blue treasure box. After a while, Zhou Wen successfully entered the stomach wall space of the Leviathan creature. The stomach wall space full of seawater was filled with a large number of meatballs. Zhou came to a meatball and took a simple look. These meatballs were the corpses of parasites, which were pressed into this by the strong water pressure. In the innermost part of the stomach wall space, there is a silver-rimmed material box. Zhou directly opened it. Ding! Get Platinum Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Get Platinum Leviathan Platinum Scale Armor Blueprint. Ding! Get Platinum Leviathan Platinum Fawn Gun Blueprint. Ding! Get Platinum Ingot X100. These are the only items in the material box. Zhou took out the Platinum Leviathan Gene Potion and took a look. Ding! Platinum Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you can get the Platinum Leviathan Gene and the ability to absorb platinum elements. You can use it when your physical attributes reach 200 points. If there is a Gene Potion, there must be a corresponding core. Zhou just started to exert his energy, and was about to leave the stomach wall space to find the core, but he found a crystal among the floating meatballs in the stomach wall space. Ding! Obtained Platinum Leviathan Blood Crystal X1. Ding! Platinum Leviathan Blood Crystal. Transformed Leviathan into the scale transformation stage, used to grow platinum scales. The scales of Platinum Leviathan are relatively hard, and this platinum scale is also a good material for the scale transformation stage. Zhou put the Platinum Leviathan Blood Crystal into the deep blue treasure chest. After that, Zhou continued to release his mental power, moving among the corpses at the fastest speed, constantly detecting the corpses, looking for the location of the heart. It took 10 minutes for Zhou to successfully find the heart of the Platinum Leviathan, and also obtain the core in the heart. Ding! Obtained Platinum Core X1. Ding! Platinum Core. After use, you can obtain the Platinum property. When the Platinum property is turned on, the physical attribute is increased by 5 times, and the duration depends on the Platinum element in the body. 5 times physical improvement, not bad. After reading the introduction of this core, Zhou smiled. After all, this core was equivalent to picking it up for free. After exploring the corpse of Platinum Leviathan, Zhou cut some of the flesh and blood of Platinum Leviathan, before coming out of the corpse. Next, Zhou kept looking for the core in various skeletons on the seabed, and also made these skeletons into honeycomb bone pieces. In 2 hours, he made more than 1 million pieces. Because there were too many honeycomb bone pieces, the deep blue treasure box could not hold them at all. During this period, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space once, and brought a meteorite treasure box. The meteorite treasure box had 1 million grids of space inside, which was just right for these bone pieces. After installing the honeycomb bone pieces, Zhou stopped making them. It would not be too late to make them again after all these honeycomb bone pieces were sold. Anyway, the skeletons in this sea area would not run away. After being teleported back into the colorful bubble, Zhou found that the 10 glowing threads in the middle were floating again. Is it secreting the 3-color energy liquid again? Zhou's eyes lit up, and he walked over immediately. Every time Zhou would absorb the energy liquid from these glowing threads, the glowing threads would droop on the ground due to exhaustion of energy. Floating up means that the energy liquid can be secreted again. An hour later, Zhou would absorb the energy liquid from the glowing threads again. The 3-color energy in his body increased to the size of a walnut, which should be able to maintain the 3 characteristics for 1 minute. Could these glowing bubbles be the energy compression balls required in the energy cube condenser drawings? Zhou stood on a branch of the energy rainbow tree, looking up at the glowing bubbles above, and this idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Because these glowing bubbles do compress their bodies when emitting energy rays, Zhou has this guess. Energy cube condenser drawings, Titan top pressure hydrocorpse X1, energy compression balls X13, collapse factor X1, condensation liquid X1. Zhou had no information about the materials needed for the energy cube condenser, so he could only search slowly. In order to confirm his guess, Zhou swam towards a luminous bubble. Because of the colored light film on the surface of the bubble, the luminous bubble did not react to his approach, so he successfully touched the body of the luminous bubble with his hand. Chapter 519. Ding! Energy bubbles. Ding! Energy bubbles. Energy rainbow trees self-produce defensive bubbles, which can be used to make energy compression balls. Okay, it's the material for making energy compression balls. Zhou smiled helplessly. He thought he could get another material for making energy cube condensers, but he didn't expect it to be the material of materials. After that, Zhou went to the skeleton to look for the core again, but he didn't find the second core until the morning of the 113th day, so he could only return to the stomach wall space. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen sent a private message to Leng Liang. How many times does your current physical characteristics increase the attribute? Zhou Wen asked. Steel bone characteristics increase physical attributes 3 times. Leng Liang replied that he found the steel bone characteristics in a Leviathan corpse. If you want to use the characteristics, you need to cooperate with the steel bone Leviathan gene. He thinks this steel bone characteristics should be the stronger characteristics of all current survivors. It's okay, I give you a better one. Zhou Wen directly sent the platinum core and platinum Leviathan gene potion over this. A core that increases physical fitness 5 times. You just gave it to me? Leng Liang was shocked when he saw the introduction of the platinum core. When he obtained the steel bone characteristics before, he boldly guessed whether Zhou Wen used a core that increased physical fitness 5 times, but now it seems that he was not bold enough. It has been a while since your physical fitness reached the upper limit, and I will give you the physical fitness bubble that breaks through the physical fitness upper limit. As an old coin, Zhou Wen admired Leng Liang very much, but his status was still different from Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, so he did not directly give him the physical fitness bubble before, and delayed it for a few days. Where did you get all these? Leng Liang was shocked as he held the physical bubble and the platinum core. The platinum core was amazing enough, but how could there be an item that could directly break through the physical limit? Because President Chen of the Survivor Guild had previously collected materials to break through the physical limit in the guild president chat group. Leng Liang knew through by Lan's retelling that breaking through the physical limit required materials from 3 large leviathans. It was very difficult to collect all the materials from the 3 large leviathans. Leng Liang felt that breaking through the physical limit was a long way off, but Zhou Wen now gave him an item that could break through the physical limit, which was simply outrageous. Leng Liang really wanted to ask Zhou Wen if he really had a system, otherwise how could he easily take out such an extremely rare item? Picked it up. After sending these 2 words, Zhou Wen went to inspect the stomach wall space, and Leng Liang looked at these 2 words, and was stunned for a long time. Soon after Zhou Wen fed the transformed Leviathan, he received an invitation from Zheng Chang, inviting him to attend a party on the back of the mountain Leviathan. Zhou Wen changed into a set of steel scale armor, holding a 2 steel long knife in one hand, and a deep blue treasure chest in the other, and agreed to the invitation. A flash of blue light appeared, and Zhou Wen appeared in a beautiful place with mountains and clear waters, between 2 hills, by a clear river, with warm sunshine and a breeze. Boss, this location is okay, Zheng Chang said with a smile. Yeah, it's good. Zhou Wen nodded. The other 9 candidates of the boss team had arrived long ago. They invited many ordinary survivors to set up the venue. After all, this party is very important, so it should be held in a formal way. As the person in charge, Zhou Wen naturally didn't need to arrange the venue himself. When he had nothing to do, he went to the river to fish, but after a long time, he didn't catch any fish. Later, Lin Yun came to tell him that they had caught all the creatures in the river. After all, they were all biological meat and couldn't be wasted. When it was noon, the venue was almost arranged. There was a 2-meter high platform for signing the agreement. There were tables around the platform. There were many fruits and vegetables on the tables, and some roasted biological meat. These biological meats were obtained during the cleaning mission and have not appeared on the market yet. In other words, all those who came to watch the signing of the agreement can increase their attribute points by eating these biological meats. In fact, these arrangements are not very good, even simple, but in the survival world, there is no such thing. The reason why it took an hour or 2 to arrange is because the body of the mountain Leviathan is deep under the soil layer, so the foundation cannot be placed directly. The rock used for the 2-meter high platform for signing the agreement was cut from the hills nearby. It was cut into cubic stones with a 1-meter side length using a long steel knife, and then the stones were piled together, and finally a layer of silk was laid on the stone platform to cover it. After the venue was arranged, the candidates with the right to open up the wasteland began to invite the guild leaders to come. The first to be invited were naturally the leaders of the 3 major guilds. After a burst of blue light, Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Zhao Teng appeared in the venue. After the 3 of them appeared, they all used a companion ticket to accompany 10 core members of their own guilds. After all, as the leaders of the 3 major guilds, they must have a good reputation and can't just stand there alone. The next person to be invited was the president of a medium-sized guild. There were 53 medium-sized guilds before, but 23 presidents died in the Abyss defense trial, and the guild was disbanded, so there are only 30 medium-sized guilds now. After these 30 guild presidents were invited, they also brought some of their own guild members, and then began to greet each other. After inviting the presidents of medium-sized guilds, the next step was to invite the selected ordinary survivors. These ordinary survivors all had companion coupons in their hands. After being invited, they would bring other survivors, so that more ordinary survivors could be invited. After a busy time, the number of people at the party reached thousands, and many ordinary survivors used the camera function of the system interface to take pictures with Zhou. Finally, the party officially began, and the first person to speak on the stage was Zheng Chang, the organizer of this party. Hello everyone, first of all, thank you very much for coming to this party. I think you are all very clear about the importance of this party. For a long time, the guild and ordinary survivors have been. Zheng Chang said a lot on the podium. Some people were listening carefully, and some were secretly eating the barbecue on the table. And today's party is to let both sides get along peacefully. Zheng Chang finished his opening remarks, and looked at Jiang Haitao. Please welcome the representative of the guild, Jiang Haitao, the president of the Brother Jiang Guild. Please welcome Zhou, the person in charge of ordinary survivors. Jiang Haitao and Zhou walked up to the podium from both sides, one on the left and one on the right. There was a table in the middle of the podium. On the table was a piece of cut white silk, with the relevant provisions of the peace agreement written in black ink. Only the two parties needed to sign. After both parties signed, the peace agreement would be photographed and sent to the World Communication Channel through the system interface for all survivors to see. Both of you can take a look at the peace agreement above. Once you are sure there is no problem, you can sign it, Zheng Chang said. In fact, there is no need to read the agreement at all. The two sides had already communicated yesterday. It was just a show. Zhou pretended to read the peace agreement and picked up a pen to sign, but Jiang Haitao pressed the signature area of the peace agreement. Haha, don't worry, Jiang Haitao said, and walked slowly to Zhou. Before signing, I want to compete with this person in charge, how about it? Jiang Haitao said lightly. Chapter 520. Before signing, I want to challenge this boss, what do you think? Jiang Haitao suddenly challenged, and the ordinary survivors who were about to take photos with the system interface to record this important moment were stunned. The party scene fell into a brief silence for a while, and then became noisy again. The ordinary survivors began to talk to each other. They didn't know why Jiang Haitao wanted to compete with the boss at this time. Doesn't King Jiang want to sign the agreement? If you don't want to sign the agreement, why not just not come? I think King Jiang wants to compete with the boss. After all, the boss's strength is not bad. That's true. The boss defeated a medium-sized guild leader before. There may be a gap between him and the president of a large guild, but it shouldn't be big. Who knows? We haven't seen the president of a large guild take action yet, but maybe we can see it today. How powerful do you think the president of a large guild can be? Boss. The previous strength was 200 points, but he was able to defeat a relatively weak medium-sized guild leader, which means that the strength of medium-sized guild leaders should generally be around 200 points, and the strength of large guild leaders may be around 230 points. The difference in strength of 30 points doesn't seem to be that big. I think we should find a way to collect some biological meat that is not available on the market for the boss to increase his strength. Maybe we don't need to look at the face of the guild in the future. That's right. We have millions of ordinary survivors. Can't we provide a top-notch strongman? Then do you have any biological meat that is not available on the market? It's not my turn to supply the big guys. Naturally, capable people should contribute. TSK, just say it. Just as the ordinary survivors were whispering to each other, the guild agreed with Jiang Haitao's behavior. Before signing the agreement, they must give the ordinary survivors a warning to let them know the gap in strength between the guild and ordinary survivors. How about this, the boss? Do you agree? Jiang Haitao saw that Zhou had not replied, so he asked again. Yes, I just hope that President Jiang can sign this agreement after the competition. Zhou hesitated for a moment, but still took the competition. The signing table in the middle of the platform was put away by Zheng Chang. Zhou and Jiang Haitao retreated to both sides of the platform. Just when Zheng Chang was about to announce the start of the competition, he was interrupted by Jiang Haitao. No need to announce the start. Your boss is ready, and can attack me at any time, Jiang Haitao said lightly. Oh, by the way, you better use the potion that increases your strength, so that the result may be better. Jiang Haitao reminded again. Isn't this King Jiang a little too arrogant? Our boss had 200 points before, and now his strength may have reached 220 points. If he takes the potion that increases his strength, it's really uncertain who will win or lose. It's better for the boss to defeat the president of the first guild, Jiang, so that we don't have to share the resources obtained with the guild in the future. Well said, the boss may not necessarily lose. After all, when the boss started to be active in the World Communication Channel, there was no guild at that time. The boss always likes to hide his strength, and he may have some trump cards. Amidst the various speculations of ordinary survivors, Joe went on the high platform, threw a black round object into his mouth, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. The next moment, Joe Wen's strength seemed to have been improved, and then he rushed towards Jiang Haitao on the opposite side. In the flashing shadow, Joe Wen had already arrived in front of Jiang Haitao. At this time, his strength reached 230 points, which can be said to be unprecedentedly strong. The two-steel long knife in his hand danced, and the blade made a sharp sound of breaking wind in the air. The storm generated by the rapid movement even blew over the tables and chairs under the stage. However, just as Zhou Wen's two-steel long knife was about to chop Jiang Haitao's body, Jiang Haitao's arm suddenly became trance. The next second, Zhou Wen only felt a residual image flashing in front of him. Shwa! A crisp cutting sound suddenly sounded, and Zhou Wen's steel scale armor suddenly produced a string of sparks. Then he felt a huge force hit his chest heavily. Under this huge force, his body floated directly into the air and flew backwards in AC shape. Plop! Zhou Wen flew back 4 or 5 meters before he fell heavily to the ground. He didn't care about the pain and immediately got up from the ground. But just when he was halfway up, a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao swung the long steel knife in his hand vertically from top to bottom. Zhou Wen felt something was wrong. He immediately held the handle of the knife with one hand and the back of the knife with the other hand, and raised the long steel knife with both hands to block. Clang! A sharp metal collision sound was heard instantly, and a large number of sparks splashed several meters high. Crack! Zhou Wen's body, which had just risen halfway, was hit by the knife and fell down hard. One knee hit the rock brick below heavily, and the rock brick immediately shattered. Humph! That's all. With this little strength, you still want to fight with our guild? It's ridiculous. Jiang Haitao held the knife in one hand and pressed Zhou Wen on the ground, saying with disdain. Ah! Zhou Wen roared, and kept exerting force with both hands, trying to push Jiang Haitao's weapon away, but no matter how hard he tried, Jiang Haitao's weapon seemed to weigh thousands of tons, and could not be shaken at all. After a few minutes of stalemate, his arms trembled again. Bang! Suddenly, Jiang Haitao kicked Zhou Wen in the chest, and Zhou Wen flew off the platform and fell on a wooden table, smashing the wood to pieces. Such a horrifying scene. Those ordinary survivors, who had previously held the idea of resisting the guild, suddenly felt cold all over, and they were very worried that their previous speech would be heard by the people in the guild. In the previous battle between Zhou Wen and Bai Lan, the leader of the Black Blade Society, Zhou Wen could barely hold off several attacks from the other party. However, facing Jiang Haitao, the leader of the first guild, he did not have the slightest resistance, and was crushed throughout the whole process. Moreover, Jiang Haitao's 2 attacks were very casual, and he was not serious at all. Cough cough cough. Zhou Wen stood up with the help of several ordinary survivors, but he started coughing violently as soon as he stood up, and it took a while for him to recover. Now! Cough cough. Can you sign it? Zhou Wen knew the other party's intention, because he ordered Jiang Haitao to do all this in order to deter ordinary survivors, so as to prevent ordinary survivors from having the intention of resisting the guild. So before signing, let the ordinary survivors see the gap between the two sides. Come on stage. Jiang Haitao on the high platform put away the weapon in his hand, left this sentence, and turned to the center. Chapter 521. Pa! Just as Zhou Wen pretended to be seriously injured and was about to walk up to the platform, a sound of applause rang out in the area where the guild presidents gathered. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Xiao Teng, the president of the Tingfei Guild. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang did a good job. These people should be severely punished, Xiao Teng said as he approached the platform. But I think there is no need to sign a peace agreement between the guild and ordinary survivors. Xiao Teng walked up to the platform step by step, came to the center, and then faced everyone present. I have a suggestion, that is, in the future, the guild and ordinary survivors will be integrated into one, and you will all be managed by my Tingfei Guild. I wonder what you think of this proposal. Xiao Teng directly ignored Jiang Haitao beside him, and said loudly to everyone. Xiao Teng's sudden abnormal behavior made the guild presidents present a little puzzled. They looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know what Xiao Teng meant by saying this now. Moreover, Xiao Teng had not worn armor since he joined the party. They didn't know what he was pretending to be, And he was not afraid of being attacked. All guilds are managed by him, Xiao Teng. Before saying this, he didn't ask Jiang Haitao and Qin Xintong, who are also the 3 major guilds, if they agree. He is simply crazy. Some medium-sized guild presidents were dissatisfied. However, the presidents of medium-sized guilds did not dare to offend Xiao Teng directly, so they could only pretend not to hear it. No one agrees. It seems that everyone disagrees? Xiao Teng had a faint smile on his face, and a blue paper ticket appeared in his hand. Then the blue paper ticket was used and turned into a blue light spot and dissipated in the air. Everyone thought that Xiao Teng was a member of the same guild, but Zhou Wen frowned when he saw the activation status of the blue paper coupon, because it was not a comparison coupon at all, but a blockade coupon. But what Zhou Wen couldn't figure out was that with Xiao Teng's strength, why did he dare to use the blockade coupon to block the space? Was he sure to beat Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian? Just as Zhou Wen was puzzled, a large number of figures passed through the air and then landed on the platform one by one. What was surprising was that these people had a pair of fin-like wings behind them. Jiang Haitao felt that something was wrong and had already come down from the platform. Some guild presidents and ordinary survivors also found that the situation was not good and immediately wanted to teleport away, but a warning popped up in their minds. Warning. The current space has been blocked and cannot be teleported. Space blockade, what's going on? Is there a bug in the world system? Teleport to me quickly, I want to leave here. At this time, all the people flying over from the platform raised their heads, and their blue eyes made everyone present show a look of horror. Alien brains. How can there be so many alien brains here? For a moment, everyone present began to use the teleportation function, but there was only the warning of space has been blocked in their minds. Xiao Teng. How dare you cooperate with alien brains? Jiang Haitao learned about the blockade voucher from Zhou Wen, so he knew that the space here had been blocked and it was impossible to leave without resolving the user, so he shouted at Xiao Teng directly. What's wrong with cooperating with alien brains? It's just a matter of getting what we need. Xiao Teng said indifferently in the face of Jiang Haitao's questioning. President Zhao, your cooperation with the alien brain is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Aren't you worried that they will suddenly transform you into an alien brain one day? Chen Xian also questioned. In fact, this is what Zhou Wen wanted to ask, just to get Xiao Teng's words and see what he can rely on. Seeking the skin of a tiger? They are not worthy. Xiao Teng sneered. The next second, his eyes opened suddenly, lightning flashed at his pupils, and then an invisible pressure shook instantly. Except for Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao, everyone present had an indescribable fear in their hearts. In their eyes, Xiao Teng at this time was like a giant creature with a body covering the sky and flashing with lightning all over his body. It was extremely terrifying. These wastes can't erode. King level. At this time, Xiao Teng was like a king who was high above, with cold eyes, and looked down on all living beings. King level? Zhou Wen pretended to kneel down in the crowd, frowning deeply. He knew that the character panel had levels, and he had just entered the Leviathan level. If he wanted to reach the king level, he still needed to cross the small, medium, large, and sea abyss to reach the king level. Xiao Teng reached the king level. How is this possible? Zhou Wen felt that the king level Xiao Teng mentioned should not be the king level of the character panel. Did he also get the title of King of Survival? But this title is unique, because the title of Pioneer can only be obtained by the survivor who ranks first in the journey, and it is impossible for a second person to get it. Zhou Wen really couldn't figure out how Xiao Teng suddenly had an ability similar to the king power of King of Survival. Xiao Teng on the high platform looked at everyone, watching them kneel down one by one, and a smile appeared on his face, which should have been like this. Suddenly, his brows frowned, because he found that there was a person who was not affected by his mental pressure. Jiang Haitao? Xiao Teng's face showed a trace of doubt. Go get rid of him. Xiao Teng casually pointed at a strange brain beside him, and said. The strange brain waved its arm, and 5 sharp scimitar-shaped claws suddenly extended from the end of the fingers wrapped in armor. The figure flashed and disappeared from the original place, and appeared directly in front of Jiang Haitao. The 5 crystal-like claws quickly grabbed Jiang Haitao's head. Swish. But the strange brain just waved its arm, and its body was pierced by a residual image from the middle of its body, and it was split in half in an instant, and even the strange brain and its body was killed together. Xiao Teng, you joined forces with the strange brain to attack humans today. You will die here. Jiang Haitao's voice was not finished, and his figure suddenly disappeared, and in an instant he appeared on the high platform, and the big knife with the claws in his hand had already slashed towards Xiao Teng. Bang! However, Xiao Teng did not move at all. A 2-meter-tall alien brain beside him quickly stretched out his arm, and the scales on his arm, like tortoise shells, directly blocked the slash of the Caliceri. While this tall alien brain helped Xiao Teng resist the attack, his other hand turned into a huge flesh blade and swung it horizontally towards Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao's expression changed, and the golden armor on his body was immediately replaced by abyss scales. The flesh blade chopped heavily on the abyss scales, and a terrifying force directly smashed Jiang Haitao out. Huh? What kind of armor is this? The tall alien brain exclaimed in surprise. His flesh blade was fused with the genes of a creature called Blade Leviathan, and it could cut even hard diamonds directly, but it did not cut Jiang Haitao's black armor at this time. As soon as Jiang Haitao flew down from the platform, he immediately activated the burning property, and a stream of red energy instantly filled his body, doubling his 280 points of strength to 560 points. As soon as he stabilized his body, the tall alien brain had already chased him down, and both arms turned into huge flesh blades, slashing at Jiang Haitao again. Chapter 522. Bang! Jiang Haitao waved the big Caliceri in his hand, and collided with the flesh blade of the tall alien brain. At this time, the strength of both sides was evenly matched. Have you activated the characteristics? It's a pity that your characteristic amplification time is limited. When the characteristic time ends, you will be dead. The tall alien brain was not surprised by the sudden surge in Jiang Haitao's power. It already had a certain understanding of the survivors. Jiang Haitao is not affected by my king-level pressure. Could he be the mysterious strong man? Xiao Teng watched the battle between Jiang Haitao and the tall alien brain and analyzed quickly in his heart. That guy should be the mysterious strongman you are looking for. You can just release your mental power to test it. The others will all be transformed into alien brains. Their physique is higher, and should be more suitable as test subjects for studying genetic drugs. Xiao Teng just had the mentality of watching the show, and had no intention of taking action. After speaking, he placed a golden chair and sat on it, watching everything in the audience with interest, as if he was watching a performance. The next moment, all the alien brains present released their mental power together, and a powerful mental power directly covered everyone. The survivors who were still struggling under Zhao Tingwei's pressure, all lost consciousness, and fainted on the ground in an instant under the impact of this mental power. Only Jiang Haitao was not affected by the alien brain's mental power, and he was still fighting with the tall alien brain. It's him, he is not affected by our mental power at all. The black-armored alien brain next to Xiao Teng looked happy, and immediately let most of the alien brains go to besiege Jiang Haitao, and a small part of them went to transform those fainted survivors into alien brains. Wang Wei. Jiang Haitao saw a large number of alien brains rushing towards him, and immediately activated Wang Wei. A majestic mental power spread out, and those alien brains that attacked suddenly stagnated under this mental power, and appeared in a short daze. Then, the weapon in Jiang Haitao's hand turned into a blood-red broadsword. In the moment when those alien brains were stunned, he directly killed more than a dozen alien brains, and even the tall alien brain was split in half from the middle. How is it possible? After Xiao Teng felt Jiang Haitao's mental power, his expression suddenly changed, a flash of lightning flashed, and his figure disappeared from the golden chair. Jiang Haitao was just about to continue to kill the remaining alien brains, and suddenly his eyes blurred, and 5 blood-red claws appeared directly in front of him, grabbing his head. In a flash, Jiang Haitao concentrated his mental power, and everything in front of him became slow. Before these 5 blood-red claws were about to fall, he turned on the tracer feature, and the speed attribute was directly increased by 2 times. He immediately turned over the blood-toothed broadsword in his hand, and chopped at the 5 blood-red claws. Bang! A shocking loud noise shook between the 2 hills. Jiang Haitao underestimated the power of the blood-colored claws, and the blood-toothed broadsword in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. Fortunately, he put it into the equipment column in time. But without the bloody sword to resist, the 5 bloody claws directly grabbed the abyss scales, and a large number of sparks flew out at once, and 5 claw marks were clearly visible. Your armor is really hard. Where did the material of your armor come from? Did you also get a king-level core? Xiao Teng saw that Jiang Haitao's armor blocked his attack. Not only was he not angry, but he was very excited and asked 2 questions in succession. Xiao Teng, you look like this. Are you still a human? Jiang Haitao looked at Xiao Teng in front of him, who was covered with silver scales and had bloody claws on his fingers, and said with a surprised expression, "In this world, does it matter whether you are a human or not? As long as you can survive to the end, what does it matter if you are not a human? Zhao Ting's figure flashed again, and the 5 blood red claws in his hand attacked Jiang Haitao. You can't unite with the alien brain to deal with humans. Jiang Haitao roared, and the red and gold energies on the surface of his body suddenly burst out, and his scarlet blood eyes were filled with tyrannical light. At this moment, Jiang Haitao activated Mania characteristics and Gold Bone characteristics at the same time, and his strength increased by 4 times to 1400 points, and his physique increased by 6 times to 2905 points. A red light flashed in his palm, and the blood-fang broadsword appeared in his hand again, slashing at Zhao Tung, who was attacking. Bang! Zhao Ting's blood-colored claws could not resist the blood-fang broadsword carrying terrifying power. The 5 blood-colored claws were directly shaken away, and the scales on the surface of the body could not stop the sharp blood-fang broadsword. The blade cut through the scales in an instant, and cut into Zhao Ting's body. Zhao Ting's body was cut open from his right shoulder to his abdomen, and a large amount of blood spurted out, but the next second the blood stopped spurting out, and then the wound began to heal quickly. Jiang Haitao frowned and immediately drew out the blood-fang machete, ready to cut Zhao Ting's head directly, but just as he drew out the blood-fang machete, a lightning bolt suddenly shot towards him. Jiang Haitao immediately dodged. For this kind of lightning attack, armor was simply unable to defend against it. The lightning struck a thick tree, and the whole tree was instantly charred by the electricity, and the energy of the lightning caused the entire tree to burn. Your strength increased so much in an instant, your characteristics are not simple. At this time, Zhao Ting's body, which had just been cut open, had completely recovered, and one of his palms was constantly flashing with lightning. He was not afraid of Jiang Haitao's sudden increase in strength by several times. At this time, a figure appeared behind Jiang Haitao. It was the tall alien brain that he had just split in half, but now his body has recovered. Other alien brains also followed suit to attack Jiang Haitao. Many of them had super speed regeneration ability. As long as they did not hit the alien brain body, they would hardly die. Zhao Tung had been releasing lightning in the back, which made the besieged Jiang Haitao always need to avoid lightning attacks, and he had no time to find the bodies of those alien brains with super speed regeneration ability. The duration of the characteristics is limited. Jiang Haitao's Gold Bone characteristics can last for 15 minutes, while Mana characteristics can only last for 5 minutes. If this continues, he will be dragged to death. This is also the reason why the alien brains want to study super speed regeneration genes. Survivors will become very powerful when they turn on the characteristics, but the short duration is also a fatal weakness. As long as they are dragged until the amplification effect of their characteristics ends and their bodies become weak, they will completely lose the ability to resist. Shua! Suddenly, a figure with red and white hair appeared behind Zhao Tung, and then a golden light flashed across Zhao Tung's neck. The next second, a blood mark appeared on Zhao Ting's neck, and his head was chopped off. Zhao Ting's chopped head turned in the air, and his eyes were still moving, and then he saw who attacked him. Chen Xian? Zhao Tung showed a trace of doubt. When he looked at the gathering venue, he found that all the people who were stunned by the mental power of the alien brain had woken up. Many alien brains with low mutation levels had been killed by the awakened guild presidents, and Chen Xian directly came from the alien brain group, killing more than a dozen alien brains in an instant, and finally picked up Zhao Tung's head. Chapter 523. Not dead yet? Chen Xian saw that Zhao Tung's head was chopped off, but his eyes were still turning to observe the current situation. So he moved his mind, and a golden thorn spear appeared in his hand, aiming at Zhao Tung's head in the air and throwing it vigorously. At this time, Chen Xian also activated 2 characteristics, red characteristics, and tracer characteristics, and the power increased 4 times to 1350 points. Swish! Under Chen Xian's powerful power, the golden thorn spear turned into a golden light, making a sharp whistling sound in the air, and almost instantly arrived between Zhao Tung's eyebrows. Bang! But just when the golden thorn spear was about to shoot through Zhao Tung's head, a figure flashing with lightning suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Tung's head and directly blocked this swift blow. And this lightning figure was Zhao Tung's body. At this time, a pair of colorful huge fins grew behind his body, and the style of the fins was very similar to the fins of the Aurora flying fish. Zhao Tung's headless body, flapped by the colorful fins, rushed directly in front of the head, blocking the golden spear, and stretched out his hand to grab the head in the air, and placed the head on his bleeding neck, and the flying speed suddenly increased, directly rising to a position of 500 to 600 meters. Those wastes of the alien brain. Zhao Tung looked gloomy, looking at the guild leaders, who had woken up and started to resist, and couldn't help cursing inwardly. He had finally designed to gather all the people who might resist together. He thought that with the alien brain, it would be easy to get rid of these people, but it turned out like this. If he hadn't acquired the regeneration sponge gene in his body before, he might have died from Chen Xian's sword just now. However, he also had a question in his mind: why these people are not affected by the mental power of the alien brain now. This situation has happened once before, that is, in the Abyss Defense trial, when they were enveloped by the mental power of the king-level Leviathan Tide Leviathan. It seems that Jiang Haitao really got a king-level core. Zhao Teng thought of this and looked at Jiang Haitao, who was fighting with a group of regenerated alien brains. If I can fuse 2 king-level cores, there will be nothing in this world that can threaten me, Zhao Teng whispered, with excitement in his eyes. Zizizi. Zhao Teng's palms flashed with lightning, and then he swung them down fiercely, and 2 lightning bolts instantly shot towards Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. At present, Chen Xian was also besieged by a group of alien brains, and another powerful black-armored alien brain also took action. It was flashing with lightning all over its body, and could also release lightning. Chen Xian could not fight it head-on at all. It was extremely difficult to deal with it, and he had to keep an eye on Zhao Teng's sneak attack in the sky. For a moment, the 2 strongest survivors on the scene were in a stalemate, and the other survivors suffered heavy casualties. The weakest of these alien brains brought by Zhao Teng had a strength of more than 200 points, and they had fused the genes of some powerful creatures, and the attack organs mutated in their bodies were simply not something ordinary survivors could deal with. In just 1 or 2 minutes, hundreds of people died. Zhou Wen and his team of 9 people were protecting a group of ordinary survivors who supported them. All 10 of them had activated the burning feature, and Zhou Wen even activated the colorful feature, moving quickly nearby to ensure the safety of ordinary survivors as much as possible. Among the alien brains, in addition to the 2 strongest black-armored alien brains and the tall alien brains, there are also several relatively strong alien brains. However, among the presidents of medium-sized guilds, there are also some people whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary medium-sized guild presidents. Zhou Junyang, the president of the Leviathan Guild, is the most unexpected. He was once one of the 4 major guilds, but later fell behind and became a medium-sized guild, and his strength is not strong. But now, Zhou Junyang's body burst with silver, red, and colorful light, fighting back and forth with a highly mutated alien brain, and even faintly suppressing the alien brain, which made the guild presidents, who looked down on Zhou Junyang before, look sideways. While Zhou Wen was fighting with the alien brains around him, he observed the situation on Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's side. He knew that the current stalemate between the survivors and the alien brains was only temporary, and the time of the characteristics was limited. Before the end of the characteristic amplification time, if they could not kill all the alien brains, then they would lose. It's a bit troublesome. Zhou Wen originally wanted Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to test Zhao Teng's trump card, because Zhao Teng's current strength was obviously abnormal. Through the information sent by Jiang Haitao, he knew that Zhao Teng should have obtained a king-level Leviathan core. Zhou Wen had experienced the horror of the king-level Leviathan. The effect of the king-level Leviathan core must be extraordinary. However, there was a problem, that is, why Zhao Teng could use the king-level core. To use the core, that is, the characteristics carried by the core, one must have the corresponding genes, and the genes of the king-level Leviathan, even if they are not as high as the requirements of the Emperor-level Meteorite Leviathan genes, are definitely not what Zhao Teng can use at the moment. Did Zhao Teng forcefully use the king-level Leviathan gene medicine? Zhou Wen could only think of this explanation. After all, Zhao Teng's body did mutate. But if the forced use of the king-level gene medicine only had this degree of mutation side effects, it would not be a big deal for the survivors. It's almost time. We can't drag it on any longer. Zhou Wen glanced at all the survivors who were fighting. The characteristic amplification light on many people began to dissipate, indicating that their characteristic amplification time was over. Huh? At this time, Zhou Wen was suddenly stunned for a moment, because he found that the number of people around him suddenly increased. He took a rough look and saw that Zhou Junyang, He Yue, and the people from the 3 guilds of Bailan had gathered. Boss, I'm here to help you protect the ordinary survivors. Zhou Junyang temporarily repelled the alien brain in the battle, and then turned to Zhou Wen and said awkwardly. In fact, his characteristic amplification effect was about to end, and he brought the guild members to seek Zhou Wen's protection. President Zhou Yu. He Yue looked at Zhou Junyang in surprise. He actually came to seek Zhou Wen's protection. Among all the people present, who would be the safest to stay with. He could only think of Zhou Wen, but he didn't expect that there were people who thought the same as him. Bai Lan didn't know that Zhou Wen's identity was Wang Wen. He was pulled here by Lung Liang. Lung Liang's strength could be said to be the strongest among the three people present, except Zhou Wen, Jiang Haitao, and Chen Xian. He fought against 4 or 5 highly mutated brains alone, but the time for characteristic amplification was limited after all. If he didn't want to die, he could only find Zhou Wen. On the battlefield of Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, Zhao Ting, who was flying in the air, had a bigger and bigger smile on his face. As time passed, the situation on the battlefield began to tilt towards him. It won't be long. When the time for Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's characteristic amplification ends, this battle will end with his victory. Chapter 524. But at this moment, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, who were fighting with the alien brain below, suddenly broke away from the siege at the same time and retreated directly towards the direction of the gathering place. Then, the solemn mental power that had been lingering in his heart suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Jiang Haidao's sudden withdrawal of mental power made Zhao Teng feel a little uneasy, because it was too abnormal. He knew that the time of the characteristic was limited, but now he gave up the fight directly. Did he choose to surrender because he knew he couldn't win? How could this be possible? And those survivors were instantly stunned by the mental power of the alien brain without Jiang Haitao's, Wang Wei, mental power, and they fell unconscious one after another, even Chen Xian. However, Zhao Teng in the sky found that except Jiang Haitao, there was still one person standing among all the people present. Zhou Wen? Zhao Teng's eyes were full of doubts. Suddenly, Zhou Wen in Zhao Teng's vision burst into red and orange light, and disappeared from his vision the next second. In the party venue, a red and orange light was rapidly passing through the alien brains. Every time the orange-red light approached an alien brain, the alien brain would be chopped into pieces by countless golden lights, and the alien brain inside the body would be directly chopped into pieces with nowhere to hide. And around the red and orange light, there were 2 black and white phantoms. When the red and orange light killed the highly mutated alien brains, the 2 phantoms also quickly penetrated those alien brains with low mutation levels. All this happened in just a few seconds. Almost in an instant, hundreds of alien brains at the party were killed. Then, the red and orange light rushed towards the group of alien brains that had besieged Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian before. How come there is another survivor who is not affected by our mental power? The blue eyes of the black armor alien brain were filled with disbelief. The tall alien brain had already swung 2 blood and flesh blades to chop at Zhou Wen, who was charging at it, but as soon as it came into contact with Zhou Wen, the 2 golden swords in Zhou Wen's hands slashed hundreds of times in a row, and the tall alien brain was immediately cut into pieces of meat. But this tall alien brain has the gene of regeneration sponge, and its body can regenerate at super speed. It began to repair quickly as soon as it was cut into pieces. However, as soon as the meat pieces grew granulations, a ball of black flame instantly enveloped them. In the hot black flame, these pieces of meat were directly burned to ashes. Zhou Wen's whole body was rising with black flames at this time. He activated the black flame characteristics, and his strength attribute also increased dramatically. The next second, it rushed into the alien brain group like a fireball, and all the alien brains with super fast regeneration ability were burned to ashes by the flames. Only the black armored alien brain withstood the burning flames. The black carapace on its body seemed to have a certain fire resistance effect, and the armor on its body was also very hard, and even the golden sword could not cut it. Boom! A lightning bolt several meters thick suddenly fell from the sky and struck directly at Zhou Wen's location. This lightning bolt was released by Zhao Teng flying in the sky. That mysterious strongman is you! Zhao Teng roared in the air, lightning flashing all over his body. Lightning constantly condensed in his hands, and lightning bolts were released towards Zhou Wen. Before, Zhao Teng had never dared to challenge Zhou Wen to a duel, because he was worried that Zhou Wen was hiding his strength. Although Zhou Wen acted very amiable, and was simply a good guy in the World Communication Channel, he knew that it was all Zhou Wen's pretense. Zhou Wen is not a good person at all. When he first started selling spike helmets, he was fooled by the good person image that Zhou Wen established in the World Communication Channel, and used his good reputation to drive the public opinion of the survivors to suppress him. Zhou Wen started to build his reputation in the World Communication Channel in order to suppress his opponents in the future. After all, he didn't have duel tickets at the beginning, and he could only use public opinion to suppress his opponents. But later he entered the Deep Blue Sea and had duel tickets, so there was no need to use public opinion. So for a while, Zhou Wen gradually faded out of the World Communication Channel. But he obviously didn't use such a good reputation to exchange for some biological meat he needed. Even when they started to form a guild, Zhou Wen didn't participate in it. Why? In Zhao Teng's opinion, there is only one possibility, that is, Zhou Wen has developed to the point where he doesn't need to form a guild at all. When the survivors in the World Communication Channel discussed the mysterious strongman before, the first person Zhao Teng thought of was Zhou Wen. However, when Zhou Wen later participated in the leader competition and the competition with Bai Lan, his strength was only about 200 points. Especially in this battle with Jiang Haitao, he was completely crushed in front of so many people. This made him suspect that he was overthinking, so he ignored Zhou Wen for a while. But now it seems that he was not wrong at all. Zhou Wen has been hiding his strength, and Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian are still his people. He has been acting before. You rat in the gutter, you finally stop pretending now? Zhao Teng said, while hanging in the air 300 meters away from Zhou Wen, looking down at Zhou Wen. Zhao Teng, you could have lived a little longer. Zhou Wen looked at Zhao Teng calmly with his purple eyes. Haha, you still want me to be the bad guy and help you suppress the survivors? Zhao Teng put his palms together, 2 lightnings merged, and a lightning energy ball flew out instantly. Boom! Zzzz. The lightning energy ball hit Zhou Wen's position and exploded immediately, directly forming a lightning raging area with a diameter of 10 meters. However, Zhou Wen had dodged in advance and left the coverage of the lightning area, but just after dodging the attack, a lightning figure approached him, which was the Black Armored Brain. The Black Armored Brain seized the opportunity when Zhou Wen dodged the attack and immediately launched an attack. At this time, its body surface was also flashing with lightning, and a thick lightning shot from its hand towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen frowned and looked at the Black Crystal Brain. Suddenly, his whole body emitted a faint blue light. His movement speed suddenly increased. He dodged the lightning attack of the Black Crystal Brain in a flash, and came in front of the Black Crystal Brain. The Black Crystal Brain looked a little panicked, but recovered immediately, because its body was covered with lightning at this time. It knew that the survivor had no means to defend against lightning, and its armor was hard enough. No matter how fast the opponent was, it was impossible to break the defense of its armor. However, Zhou Wen directly put away the armor on his body. With a flash of thought, the tungsten bone gloves were put on his hands. The dark red energy attached to the claws. At the moment when the tungsten bone claws grabbed the Black Armor Brain, a layer of bright golden patterns appeared on his body. The next second, the body of the Black Armored Alien Brain, which was protected by lightning, was torn into pieces by the tungsten bone claws. At the same time, the black flames emanating from Zhou Wen's body continued to burn the flesh and blood under the black armor. The flesh and blood that wanted to regenerate became a pile of ashes under the burning of the black flames. In the end, only a layer of fire-resistant shell was left of the Black Armored Alien Brain. Chapter 525. Zhao Teng, all the alien brains that cooperated with you are dead. Shouldn't you come down and fight me in an open battle? Zhou Wen threw away the Black Armor Alien Brain head that had been burned into an empty shell, looked up at Zhao Teng and said, Haha, okay, wait until your characteristic amplification effect ends, and I will fight you in an open battle. Zhao Teng sneered. In his opinion, he had already won. Although Zhou Wen's characteristics looked very strong, they were time-limited after all. He just needed to wait in the air. However, as soon as Zhao Teng finished speaking, a black bubble suddenly appeared in front of him. It was so fast that it was difficult to dodge. He could only twist his body as much as possible. Boom! The black bubble hit Zhao Teng's left arm, and the bubble burst instantly, bursting out terrifying energy, accompanied by terrible black flames. Zhao Teng's left arm was directly blown off, and his whole body was wrapped in black flames. The pair of colorful fins behind him were burned by the black flames. Without the flying fins, Zhao Teng lost the ability to fly and fell quickly from the air. Huh? Zhou Wen turned into a black flame and rushed towards the direction where Zhao Teng fell, and the route was exactly the river next to the party venue. Zhou Wen rushed directly into the river and rushed upstream. A large amount of water vapor rose up, and the river water was instantly burned dry by the black flames on his body, and the riverbed was cracked. While sprinting, Zhou Wen kept throwing gun bubbles wrapped in black flames at Zhao Teng, who fell from the air. Even though Zhao Teng's body was constantly regenerating, he was always attacked by the black flame gun bubbles. The colorful fish fins on his back were almost burned by the black flames of the gun bubbles as soon as they began to recover, and the recovery effect of his body was completely suppressed by the black flames. Damn it! Zhao Teng roared angrily. His plan to rule all the survivors was almost complete, but now it was broken by Zhou. But in the current situation, he could only give up. With Zhou's current strength, he would definitely die if he fell to the ground. He blocked the space here, and others could not leave at will, but he could. But if he left now, he would be challenged by Zhou, so he decided to challenge anyone as soon as he went out, and then delay time in the duel space. Zhou's characteristics could not last forever. He only needed to delay until the characteristics ended, and then initiate a duel in turn. Leave. Zhao Teng muttered in his heart, warning. The current space has been blocked. Asshole. Zhao Teng roared out of control. He didn't know that the space was blocked by Zhou again. Boom boom boom. Zhou kept throwing gun bubbles to suppress Zhao Teng, and the height of Zhao Teng's fall was less than 50 meters from the ground. When Zhao Teng was only 20 meters away from the ground, Zhou's sprinting footsteps suddenly stagnated, and then he exerted force on his legs, and the whole person was ejected, and he easily jumped to the 20-meter position. The tungsten bone claws in his hands were attached with blood energy, and the outer black flames rolled, and he grabbed Zhao Teng's head fiercely. Zhou. 1. Zhao Teng felt that death was approaching, and his eyes were staring at Zhou who was getting closer and closer. Then he gritted his teeth fiercely, as if he wanted to make some kind of decision. When Zhou was less than 3 meters away from Zhao Teng's head, a lightning sphere with a diameter of about 2 meters suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Teng, and countless terrible lightning was released from the surface of the lightning sphere. Boom! 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 Several lightning bolts struck Zhou directly. The distance was too close, and Zhou could not dodge at all. He could only activate the golden characteristics to protect his whole body. Several lightning bolts hit Zhou's body, knocking him out directly, while Zhao Teng's body continued to absorb the lightning released from the lightning sphere. His body was repaired at a very fast speed, and his body was constantly expanding. When Zhao Teng's body expanded to 10 meters, he opened his big mouth that almost split to his ears, and swallowed the lightning sphere in one gulp. For a while, lightning eroded Zhao Teng's whole body, constantly destroying his body, but at the same time, his body was constantly recovering and absorbing the energy of lightning. Zhao Teng's body was madly absorbing the energy of the lightning sphere in his body. His body began to expand rapidly, and gradually lost its human form. There were too many biological genes mixed in his body, and these genes, under the promotion of huge energy, grew strange biological limbs. Scales of various colors and sizes were all over his body, and fish heads, fish eyes, and fish fins grew randomly all over his body. After a while, Zhao Teng had turned into a 100-meter-long twisted monster covered with various biological tissues. Zhou go die. A hissing sound came from the twisted monster, like a roar, and like a cry, but only a human voice could be barely heard. Then, a tentacle covered with various biological tissues slapped Zhou. Boom! The huge strange tentacle slapped heavily on the ground, and the soil flew and the ground shook. Zhou dodged the attack with his speed, and then threw 10 gun bubbles at the strange meat mountain in front of him. The gun bubbles exploded on the surface of the strange meat mountain, instantly creating large pits with a diameter of 10 meters. At the same time, there was black flame burning in the pit, constantly burning the body of the strange meat mountain, but soon these pits recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that we have to take out the lightning ball that provides energy. Zhou guessed that the lightning ball should be the king-level core mentioned by Zhao Teng, but he didn't expect that he would use it in this way instead of making it directly into a characteristic. 3 characteristics, open. Zhou's body suddenly burst into red, yellow, and blue light, and his figure suddenly blurred. 2 black flame swords appeared in his hands, and instantly drilled into the strange meat mountain in front of him. The body of the strange meat mountain is not hard, and the black flame sword has almost no resistance when cutting, and the twisted flesh and blood cut off will be burned by the black flame on Zhou's body in an instant. Under the detection of mental power, Zhou quickly came to the location of the lightning ball, but what Zhou didn't expect was that as soon as he approached the lightning ball suddenly released a lightning shock wave. The terrifying destructive power of the lightning shock wave destroyed a hole in the body of the strange meat mountain, and Zhou was directly pushed out by the lightning shock wave. If Zhou's body was not protected by the golden pattern, he would have died now if he had been directly exposed to the lightning shock wave. How to deal with this? Zhou suddenly felt powerless, and his characteristic time was about to end. Zhao Teng is like this, the space blockade should be lifted, right? Zhou glanced at the meat mountain that no longer had a human form, and was ready to try whether he could teleport away. He didn't want to waste time with this meat mountain that could regenerate continuously. However, just as Zhou Wen was about to try, the meat mountain in front of him suddenly began to wriggle, and a large amount of lightning flashed out of the meat mountain, wrapping the entire meat mountain and forming a huge lightning shield. The next moment, the meat mountain in the lightning shield was eroded by a large amount of lightning, and then the lightning shield suddenly shrank inward to 2 meters, and a figure that seemed to be composed of lightning appeared in the lightning shield. Ha ha ha! It worked! It worked! The fusion was successful. Ha ha! Chapter 526. Ha ha ha! It's done! It's done! The fusion is successful, ha ha! Zhao Tang's wild laughter is like thunder roaring, shaking from the air and making people feel terrified. Zhao Tang's body was quickly reshaped in the shrinking lightning shield, and a large number of lightning patterns appeared on the surface of the reshaped flesh. Lightning flashed in these patterns, and his hair turned into an island state formed by lightning. After reshaping his body, Zhao Tang seemed to be reborn. He was no longer the image of a middle-aged man before. He was 10 years younger, and looked only in his 20s. Zizizi! Zhao Tang's body was reshaped, and the lightning shield on the outside began to shrink rapidly. Finally, in the middle of Zhao Tang's chest, it condensed into a walnut-sized lightning energy ball. The lightning patterns on Zhao Tang's body were all centered on this lightning energy ball, spreading all over the body. Seeing Zhao Tang in such an image, Zhou Wen frowned deeply, his eyes were solemn, his mind flashed, and he tried to teleport away, but only got a system warning. Boom! Zhao Tang in the sky suddenly turned into a lightning, like a lightning strike, and instantly appeared on the ground. At the moment when he was about to touch the ground, the lightning energy flashing around his body made the ground burnt black in an instant. Zhou Wen now. You can die. Zhao Tang's eyes flashed with lightning, and there was no emotional fluctuation when he looked at Zhou Wen. In his eyes, Zhou Wen at this time was just an ant that could be crushed to death at will. Boom! The next second, Zhao Tang turned into thunder, and his speed was extremely fast. He flashed in front of Zhou Wen in an instant, and his fist wrapped in terrifying lightning energy hit Zhou Wen's head directly. However, just when Zhao Tang's fist was about to hit Zhou Wen's figure blurred for a moment, and suddenly pulled away a short distance. The black flame broadsword in his hand was replaced by 2 golden swords, and then golden patterns appeared on his body. The 2 golden swords were like 2 golden light bands, drawing 2 shining traces in the air, avoiding Zhao Tang's fist with lightning, and stabbed Zhao Tang's head with one sword, and the other sword stabbed the lightning energy ball on his chest. At this time, Zhou Wen's 3 characteristics still had more than 10 seconds of amplification time, and the speed attribute was increased by 5 times. Even if Zhao Tang successfully merged the king-level core, he was still not inferior in speed. The 2 golden swords stabbed the target very smoothly under Zhao Tang's carelessness. The golden sword stabbed at Zhao Tang's head easily penetrated his brain, and the golden sword stabbed at the lightning energy ball on his chest was blocked by a layer of lightning protection layer, and could not move forward at all. At the moment when the Huangjin sword touched Zhao Tang's body, a large amount of lightning also shot onto Zhou Wen's body, but they were all blocked by the Huangjin pattern on his body. You? Zhou Wen's speed was so fast that Zhao Tang was shocked, but before he could say anything, Zhou Wen swung the Huangjin sword that had pierced his head fiercely, directly cutting off the upper half of his head. However, Zhao Tang still has the ability to regenerate quickly, and now he is merged with the king-level core, which can continuously provide him with energy, so his regeneration ability has been greatly enhanced. Almost as soon as the upper half of his head was cut off, it was restored immediately. Asshole! Let's see how long your special ability can last. Zhao Tang's invincible mentality, which had just merged with the king-level core, was directly shattered by Zhou Wen's fast sword. In his rage, the lightning on his body's surface flashed violently. Zhao Tang, no longer careless, increased his speed to the extreme, and attacked Zhou Wen again amidst the roar of thunder and lightning. Zhao Tang's current attack speed was already comparable to Zhou Wen's 5-fold increase in speed attribute. It was already difficult for Zhou Wen to hit Zhao Tang unexpectedly, so he simply put away the golden sword in his hand, covered his body with golden patterns, and also swung his fist. Boom! The moment the black flame fist and the lightning fist collided, the surrounding air exploded, and then a terrifying shock wave shook. For a moment, the black flame rolled, the thunder roared, and the 2 energies wrapped around each other, cracking rocks and turning grass and trees to ashes wherever they passed, and the ground at the center of the shock wave collapsed, and the inside was charred black, like a falling meteorite. But the 2 who caused this terrible scene ignored all this, and kept swinging their fists. Before the 2 sides' fists collided, deafening roars sounded, and waves of terrifying shock waves spread out like waves on the lake. In a few seconds, the two had already thrown hundreds of punches, and the more they fought with Zhou Wen, the more horrified Zhao Teng was, because in terms of strength, he had already fallen behind. He didn't know how Zhou Wen developed, relying on his characteristics to be so powerful, and the bright golden patterns on his body could ignore his lightning, which made his biggest reliance on lightning attacks directly useless. Zhou Wen was not doing well either. He didn't have much three-color energy in his body. When he faced Zhao Teng head-on, he only had a dozen seconds left. In a few seconds, the increased time of 3 characteristics would end. So, Zhou Wen suddenly burst out with strength, and after knocking Zhao Teng back a step with one punch, he immediately retreated and distanced himself, and rushed to the distance at a high speed. Zhou Wen's sudden escape made Zhao Teng slightly stunned, but then a crazy smile appeared on his face, and his figure immediately turned into a thunderbolt and quickly chased after him. After just a few seconds of chasing, he saw that the three-color light on Zhou Wen's body disappeared, and his movement speed suddenly slowed down. Ha ha, as expected, the characteristic amplification time is over. Zhao Teng suddenly flashed behind Zhou Wen, and his fist wrapped in lightning hit Zhou Wen fiercely. Next, he wanted to ravage Zhou Wen. But just as Zhao Teng rushed behind Zhou Wen, a long sword with a blade that looked like a combination of meteorite fragments suddenly appeared from Zhou Wen's hand, and a backhanded shot directly stabbed the lightning energy ball on Zhao Teng's chest. This long sword is the flame-splitting sword. When Zhou Wen used the 2 golden swords to test it, he roughly knew that if he didn't dig out the king-level core that was fused with Zhao Teng, it would be impossible to kill him with Zhao Teng's current recovery speed. There was an energy protection layer on the surface of the lightning energy sphere, so he could only use the flame-splitting sword to try to destroy it. But the flame-splitting sword was too heavy. Even if Zhou Wen increased his strength 5 times, he couldn't swing it freely. If he directly attacked Zhao Teng with a flame-splitting sword, the slow attack speed would make Zhao Teng notice something was wrong and dodge. So Zhou Wen used his own 3 characteristics that were about to end as bait, making Zhao Teng think that he was no longer able to fight and really wanted to escape. He let down his guard and let him rush up and hit the flame-splitting sword. Chapter 527. When the blade of flame suddenly appeared, Zhao Teng was startled and wanted to stop and dodge, but it was too late. The tip of the blade of flame directly penetrated the protective layer on the surface of the lightning energy core in the middle of his chest and pierced into the lightning energy core. Suddenly, a strong lightning poured out from the energy core, forming a lightning energy beam. Zhou Wen, who was standing in front of Zhao Teng, was naturally the first to be hit, and was directly hit by the lightning energy beam. Zhou Wen felt bad, and a layer of golden pattern appeared on his body's surface immediately. However, the moment the lightning energy beam hit his body, the golden pattern on his body's surface actually flickered and seemed to disappear at any time. Golden characteristic, open! 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 Zhou Wen kept chanting in his heart to open the golden characteristic. Before the previous golden energy was consumed, he used another golden energy to strengthen the firmness of the golden pattern on his body's surface. Zhou Wen was hit by this terrifying lightning energy beam and flew hundreds of meters away, breaking a large number of trees along the way. Then he smashed a big hole on the ground and finally stopped after sliding into a gully more than 10 meters long. The surrounding trees quickly burned under the black flames on his body, and a raging fire ignited around him for a while. Hiss! Zhou Wen took the lightning energy beam head-on. Even with the protection of the golden pattern, his body was charred by the terrifying energy, and Zhou Wen gasped in pain. However, fortunately, the tungsten gold characteristics continued to be maintained. With the tenfold recovery of his physical strength, the charred tissues fell off from Zhou Wen's body like a shell, revealing the new tungsten gold skin inside. Is it over? This place is a bit far from Zhao Teng's location. Zhou Wen's mental detection range is only 200 meters, and he cannot detect Zhao Teng's situation. I don't know if the destruction of the lightning energy core will have any impact on Zhao Teng. At this time, the 3-minute increased time of the black flame property has ended, and the black flames burning on the body surface have also dissipated. At this time, only the tungsten gold property and arc light property are still maintained. As time passed, Zhou Wen's expression became more and more ugly, because he did not see the explosion caused by the energy out of control, which means that Zhao Teng is likely to be fine. Just as Zhou Wen was about to leave to take a look, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of him, and a humanoid monster, with a height of 3 meters, and white lightning scales all over his body suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhou Wen die. The humanoid creature roared angrily with a big mouth full of fangs, as if it wanted to swallow Zhou Wen alive, and the palm with sharp claws quickly grabbed Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's pupil shrank violently. He wanted to dodge, but he only had twice the speed of arc-like characteristics, and he couldn't dodge the attack of the humanoid monster at all. Boom! The humanoid monster's claws with violent lightning grabbed Zhou Wen's body fiercely. Zhou Wen activated gold characteristics, and golden patterns appeared on his body. Although he resisted the attack of claws and lightning, the huge power carried by the claws still knocked him out. Bang! Zhou Wen's whole body hit the mountain behind him heavily. For a moment, the mountain collapsed and the gravel flew. He's not dead yet. Zhou Wen was surprised. This Zhao Teng was really hard to kill. He originally wanted to keep Rainbow Cube, but now it seems impossible. Die! Just when Zhou Wen was about to extract the Rainbow Cube from the system interface, Zhao Teng, who had already left his human form, appeared in front of Zhou Wen again, grabbed Zhou Wen's head with his thick claws, and smashed it into the mountain behind. Bang, bang, bang. The mountain was violently shaken by the smash. Every time it was smashed, the rock layer of the mountain would crack on a large area, until the mountain collapsed. Zhao Teng suddenly threw Zhou Wen far away, and fell heavily on the ground. Zhao Teng did not give Zhou Wen any time to breathe. As soon as Zhou Wen's body fell to the ground, Zhao Teng immediately turned into lightning and chased after him, raised his big feet like a beast, and stepped on Zhou Wen fiercely. I want to see how long the gold pattern on your body can last. Zhao Teng grabbed Zhou Wen out of the big pit several meters deep that he had stepped on, but found that, after a long time of beating, Zhou Wen did not have any injuries on his body, which made him very angry. Suddenly, two rays of light, one white and one black, flew out from Zhou Wen's hands, instantly piercing through the eyes of the monsterized Zhao Teng. At the moment when Zhao Teng lost his vision, a golden sword appeared in his palm, directly cutting off Zhao Teng's arm that was holding him. After he was out of control, he immediately moved away, looking for an opportunity to use Rainbow Cube. However, just as Zhou Wen was 100 meters away, Zhao Teng had recovered and caught up with him in an instant, and knocked Zhou Wen hundreds of meters away with one claw. Boom! After a while, Zhou Wen fell into the sea like a huge rock, splashing a large area of water. As the two of them were running away and chasing, Zhou Wen kept using two mental flying knives to harass him, but he was still knocked away more than a dozen times in a row, and directly crossed a distance of thousands of meters to the edge of the mountainous Leviathan Island. Zhou Wen was also hit into the sea by Zhao Teng. By the way, humans can't breathe in seawater. Zhao Teng saw Zhou Wen fall into the sea, and immediately thought of this. His fangs suddenly popped out, and he grinned. He decided to drown Zhou Wen in the sea. Zhao Teng's figure flashed with lightning and rushed directly into the place where Zhou Wen fell into the water, stirring up a lot of water splashes. When the water splashes fell, the surroundings fell into a quiet atmosphere for a while. Boom! But just after a while of silence, the calm sea surface exploded, and a figure suddenly flew out of the sea and hit the beach on the edge of the mountain Leviathan. This person was the monster Zhao Teng who chased into the sea. Gurgle gurgle. On the sea surface, the sea water in an area boiled, and then a large amount of water vapor suddenly burst out from the water, but as soon as the water vapor rose, it was burned dry by a hot black flame. A black fireball suddenly rushed out of the sea water, and then fell violently on the beach. The raging flame spread on the beach, and the sand on the ground was melted in an instant. In the black flames, Zhou Wen's whole body was tungsten gold, with bright golden lines all over his body. His golden hair swayed like dancing flames under the rainbow-colored energy bursting out of his body, and his purple eyes stared at Zhao Teng. Zhao Teng, your king-level core should be handed over to me. Zhou Wen threw away the meteorite explosion injection that he had already used in his hand and gritted his teeth. Such a precious rainbow cube, he actually used it on the battlefield to fight with others, which made his heart bleed. Today, he must use Zhao Teng's king-level core to repay his loss. Chapter 528. With the 5 times speed of 3 characteristics, Zhou Wen instantly appeared in front of Zhao Teng. The black flames around him, probably because of the unlimited energy supply of Rainbow Cube, the coverage of the flames was greatly enhanced. Zhou Wen's figure rushed over, and the black flames on his body were like a surging wave, overwhelming Zhao Teng and tilting towards him, and the whole beach was directly turned into a sea of fire. How is it possible? Zhao Teng couldn't believe it. Zhou Wen's characteristic amplification time had obviously ended before, but he actually turned on the characteristic again at this time. This was simply unbelievable. How did you do it? Zhao Teng roared loudly, and countless electric currents burst out of his body. He waved his arms, and collided with Zhou Wen's fist. In an instant, on the beach, black flames and white thunders competed with each other, and the shaking air waves hit the sea surface, directly forming a small-scale tsunami. Hand over your king-level core, and I tell you. Zhou Wen and Zhao Teng's fists met, and his figure flashed again. Tungsten bone gloves appeared in his hands, and blood energy was attached to the surface. He directly grabbed the lightning energy core in the center of Zhao Teng's chest. Zizizi. After the blood energy touched the protective layer on the surface of the lightning energy core, it immediately aroused a lightning energy shock, which directly shook Zhou Wen away. What a trouble. Zhou Wen thought secretly in his heart. Haha, don't waste your energy. The king-level core has merged with me. You can't take it away. Zhao Teng immediately caught up with Zhou Wen, who was shaken away, and punched Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen flew hundreds of meters away. But when Zhou Wen was about to land, he immediately adjusted his body shape, landed steadily with his legs, stepped out 2 big pits on the ground, and then disappeared, and attacked Zhao Teng again. For a moment, on the body of the mountain leviathan, a black flame and a lightning, 2 rays of light moved at a very fast speed in front of the hills, burning the forests and drying up the rivers wherever they passed, and when they collided with each other, they would cause violent energy explosions and form huge pits. Swish bang. After a while, a white lightning flew out and hit the top of a sharp hill heavily, breaking the top of the hill directly. Zhao Teng was not as strong as Zhou Wen after all. In the continuous high-intensity battle for several minutes, he was almost always suppressed, and Zhou Wen had extremely rich combat experience. Sometimes the attacks he made were fake moves, so he was always hit by the opponent. After Zhao Teng broke off a mountaintop, he rolled down the mountain directly, but he quickly adjusted his body and moved quickly. Boom! Zhao Teng had just left the spot, and the next second, Zhou Wen, wrapped in a blazing flame, fell down here violently, and the rocky mountain below instantly turned into a lava zone. Zhou Wen immediately caught up with Zhao Teng, and just as he was about to collide with Zhao Teng's fists, the flame blade in his hand appeared, piercing Zhao Teng's fisted arm directly, and then fiercely cut towards his chest. Zhao Teng was startled and immediately retreated quickly, but Zhou Wen could not swing the heavy flame blade at will, and the speed of this unexpected blow was still too slow, and he did not hit the lightning energy core. However, when Zhao Teng just relaxed and prepared to attack Zhou Wen's figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. Puff! Zhao Teng just had a hint of doubt in his mind, and the blade of flame pierced through his body from behind, and the core of his chest was penetrated as well. The reason why Zhou Wen's speed suddenly increased was because he wore the golden scale armor, which reduced the resistance of the air to him at high speed. After piercing the lightning energy core, Zhou Wen still felt unsafe and wanted to swing the blade of flame to directly cut the lightning energy core into pieces. But just as his arm was about to exert force, a lightning shock wave was released from the surface of Zhao Teng's body, directly knocking Zhou Wen away. The lightning energy core was destroyed again, and the energy released from the inside randomly entered Zhao Teng's body, causing Zhao Teng's body to swell again. Just when Zhou Wen thought that Zhao Teng would turn into a 100-meter monster again, a layer of lightning energy shield was released from the lightning energy core, compressing Zhao Teng's body again, and then decomposing and reshaping it. Zhou Wen's expression changed, and he immediately rushed forward to chop the lightning energy shield with the flame-splitting knife, trying to stop Zhao Teng's body from reshaping again, but was shaken away by a lightning shock wave again. Ha ha, it seems that I can't die. I wonder if you have any other means of attack. Zhao Teng's body reshaped again, and he laughed loudly and unscrupulously. Come on, kill me. Realizing that his body could be reshaped continuously, Zhao Teng gave up the attack directly. He could just delay time with Zhou Wen. He felt that Zhou Wen's current state should also be time-limited. It seems that the core in his body must be completely taken out. Zhou Wen thought to himself. But the only thing he could do to damage the lightning energy core at present was the flame-splitting knife. But the problem was that his strength was insufficient. Meteorite explosion injection had been used when he came out of the seawater just now, and he had no means to increase his strength. However, no matter what, he couldn't waste the precious 1 hour of time of the rainbow cube. He attacked first. Maybe there would be a turning point. However, when Zhou Wen was about to attack Zhao Teng again, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He immediately used his mental power to check his heart, but found that the white horse leviathan seed in his heart had grown to the size of an egg, and the white roots almost occupied his entire heart. At this time, the white horse leviathan seed was madly absorbing the energy provided by the rainbow cube. Even though the surface of Zhou Wen's heart flesh wall was protected by the Huangjin pattern, its roots emitting white light still penetrated the protection of the Huangjin pattern, pierced into the heart flesh wall, and then began to grow wildly. Fuck! Zhou Wen cursed. The Huangjin pattern could not stop the roots of the White Horse Leviathan seed, and under the unlimited energy supply of the Rainbow Cube, he would definitely die. At the moment, Zhou Wen didn't care so much. He directly cancelled the Huangjin pattern on his body surface, and then the tungsten bone claw attached to the blood energy directly penetrated his heart, trying to grab the White Horse Leviathan seed in his heart. But just as the tungsten claw pierced into the heart, and was about to touch the egg-sized White Leviathan seed, a reverse scene occurred. The White Leviathan seed released an energy shield that directly pushed the tungsten claw out, and then protected the heart. It's over. Before, Zhou Wen had not used the Rainbow Cube, because it was very precious, and he was worried that the energy it released would help the White Leviathan seed grow. Now the worst result has happened. Chapter 529. Under the unlimited energy supply of the Rainbow Cube, the White Horse Leviathan seed continued to grow in size, and the tiny roots growing from the bottom started from the heart and spread to Zhou Wen's whole body. In just a dozen seconds, it eroded the left half of Zhou Wen's body. The dense and slender roots were drilling under the skin like countless worms. At the same time, these roots were rapidly absorbing nutrients from the flesh. At this time, the left half of Zhou Wen's body had become shriveled and looked like dry bark. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. Under normal circumstances, the White Horse Leviathan seed would never have such a rapid growth rate, let alone the energy layer that could condense to protect itself. This was all achieved by relying on the energy released by the Rainbow Cube. Once the Rainbow Cube is used, it cannot be stopped automatically. If this continues, it is likely that the White Horse Leviathan seed will break out of his heart in a short time. By then, his entire body will be eroded by the roots of the White Horse Leviathan seeds. With the speed at which the King-level Leviathan absorbs energy and nutrients, even with a physique 10 times the strength amplified by the tungsten gold characteristics, he will probably not be able to escape the result of being sucked dry. Huh? Zhao Tun was prepared to be attacked by Zhou Wen with all his strength, but for some reason, Zhou Wen suddenly stopped moving and even made a self-mutilating move, stabbing his hand directly into his heart. Just as doubts arose in his heart, his eyes suddenly opened, because he saw the white light in Zhou Wen's heart. He had already merged with the king-level core at this time, so he immediately realized that it was the energy of the king-level creature. No wonder, you also have a king-level core. Xiao Teng grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and his face was extremely excited. Xiao Teng's original purpose for this gathering was to clean up those who did not accept his rule, but he did not expect to meet 2 guys who also had king-level cores, and one of these 2 people was Zhou Wen, whom he had always wanted to get rid of, and the other was Jiang Haitao, who had always suppressed him in the World Communication Channel. As long as he could obtain the king-level cores of these 2 people, and then merge them, he would not be afraid of any creature in this survival world with 3 king-level cores. Boom! Xiao Teng's figure moved, turning into a lightning bolt, and instantly rushed in front of Zhou Wen. The claws wrapped in lightning directly grabbed Zhou Wen's heart, and he wanted to take away the king-level core in Zhou Wen's heart. Get out! However, how could Zhou Wen let Zhao Teng destroy his heart? With a flash of thought, the golden pattern covered his whole body, and his figure suddenly blurred. After dodging Zhao Teng's attack, he kicked Zhao Teng's body. The power of the legs is much greater than that of the arms. Zhao Teng was kicked hard and flew backwards like a cannonball, traveling hundreds of meters. We can't let the White Horse Leviathan seed continue to grow. Zhou Wen's expression became fierce, and the blaze blade appeared in his hand, and then stabbed directly into his heart. The golden pattern on the body surface was easily penetrated by the blaze blade, and the energy protection layer released by the White Horse Leviathan seed on the surface of the heart was also directly pierced by the tip of the blade. Puff! Zhou Wen stabbed his heart with the blaze blade, and the White Horse Leviathan seed, which had reached the size of a duck egg inside the heart, was also penetrated by the blaze blade. A large amount of white energy splashed in the heart like a burning fairy wand. Puff! Puff! Zhou Wen was worried that he couldn't kill the White Horse Leviathan seed with one blow, so he put the flame-splitting knife into his equipment column and stabbed it twice in succession. As for whether the heart could be fully restored after being damaged by the flame-splitting knife, Zhou Wen couldn't care less in this emergency. If he continued to let the White Horse Leviathan seed grow, he would surely die. What are you doing? Xiao Teng, who was kicked away, quickly appeared in front of Zhou Wen. Seeing Zhou Wen stabbing the king-level core with the flame-splitting knife, he immediately became anxious. He didn't know why Zhou Wen did this, but the king-level core must not be destroyed by Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had just taken back the flame-splitting knife, and his mental power had been observing the situation inside his heart. He was unable to react in time, and was slapped away by Zhao Teng's claw. However, Zhou Wen's body was protected by the golden pattern, and Zhao Teng's attack did not cause any harm to him. It was just that the situation in his heart was a little bad. After releasing some energy, the cracks on the surface of the White Horse Leviathan seed pierced by the flame blade gradually showed signs of recovery by absorbing the energy of the rainbow cube. Damn! Is the vitality of the king level so strong? The roots of the White Horse Leviathan seed have been spreading non-stop, and now have almost covered his entire body. He doesn't have much time. Boom! Zhao Teng immediately chased up and stepped on Zhou Wen to the ground. The lightning energy in his palm quickly condensed and grabbed Zhou Wen's heart again. But when Zhao Teng was leaning down, the flame blade suddenly appeared and directly penetrated the lightning energy core in Zhao Teng's chest. In an instant, the lightning energy on Zhao Teng's body went out of control, and a lightning shock wave was released. Zhou Wen took advantage of Zhao Teng's lightning energy being out of control, and immediately distanced himself from him. After reaching a hill, he stabbed the flame-splitting knife into his heart again, but this time, he did not put away the flame-splitting knife after stabbing once, but directly stirred the flame-splitting knife in his heart. The White Horse Leviathan seed that had just been repaired on the inner surface of the heart was completely broken like an egg under this stirring. For a moment, a stream of white energy sprayed out from Zhou Wen's heart, accompanied by a large amount of blood. Zhou Wen's heart was stirred by the flame-splitting knife to create a large hole with a diameter of 3 centimeters, and the surface of the wound was also attached to the burning energy of the flame-splitting knife's blade, and these burning energies seriously hindered the recovery effect of 10 physical fitness. At this time, Zhou Wen's body was like a pool with a large hole in the bottom. All the blood in his body poured out from the wound on his heart. His body, which had already been sucked dry by the roots of the White Horse Leviathan seed, now became even more pale, and then a feeling of weakness spread throughout his body. Brilliant Gold Characteristics. Zhou Wen felt something was wrong and immediately activated the Brilliant Gold Characteristics to form a layer of energy protection on the surface of the heart, temporarily blocking the wound on the heart. The blood was blocked inside the heart, and no longer flowed out. With 10 times the blood-forming ability of his physique, Zhou Wen's condition quickly recovered. The White Horse Leviathan should be completely solved, right? Zhou Wen thought when he saw that the White Horse Leviathan seed in the heart had completely turned into energy and dissipated, but considering the abnormal recovery ability of the king level, he was really not sure about this. Just now, part of the energy released by the White Horse Leviathan seed after it was broken was ejected from the wound on the heart to the outside of the body, but another part was not released yet, and was blocked by the brilliant gold pattern formed on the surface of the heart. There was no way. If the injury was not blocked, Zhou Wen would die from excessive blood loss. Chapter 530. Will these white energies condense into a White Horse Leviathan seed again? Zhou Wen used his mental power to check his body. The white energies that were not fully released spread throughout his body with the flow of blood, but there was no sign of condensation at present. We need to find time to clean up these roots. Although the White Horse Leviathan seeds have dissipated, the roots that spread throughout the body have not turned into energy and disappeared. They must be cleaned up, but Zhao Teng must be dealt with first. Zhou Wen! Suddenly, a roar came, and a lightning bolt fell from the sky and directly struck Zhou Wen's position. Zhao Teng was in the lightning. He had already felt that the king-level energy had dissipated, which meant that Zhou Wen had indeed destroyed the king-level core, which made him extremely angry. Zhou Wen immediately distanced himself from Zhao Teng. His heart had not been repaired yet, which greatly affected his ability to exert his strength. Before his heart was completely repaired, he could only hide. For the next period of time, Zhou Wen moved quickly on the body of the mountain Leviathan, and Zhao Teng chased him closely behind him. However, the injury to his heart affected the blood supply to the whole body, which made Zhou Wen's movement speed still slowed down a lot. Zhao Teng caught up with him several times and knocked him out. Boom! 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 After Zhou Wen used the rainbow cube, the battle between the two had lasted for half an hour. The originally beautiful mountain Leviathan's back island had been destroyed by the two of them, and the trees on the entire island were almost on fire. Puff! Zhao Teng was pierced through the lightning energy core in his chest by Zhou Wen's blade again, and the lightning shock wave broke out again. After more than 10 minutes, the burning energy attached to the heart wound had dissipated, and Zhou Wen's heart wound had recovered, but at this time, Zhou Wen gradually fell behind in terms of strength in the battle with Zhao Teng. I don't know if it's because the degree of integration between the lightning energy core and Zhao Teng is getting higher and higher. Zhao Teng's strength is continuing to rise. The strength and speed he showed before could barely reach 5 times, but now it has exceeded 5 times. Zhou Wen needs to wear the golden scale armor to suppress Zhao Teng in terms of movement speed, but this advantage will not last long. Zhou, you dared to destroy my king-level core, die? The lighting energy core on Zhao Tang's chest was repaired again, and the speed was further increased. Zizizi. While Zhao Tang was attacking, the lightning released from his body became more violent. After hitting the golden pattern on Zhou body, the golden pattern dimmed a little. Zhao Tang's body has also undergone great changes in the reshaping again and again. The appearance is more and more like a monster, and the size is getting bigger and bigger. It was only 3 meters before, and now it has grown to 5 meters. A lot of soft tentacles grew on his arms, and a large amount of energy condensed on these tentacles, and then released strong lightning bolts towards Zhou. The lightning bolts released by these soft tentacles were much more powerful than the lightning bolts released by Zhao Tang's body. Zhou's arm was caught off guard, and was hit by the lightning bolts released by the soft tentacles. The golden pattern on the surface of his arm almost disappeared. The high temperature energy carried by the lightning bolts, even with the protection of the golden pattern, Zhou's arm was still burned black by the electricity. Is there any other way? Zhou, wearing the golden scale armor, quickly moved away from Zhao Tang, constantly thinking about how to deal with Zhao Tang. If he continued to let Zhao Tang's strength improve, he might have been defeated by Zhao Tang before the energy duration of Rainbow Cube ended. I don't know if Zhao Tang can withstand the water pressure of the deep sea. After thinking about it, Zhou could only think of using water pressure to deal with Zhao Tang. After all, Zhao Tang did not have equipment to resist water pressure, and with his current condition, even if he had equipment, he might not be able to wear it. But this method has a prerequisite, that is, the depth of the sea here must reach tens of thousands of meters, otherwise it will definitely be useless. Time is running out, give it a try. No matter what, Zhou was ready to try it first. However, just as Zhou wanted to lead Zhao Tang to the edge of the mountainous Leviathan Island, a thick lightning beam rushed towards him. Zhou's expression changed, and he dodged immediately. He had received the lightning column once before, and the golden pattern on his body almost couldn't withstand it. At this time, Zhao Tang's lightning power has increased a lot. If he is hit again, even if he doesn't die, he will probably lose his combat effectiveness in a short time. But just as Zhou dodged the lightning column, a huge figure appeared behind Zhou, and 2 claws with a length of 1 meter suddenly opened, and then quickly closed towards Zhou in the middle. Bang! A heavy slapping sounded, and Zhou was caught by the 2 claws. I caught you! These 2 claws are Zhao Tang's palms. Now Zhao Tang is 8 meters tall, and there are more and more soft tentacles growing on his body. These tentacles can gather energy from each other. The lightning column just now was emitted by these tentacles. Zhou struggled violently, but found that Zhao Tang's strength was surprisingly large, far exceeding his 5-fold strength increase. The situation was urgent. Zhou immediately took out 2 golden swords, trying to cut Zhao Tang's claws to get out of control. But as soon as the golden swords appeared, a lightning energy directly hit his body, and this lightning did not dissipate directly, but formed a spherical lightning area on his body's surface. Zizizizi. Zhou's whole body was covered by lightning, and the golden pattern on his body lasted for a few seconds before completely dissipating, and he could not compete with this endless lightning at all. Without the protection of the golden pattern, Zhou's body was instantly eroded by the terrifying lightning. In an instant, his skin, flesh, and bones turned black under this terrifying lightning. I won, Zhou. Ha ha! When Zhao Tang saw the golden pattern on Zhou's body dissipate and his body was electrocuted into charcoal, he knew that he had won the battle, so he began to laugh wildly. But at this moment, Zhou, who had become charcoal, suddenly released a white energy from his body. Then, the white energy exploded, instantly dispersing the spherical lightning that wrapped Zhou, and Zhao Tang's 2 claws were directly wiped out by this terrifying energy. Zhao Tang's expression changed drastically. Feeling this energy, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes, and he immediately retreated to keep a distance. This white energy formed an energy light ball, with a diameter of 2 meters around Zhou's body, and then countless rays of light between heaven and earth gathered towards this white energy ball. After these rays entered the energy light ball, they flashed into Zhou's body, which had become charcoal. Gradually, Zhou's charred body began to emit white light. Chapter 531. Boom! Soon after, the energy ball suddenly expanded, and its diameter quickly expanded from 2 meters to hundreds of meters. The terrifying energy ball turned everything it encountered into nothing. A hill next to it was destroyed by the energy ball, and a circular hole with a diameter of 100 meters appeared directly on the mountain. The energy ball dissipated, and a figure emitting white light appeared in the huge pit destroyed by the energy ball. The white light figure slowly opened his eyes, and thin white light flashed around his white pupils, just like the sun emitting light. Suddenly, the white light figure disappeared from the pit. Xiao Ting, who was standing in the distance and observing, shrank his pupils suddenly, because he did not see the movement trajectory of the white light figure at all, and it disappeared directly from his eyes. Bang! Just as Xiao Tung was looking for the white light figure, with a solemn expression, his chest suddenly exploded, and a palm-emitting white light blew up his chest from behind him, and directly grabbed the lightning energy core in the center of his chest. Just when the palm-emitting white light wanted to take away the lightning energy core, the surface of the lightning energy core suddenly released a lightning that was almost materialized. The white light palm that grabbed the lightning energy core was instantly destroyed by the lightning energy and re-entered Xiao Tung's body. At this time, Xiao Tung was still in a state of shock. After the lightning energy core came back, he immediately turned into a lightning and flashed away. The white light figure took a look at his destroyed arm, but didn't care much, because the next second, rays of light gathered from all around to the broken arm, and almost in an instant, a brand new arm was formed. Is it okay even if the core is knocked out of the body? The white light figure was naturally Zhou, but he didn't know what state he was in now. The only thing he knew was that he was extremely powerful now. When he attacked Xiao Tung just now, he took a look at his character attribute panel, and all three attributes were question marks. Swish! Zhou figure disappeared again, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Xiao Tung. At this time, Xiao Tung seemed to want to avoid the attack, but his movements were like slow motion in Zhou eyes. In an instant, Zhou speed was so fast that it was indescribable. His figure was in a trance, and the figure changed from one to dozens, directly surrounding Xiao Tung completely. Dozens of fists were thrown at the same time, and Xiao Tung's 8-meter-tall body was instantly beaten into a blood mist. However, even so, Zhou just stretched out his hand to grab the lightning energy core in the center of the blood mist, and a very terrifying lightning energy was released from the inside again, and Zhou's arm was swallowed by this lightning energy again. Zhou Bin thought that the lightning energy core would be the same as before, and the terrifying lightning energy released would only cover a small area. But just when he was about to change his hand to grab it, something unexpected happened. The terrifying lightning energy suddenly began to expand rapidly. Because Zhou was too close, half of his body was directly destroyed by the suddenly expanding energy. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately pulled away. The terrifying lightning energy seemed to be out of control, and began to expand continuously. The diameter expanded from more than 10 centimeters at the beginning to 10 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. At this time, Zhou's damaged body recovered quickly under the condensation of a large amount of light. He looked at the party venue. If this lightning energy continued to expand, it would affect the people at the party venue. So he flashed across thousands of meters, and appeared in the gathering place. Under Jiang Haidao's astonished eyes, he moved all the people present to a safe place. The terrifying lightning energy expanded to 5,000 meters before stopping. Half of the area of the entire island was destroyed, and the body of the mountain Leviathan was also affected, causing the entire island to shake. And inside this lightning energy, countless lightnings intertwined with each other, and condensed into a giant creature with a body length of 3,000 meters. This giant creature was silver-white all over, and its overall appearance was similar to that of a slug, but there were 3 pairs of tentacles on the left and right sides that looked like fish fins. From the head to the tail, the tentacles were arranged from large to small. After the slug creature was formed, it did not fall to the ground, but floated directly in the sky. Lightning flashed on the 3 pairs of tentacles, looking like 6 thunderstorm clouds. Is this the resurrection of the King Leviathan? Zhou looked up at the giant creature wrapped in lightning in the air, and thought to himself, Xiao Tung must be dead now. Zhou tried to teleport, but the system warning still sounded in his mind. He's still alive? Zhou was stunned for a moment, and then the energy in his body burst out, the white light on his body became extremely dazzling, and then he floated up. Swoosh! Zhou's figure instantly turned into a white light, and flew towards the King Leviathan in the sky. When he was about to get close, the flame blade appeared in his hand. In this state, he could easily use the flame blade. Zhou's goal was to directly enter the body of the King Leviathan, then find the core, and use the flame blade to completely cut the core into pieces. When the King Leviathan in the sky saw Zhou approaching, a lightning protection layer immediately burst out from its body, directly blocking Zhou outside. Zzz. A large amount of lightning energy condensed on the 3 pairs of tentacles of the King Leviathan, and hundreds of lightning beams attacked Zhou when floating in the air. Fortunately, Zhou's movement speed in the air was not slow, and these lightning beams could not hit him at all, but they could not enter the body of the King Leviathan, and he had no way to destroy the core of the King Leviathan. What should I do? Zhou Wen's current White Horse Leviathan state, its energy source is still the Rainbow Cube, and the Rainbow Cube has 10 minutes of energy supply time left. When the time is up, he will not have enough energy in his body to support this state. Huh? Just when Zhou Wen was at a loss, he suddenly found that the blaze blade in his hand was absorbing the fiery red energy released by the Rainbow Cube. Although Zhou Wen used the flame-splitting knife many times during the previous battle with Zhao Teng, he always took it out and put it back immediately after taking it out. After all, the flame-splitting knife was too heavy, and holding it in his hand would affect his movement speed. Zhou Wen was curious and actively injected energy into the flame-splitting knife. As the fiery red energy was injected, the whole body of the flame-splitting knife glowed with fiery red light. Huh? Suddenly, a hot flame burst out from the flame-splitting knife, and the raging fire rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, a sea of fire was formed. The temperature around it rose sharply, and the rolling heat waves caused the air to distort. Gradually, these flames began to rotate, and with the flame-splitting knife as the center, a flame tornado was quickly formed. In just a few seconds, this flame tornado grew to hundreds of meters. Seeing that the flame-splitting knife actually had hidden means of attack, Zhou Wen immediately held his other hand on the hilt to speed up the energy input. Under the transmission of infinite energy, the length of the flame tornado increased rapidly, directly breaking through the sky and reaching nearly 10,000 meters. At this time, the flame tornado stopped growing, and then began to shrink violently inward. The flame tornado with a diameter of hundreds of meters instantly shrank to the same width as the blade of blade splitting, and its shape also became that of a blade, except that the blade was made of rapidly compressed flame energy. Isn't this the energy beam attack of the meteoric Leviathan? Chapter 532. The 10,000-meter-long flame energy blade was completely formed. The blade, which was 2 fingers thick, stood upright between heaven and earth. It was as thin as a silk thread, but it contained extremely terrifying destructive power. This time, it should be over. Zhou Wen murmured in a low voice, then tightly grasped the handle of the blade with both hands, and then exerted force, and swung his arm fiercely towards the King Leviathan in front. Buzz! The 10,000-meter-long flame energy blade fell from the sky in an instant, leaving a fan-shaped fiery red energy track. For a moment, the sky and the clouds seemed to be split in half. When the King Leviathan saw the flame energy blade that was splitting down instantly, a sense of crisis also rose in his heart. The 6 tentacles immediately gathered lightning energy. These lightning energies were transmitted from the lightning patterns on the surface of the King Leviathan's body to his mouth, and a lightning energy ball quickly condensed in his mouth. Zzz. At the moment when the flame energy blade chopped down, the King Leviathan also spewed out a 100-meter thick lightning energy beam from its mouth. However, the moment this lightning energy beam came into contact with the flame energy blade, it was split into 2, without hindering the flame energy blade for even a second. Shwa! The next second, a slender red light instantly flashed through the middle of the lightning energy protection layer outside the King Leviathan. The King Leviathan inside, which was originally trying to continue to counterattack, suddenly stagnated. The lightning that kept flashing on its surface suddenly disappeared at this moment, and the lightning energy protection layer outside also shattered without warning, turning into a sky full of lightning and dissipating in the sky. Ka! At this time, the world was slightly silent for a few seconds, and then, the 3,000-meter huge body of the King Leviathan suddenly split from the middle, and countless lightning burst out. Boom! Then, a terrifying energy was released from the center of the King-level Leviathan, forming a lightning energy ion ball, which completely swallowed up the body of the King-level Leviathan made of lightning, and then suddenly collapsed into a lightning energy sphere with a diameter of about 2 meters. This lightning energy sphere fell directly from the sky, like a falling meteor, leaving a long silver-white light mark. Just as this lightning energy sphere was about to fall into the sea, a white light figure suddenly appeared on the side, stretched out his palm, and slowly caught this lightning energy sphere. Ding! Get Lightning Ion Core X1. Ding! Lightning Ion Core. After use, you can get the Lightning Ion feature. When the Lightning Ion feature is turned on, the strength attribute is increased by 10 times, and at the same time, it has the ability to release lightning, and is accompanied by the king-level pressure. It's finally over. After reading the introduction, Zhou Wen directly put away this Lightning Ion Core, and then his figure flashed and appeared among the unconscious survivors. The survivors all fainted on the ground due to the impact of the alien brain's mental power. Only Jiang Haidao did not faint because of the unfalling effect of the King of Survival title, but because he had used the characteristic before, he could only lie on the ground now. Brother Wen, what's wrong with your body? Jiang Haidao did not ask Zhou Wen and Zhao Teng if they were dead. There was so much noise in the sky just now. Although he was blocked by the hills, and could not see Zhou Wen's battle scene completely, he saw the flames rising into the sky and the terrifying explosions. In the end, Zhou Wen came back, and the result was self-evident. I don't know either. Zhou Wen glanced at the arm emitting white light. When he was caught by Zhao Teng and then attacked by lightning, he thought he was dead, but somehow, a powerful energy burst out from his body, and when he reacted, it was already like this. I can't maintain this state for long. I leave it to you next. Zhou Wen took out a physical energy instant recovery capsule and gave it to Jiang Haitao to take, then entered the crowd of survivors and sat down near the 9 candidates of the boss team. Rainbow Cube has 5 minutes left to supply energy, and he will collapse to the ground due to excessive physical consumption after 5 minutes. After taking the physical energy instant recovery capsule, Jiang Haitao's body was able to move soon, and he stood up directly from the ground, wearing abyss scale armor, a bloody crown on his head, and holding a bloody sword in his hand, and his whole person was domineering. Brother Wen, is this okay? Jiang Haitao asked Zhou Wen. Well, go get the pile of burnt alien brain corpses with only shells left. Zhou Wen thought for a moment. Jiang Haitao just stood in front of everyone, which was not enough to let them know that it was Jiang Haitao who solved the crisis. Some background arrangement was needed. After Jiang Haitao brought the shell of the black armor alien brain, Zhou Wen asked him to hold the skull of the black armor alien brain first, and then use Wang Wei to wake everyone up, and then throw the skull of the alien brain away. The energy supply time of Rainbow Cube was almost up. Zhou Wen laid down on the ground, and soon the white energy on the surface of his body disappeared, and the whole person entered an extremely weak state. In order to determine whether the previous white light state was harmful to him, Zhou Wen used his mental power to check his body, but found that the roots of the white cult Leviathan seeds that had spread all over his body had disappeared, and the white cult Leviathan energy that was blocked in his body was gone. But Zhou Wen was not happy, because in his golden body, the flesh and blood that had been eroded by the roots of the white horse Leviathan seeds had turned from golden to bright white. It seemed that the roots had merged with Zhao Teng's body under his lightning attack. Alas, I don't know whether it is good or bad. Zhou Wen sighed as he looked at his golden body, which now seemed to have spider-web-like white cracks. Forget it, no matter what, I was able to survive this time, thanks to the roots of these white horse Leviathan seeds. If there is any harm, I will find a way to solve it later. In this battle with Zhao Teng, Zhou Wen used all his trump cards. If he had not merged with the roots of the white horse Leviathan when he was caught by Zhao Teng, he might have died now. The parasitism of the white horse Leviathan saved his life, which was a blessing in disguise. At this time, Jiang Haitao released Wang Wei, and all the survivors who fainted woke up from their coma after being covered by Wang Wei. The first thing they did when they woke up was to observe the surrounding situation. They saw Jiang Haitao, the president of the Jiangge Guild, throwing away a burnt alien brain head, wearing a bloody crown and holding a bloody sword. His tall back stood in front of everyone, and in front of him were piles of alien brain corpses. Okay, the space blockade should have been lifted, you can go back. Jiang Haitao slowly turned his head, and said to the people behind him in a very domineering manner. Chapter 533. Have the alien brains been solved? And what about Zhao Teng, who betrayed humanity? Zhou Wen asked with difficulty in a weak tone. Jiang Haitao's tone sank, and his majestic mental power instantly covered everyone, causing those ordinary survivors who had just stood up to kneel on the ground one after another. The president of the medium-sized guild lying on the ground was even more oppressed and couldn't breathe. You dare to question me? Jiang Haitao looked at Zhou Wen and said angrily. No, I just think that the alien brain is very dangerous and must be cleaned up, and Zhao Teng actually dared to cooperate with the alien brain. This is definitely a big problem for us survivors. I just want to confirm it. Zhou Wen continued to say with difficulty. They're just a bunch of bugs. I have already cleared them out. I don't need you to teach me. After hearing Jiang Haitao's words, Zhou Wen showed an expression of disbelief on his face. He wanted to say something else, but was stopped by the ordinary survivors behind him. Zhou Wen had to give up. Then everyone teleported back to their stomach wall space. Zhou Wen also returned to his stomach wall space, and then lay on the ground to sleep. He was too tired from this battle. Soon, The news that Zhao Teng and the alien brain wanted to rule all the survivors in the World Communication Channel was passed on to the World Communication Channel by the survivors who were watching the battle. Those survivors who did not go to watch the battle were immediately in an uproar. Fuck, such a big thing happened today. Fortunately, there is King Jiang, otherwise we might really be ruled by Zhao Teng and the alien brain. King Jiang is mighty. King Jiang is awesome. Wait, didn't you find a problem? That is, King Jiang is not affected by the alien brain. Isn't this the mysterious strongman we discussed before? Really, and I heard that King Jiang also killed all the alien brains that attacked the party this time. Haha, with King Jiang, we don't have to worry about being attacked by alien brains anymore. I knew Zhao Teng was not a good guy before. He deserved to meet King Jiang, and he actually cooperated with the alien brain. He is simply a beast. That's right, that's right. I just looked for Zhao Teng's avatar, but I can't find it anymore. Zhao Teng is dead, and those bastards of the Tingfei Guild are finally going to disband. Haha. The news that Zhao Teng and the alien brain attacked the party quickly fermented in the World Communication Channel. After the members of the Tingfei Guild confirmed that their president was dead, they were extremely panicked. They had done a lot of killing and robbing before, and now they have lost their backers. At the same time, they are still members of the Tingfei Guild. If they are not careful, they will become the targets of killing and robbing. So the Tingfei Guild was disbanded directly, and many guild members immediately changed the prefix of their names, integrated into the ordinary survivors, and then cursed the Tingfei Guild together. However, at this exciting moment, some survivors challenged the presidents of medium-sized guilds, who had already fallen into a weak state, and even challenged Jiang Haitao to a duel, but they were all killed without exception. After all, these medium-sized guild presidents were protected by their confidants, and were not defeated by ordinary survivors. And Zhou Wen, the boss, naturally had someone to duel with, and it was an acquaintance, that is, Zheng Chang, who held the election of the boss and held a peace agreement meeting on the mountain Leviathan. Boss, I know my business. It's only a matter of time before it's exposed, but before I die, I have to drag someone down with me. In the duel space, after the two blue light curtains merged, Zheng Chang slowly walked towards Zhou Wen lying on the ground, saying lightly, "You were Zhao Teng's man from the beginning?" Zhou Wen asked while lying on the ground without even wearing armor. Yes, the purpose is to gather all the medium-sized guilds, and the other two guilds, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. I didn't expect that President Jiang was so powerful that even the alien brain couldn't do anything to him. I shouldn't have listened to Zhao Teng if I had known. Zheng Chang shook his head. You knew that Zhao Teng was cooperating with the alien brain, but you still helped Zhao Teng. Even if there was no President Jiang, you would still be occupied by the alien brain. Don't you understand the principle of seeking the skin of a tiger? Zhou Wen continued. Haha, so what if you seek the skin of a tiger? Alien brains cannot use the world system. They can't convert all survivors. As long as I am useful, I have a high probability of surviving. But if I am just an ordinary survivor, according to the previous situation, I will almost certainly be converted by the alien brain. Boss, have you ever thought about this? The mental impact of the alien brain can easily knock out a survivor, and before President Jiang appeared, no one could resist the mental power of the alien brain. If this continues, as time goes by, more and more survivors will be infected by the alien brain, and the number of alien brains will also increase. In the end, everyone will be infected by the alien brain. Since the result is already determined, why don't I fight for myself? Okay, that's it, boss, we see you later. Zheng Chang had already come to Zhou Wen at this time, and directly raised the crystal-shaped broadsword in his hand, and chopped towards Zhou Wen's neck. However, just as Zheng Chang was about to chop down the crystal broadsword, a black line instantly pierced through his armor on the surface of his body, and also pierced through his brain. The look on Zheng Chang's face immediately solidified, looking at Zhou Wen in disbelief, and then his body fell straight backwards. Goodbye, Zhou Wen said lightly. After Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, Jiang Haitao sent a warning message in the World Communication Channel. No one is going to challenge a duel these 2 days. I will kill anyone who dares to challenge me. Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to send this message. Ordinary survivors want to take the opportunity to challenge the president of a medium-sized guild. It is not a big threat to the president of a medium-sized guild, but those small guilds have not taken action yet. If they unite, they may really kill a president of a medium-sized guild. Jiang Haitao's message is to prohibit these small guilds, or some small teams with stronger strength, from continuing to attack the presidents of medium-sized guilds, who have entered the weak period. Among the presidents of medium-sized guilds, Zhou Wen can ignore other people, but Bai Lan, He and Zhou Junyang still need to be taken care of. Ordinary survivors who attended the party also said in the World Communication Channel that Jiang Haitao did not fall into weakness. There were also people who did not believe in evil and challenged Jiang Haitao before, and they were directly killed. Therefore, Jiang Haitao's speech can definitely deter those small guild presidents. In the following time, the World Communication Channel was much more peaceful, and there was no more dual news. Zhou Wen could rest at ease. On the afternoon of the 114th day, after resting for more than 30 hours, Zhou Wen was barely able to move his body. The first thing he did was to eat the 22 blood vein fruits that had ripened yesterday to replenish 22 blood vein energies for himself. I don't know if it's because of the use of the rainbow cube, all the energy in his body was emptied, blood vein energy, brilliant gold energy, black flame energy, all of them were gone. Before he used the rainbow cube, these energies had not been used up. Chapter 534. After replenishing the 22 blood energy, Zhou Wen had a simple meal to replenish his physical strength, and then took the black shell solution and abyss crystal fragments to replenish tungsten elements and black flame energy. After doing this, Zhou Wen entered the crystal sea view box to absorb negative oxygen ions, and at the same time absorb the gold core to condense the golden energy. There was nothing to do next, so Zhou Wen opened the system interface and checked the item emails sent by the world system to Zhao Teng. As the president of the three major guilds, Zhao Teng naturally had a lot of items, but in Zhou Wen's opinion, 99% of these emails were some very ordinary things: biological meat, equipment drawings, characteristic steel stamps and cores, basic materials, and so on. After cleaning for a while, Zhou Wen saw an item that made his eyes light up. It was a biological corpse. The introduction on the system email was the corpse of Thunder Leviathan. It seems that Zhao Teng picked up a corpse of a king-level Leviathan. This also explains the origin of Zhao Teng's king-level core. Zhou Wen was very confused about where Zhao Teng's king-level core came from before. It turned out that he was lucky to pick it up. There is a bottle of gene chimera. The spinal fluid in this Thunder Leviathan corpse can be used to make a gene medicine for Thunder Leviathan. Zhou Wen thought excitedly. With a Thunder Ion core, he can release thunder and lightning. Zhou Wen continued to look through the emails. Those that he didn't like were sent directly to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, asking them to clean them up, and those that were useful to him were kept. In the end, Zhou Wen left 6 emails in a pile of emails. The first email contained the corpse of the Thunder Leviathan we just saw. The second email contained 100 bottles of alien brain factors. The third email contained a positioning card called Neural Algae Bubble C Positioning Card. The fourth email contained a Golden Foundation Blueprint. The fifth email contained a bunch of potions, and the sixth email contained 8 bottles of instant plant growth liquid. Neural Algae Bubble? Zhou Wen had an impression of this Neural Algae Bubble. It was a device required in the Mecha Intelligent Brain Blueprint, called the Neural Algae Bubble Culture Chamber. This Neural Algae Bubble should be one of the materials for making the culture chamber. Use it. Zhou Wen tried to use it, but the positioning card did not respond. He guessed that it might be necessary to enter the Abyss Sea to use it. Zhou Wen directly sent the Golden Foundation Blueprint to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to use it in the future. After Zhou Wen extracted the medicine in the 5th email, he roughly looked at the logo on the medicine. It was a genetic medicine of various organisms, but the world system did not have a prompt sound, which means that these medicines did not meet the genetic medicine standards of the world system. Zhou Wen roughly counted and found that there were 33 kinds of genetic medicines in total. The liquid inside was blue. Considering that Zhao Teng cooperated with the alien brain, these genetic medicines should all be made by the alien brain and belong to 3 no products. Zhao Teng said before that the alien brain cannot corrode the king level, so can these gene drugs be used for Jiang Haitao? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of it, but he just thought about it. No one knows what side effects these gene drugs will have after taking them. It is completely cheating to use them for Jiang Haitao. After looking at these items, time has come to night. Zhou Wen continues to absorb gold energy in the crystal sea view box. At about 12 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian have cleaned up the biological meat and sent him 20 kinds of biological meat that he has never eaten before, and 3 kinds of Leviathan flesh. The 3 kinds of Leviathan flesh are Swift Leviathan, Powerful Leviathan, and Flowing Leviathan, but none of them have cores. But it doesn't matter. Zhou Wen had obtained the cores of the Swift Leviathan and the Powerful Leviathan from the Leviathan skeletons on the seabed in the Bubble Sea before. It's just that the core of the Flowing Light Leviathan is missing. Moreover, the cores of these Leviathans are not strong. For him, flesh and blood are more important. Then, Zhou left the crystal Seaview box and used 3 bottles of instant plant growth liquid in succession to obtain 3 new Leviathan blood veins fruits, and then ate them one by one. Ding! Eat the swift Leviathan blood veins fruit, speed plus 11. Ding! Eat the powerful Leviathan blood veins fruit, strength plus 11. Ding! Eat the flowing light Leviathan blood veins fruit, speed plus 11. Not bad, both increase speed. After eating 3 blood veins fruits, Zhou strength attribute increased by 11 points and his speed attribute increased by 22 points. Zhou looked at his character attribute panel, and his face suddenly brightened. He was no longer parasitized by the White Horse Leviathan, and he could use the egg liquid of the White Horse Leviathan to improve his speed attribute. 1 egg liquid is 100 points of speed attribute. Even if it cannot be reused, it is definitely worth it to increase the speed by 100 points at a time. Zhou immediately took out a portion of egg liquid from the locker and used it directly. The egg liquid enveloped Zhou, and the energy in the egg liquid quickly entered his body. After a while, the entire egg liquid was absorbed. But what surprised Zhou was that after absorbing the egg liquid, there was no system prompt sound in his mind. Looking at his character attribute panel again, the speed attribute value did not change at all. Can the egg liquid only be used once? Zhou had used one when he broke through the speed limit before. These 100 points of speed are wasted. Zhou now has the speed bubble that breaks through the speed limit. If he can replace the 2, he can get 100 more points of speed. Of course, this idea is very unrealistic. If he doesn't break through the speed limit, Zhou may not be able to enter the colorful bubble of the energy rainbow tree at all, and he won't be able to get the speed bubble. Just as Zhou was about to return to the Crystal Seaview box to continue absorbing the gold energy, he suddenly found that there was an extra energy in his body. Is this the energy of the White Horse Leviathan? Zhou's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly realized that the White Horse Leviathan egg liquid he just absorbed might not be reusable, but the energy in the egg liquid was converted into White Horse Leviathan energy by his body, and stored in his body. Will I be able to use that white light form again? Zhou was surprised, but he did not try to mobilize the energy of the White Horse Leviathan in his body, because there were still 3 portions of egg liquid left. If he used 1 portion, he would have 1 less. After using it, he would not be able to get it again. I lost the rainbow cube, but I got a White Horse Leviathan form. It's not a loss. However, Zhou carefully observed the energy ball of the White Horse Leviathan in his body. It was only the size of a fist. This amount of energy may not be able to maintain the White Horse Leviathan form for a long time. But with Zhou's understanding of the strength of the White Horse Leviathan form, as long as it can be activated, even if it is only for a few seconds, it is enough to turn the tide of the battle, unless he encounters another guy with a Fusion King core. Chapter 535. On the morning of the 115th day, Zhou came out of the Crystal Seaview box. After a night, his physical fitness improved a little, the golden energy in his body also recovered to 30, and some tungsten elements were also stored. Only his teeth had not yet turned black. After inspecting the stomach wall space as usual and confirming that everything was normal, Zhou took out the 20 kinds of biological meat he got from Zhao Tun yesterday, and looked at them. He didn't see any problems, but he didn't dare to eat them. Zhao Tun cooperated with the alien brain. Who knows if there are alien brain factors in these biological meats? He has no ability to be immune to alien brain factors. If he eats them rashly, if he is infected with alien brain factors, it will be troublesome. So Zhou threw these biological meats and the box out of the body of the illusionary Leviathan, and then floated to the surface of the sea, came to the ice layer, and took out the corpse of the king-level Leviathan. Xiao Tang had cut up the corpse of the king-level Leviathan, but the world system put the cut-up corpses into the same email. So when he took it out, the huge pieces of meat piled up into a tall meat mountain. Unfortunately, these pieces of meat were severely corrupted, and could not be used to grow Leviathan blood vein fruit. Zhou touched the pieces of meat with his hands, and obtained the biological illustration information of the Thunder Leviathan. Thunder Leviathan stage, juvenile. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 75 million tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A king-level Leviathan that lives in the endless sea. It exudes terrifying silver thunder all over its body, and has extremely strong destructive power. It's still a juvenile body, but where is the endless sea? How did the corpse run to the deep blue sea? Zhou asked with some doubts. The White Horse Leviathan he met before also lived in the endless sea, but also appeared in the deep blue sea. Unable to figure it out, Zhou stopped investigating and searched for the spine in the corpse of Thunder Leviathan. He then split a section with the golden sword and obtained a drop of spinal fluid flashing with white lightning. After obtaining the spinal fluid of Thunder Leviathan, Zhou took out a bottle of Heterobrain Factor and poured the Heterobrain Factor with blue light directly into the bottle containing the spinal fluid of Thunder Leviathan. After the silver-white spinal fluid of Thunder Leviathan merged with the blue Heterobrain Factor, it gradually turned light blue. Then Zhou took out the Gene Chimera he had obtained before, and poured the light blue solution mixed with the spinal fluid of Thunder Leviathan and the Heterobrain Factor into the transparent Gene Chimera. As Zhou's arm slowly shook, the light blue solution merged with the transparent Gene Chimera, and the solution that was originally dyed light blue by the Heterobrain Factor turned silvery white again. Ding! Obtained Thunder Leviathan Gene Agent X1. At this time, the world system prompt sounded in his mind, indicating that this bottle of gene potion has been made. Zhou couldn't wait to check the information. Ding! Lightning Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you can obtain the Lightning Leviathan Gene, and have the ability to eat the flesh and blood of Leviathan creatures to obtain Lightning Ion energy. The physique reaches 1000 points, and the character panel reaches the Medium Leviathan before it can be used. Medium Leviathan character panel. This requirement is 2 levels lower than the seed level of the Meteorite Leviathan. Zhou's current character panel is at the Leviathan level, which is 2 levels away from the Medium Leviathan. It is necessary to break through the upper limits of the 4 attributes twice before it can be achieved. It's still a bit difficult to use the Lightning Ion core, Zhou said helplessly. He felt that directly fusing the king-level core like Xiao Tang might be a good shortcut, but he was not that crazy yet. After collecting the Lightning Leviathan Gene Potion and the body of the Lightning Leviathan, Zhou prepared to return to the stomach wall space. But at this moment, he looked up inadvertently and found a dark blue light spot in the sky. He was sure that this dark blue light spot had not been in the sky before. Zhou looked at it for a while, not knowing whether it was his illusion. He felt that the dark blue light spot was getting bigger and bigger. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, somehow, cracks suddenly appeared on the ice surface under his feet and continued to spread around. Crack. Bang. The thick ice layers suddenly cracked, forming huge gullies, like a bottomless rift valley. Then, these ice layers started to move like the Earth's crust, with huge ice layers with a thickness of hundreds of meters, and an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters rising rapidly. Swoosh. Zhou moved quickly on these broken ice layers. Through observation, he found that these ice layers were broken because of the squeezing of the seawater below. The seawater seemed to be affected by the gravity of the gradually approaching blue light spot, and was constantly surging upwards, forming layers of huge waves. I have to enter the Abyss Sea quickly. Zhou didn't know what impact the deep blue light spot in the sky would have on the planet he was on, but the world system had a purpose for all survivors to reach the Abyss Sea within 120 days. He guessed that it was probably related to this deep blue light spot. Zhou did not drill into the broken ice in this chaotic situation, but teleported directly to Jiang Haitao's seaweed forest. At this time, the sunlight in the seaweed forest was brighter, but this was not good news, because it meant that the seawater here had become shallower. Zhou did not care about these for the time being. He first took a look at the growing Golden King algae. The planting time of the Golden King algae here was slower than that of Chenxian, so it would take some time before the results were obtained. Then he took another look at the Tsuyu Tai Sui. After the diameter of Tsuyu Tai Sui grew to 10 meters, it did not continue to grow. The cavity with a diameter of 1 meter inside had secreted a large amount of Tsuyu agar at this time. Zhou put his hand into it. Ding! Obtained Tsuyu agar X5. After obtaining 5 portions of Tsuyu agar, Zhou gave them to Jiang Haitao, Chenxian, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, and Zhang Dong Liang respectively. Although the recovery effect of Tsuyu agar was not very good, it could still increase 5 points of physical fitness after taking it. Then, Zhou went to Chenxian seaweed forest. The sunlight in Chenxian seaweed forest became brighter, and the seawater here also became shallower. Zhou came to the outer crimson kelp area. 4 days ago, he sprinkled rhizobia in the crimson kelp area. At this time, the roots of the crimson kelp and bamboo sea mushrooms in this area have grown spherical nodules. These nodules are much larger than those grown in the seaweed planting box. Each one is the size of a fist, while the nodules grown in the seaweed planting box are only the size of a longan. Zhou picked a crimson nodule, but the system prompt sounded in his mind, which surprised him a little, because when he obtained a small crimson nodule before, there was no prompt sound. Chapter 536. Ding! Medium-sized crimson root nodules. After consumption, strength and constitution are increased by 1 point each. 10 of them are fed to the phantom leviathan together to increase the growth rate of the phantom leviathan by 20%. The increased attributes after consumption have not changed, but it can be fed to the phantom leviathan to speed up the growth rate of the phantom leviathan. It's okay. Zhou indefinitely can't use it now, but he can give it to guild members. Ding! Medium-sized sea mushroom root nodules. After consumption, strength, constitution, and speed are increased by 1 point each. 10 of them are fed to the phantom leviathan together to increase the growth rate of the phantom leviathan by 30%. This rhizobium is equivalent to concentrating the nutrients in the seaweed. Zhou said, as he looked at the medium-sized sea mushroom root nodules in his hand, which looked like they were covered with black hair, and then ate them directly. Ding! Eat the medium-sized sea mushroom root nodules, strength +1, constitution +1, speed +1. After watching the growth of rhizobia, Zhou teleported back to his stomach wall space. As for whether to use rhizobia in the Golden King algae area, he had to wait until the golden fruit of the Golden King algae matured. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou sent a message to Chen Xian, asking her to send core members of the guild to harvest nodules and continue to spread rhizobia. Then, after the metamorphosis leviathan marched for a while, it entered the feeding stage. After Zhou cleaned up the parasites that entered the stomach wall space, he began to crush the seaweed. Now the metamorphosis leviathan's appetite has increased a lot, and it eats 1 million portions of seaweed in one meal. After feeding the metamorphosis leviathan with seaweed and Golden King algae leaves, Zhou had nothing else to do, so he continued to absorb the energy of the golden core. At this time, the survivors in the World Communication Channel were also discussing the cracking of the ice layer, but most of them thought it was a good thing, because the cracking of the ice layer on the sea surface also meant that the temperature of the seawater would rise, and their transformed leviathan could swim faster. On the other hand, Jiang Haitao led the core members of his guild to take over Zhao Ting's mining areas and land everywhere. If they met the original Tingfei guild members, who wanted to occupy these resources, they would kill them directly if they dared to resist. However, when taking over these resources, Jiang Haitao and his party still encountered trouble, that is, a Leviathan island was full of alien brains. But these alien brains did not directly attack Jiang Haitao and his party, but wanted to discuss cooperation with Jiang Haitao. However, Jiang Haitao did not want to be a traitor to mankind and directly went to war with these alien brains. Jiang Haitao activated Wang Wei and enveloped the core members of his guild. The mental impact of the alien brain was instantly invalid. For a time, 50 people and thousands of alien brains fought. These core members of the guild have been vigorously cultivated by the guild. Everyone has a strength of more than 200 points. After activating the burning characteristic, their strength surges to 400 points, which can directly crush the alien brains with low mutation levels. Although the burning characteristic is not a strong characteristic, it is also very rare on the market. The reason why these core members of the guild all have the burning characteristic is naturally that Zhou obtained it by killing a large number of abyssal dragon fish in the Abyss Strait. When encountering alien brains with high mutation levels and strong strength, it is Jiang Haitao's turn to take action. Thousands of alien brains were quickly cleared. Some of the alien brains saw that the situation was not good and jumped directly into the water, and were then taken away by the phantom leviathan that was also eroded by the alien brains. Jiang Haitao killed thousands of alien brains again. This exciting news spread in the World Communication Channel and immediately triggered discussions among all survivors. Not only ordinary survivors, but even the presidents of various guilds all had a little awe for Jiang Haitao. Because no matter what, Jiang Haitao is the only survivor who can ignore the mental power of alien brains, and alien brains are the enemies of all survivors. Jiang Haitao's ability to eliminate so many alien brains is good news for them. But there are two guild presidents who are suspicious about the fact that it was Jiang Haitao who saved them on the mountain Leviathan Island. These two presidents are Zhuo Junyang and He Yue. At this time, the two are privately communicating the details of their previous contact with the boss. What? Gold core, with 3 times the physical fitness improvement? Zhuo Junyang was shocked when he heard that the boss had given He Yue the gold core. He thought that the boss had been generous in giving him the silver characteristics, with 2 times the physical fitness improvement, but he didn't expect that he had also given He Yue the gold core. Do you think President Jiang is also connected with the boss? A bold idea suddenly came to Zhuo Junyang's mind. I don't think so. Didn't the boss fight with President Jiang when the peace agreement was signed? He Yue said, I think the boss did it on purpose. Before, the boss pretended to lose to Bai Lan from the Black Knife Society, and Bai Lan is also connected with the boss. Zhu Junyang analyzed. After all, he had more contact with the boss than He Yue, and knew that the boss liked to hide his strength and usually did not show his strength. If this is true, then the boss is not affected by the mental power of the alien brain? He Yue said immediately. It must be, otherwise how can we fight against the alien brain? Zhu Junyang said very confidently. Let's ask Bai Lan again. Didn't Bai Lan always say that he has a boss behind him? Is he the boss? He Yue said. So the two of them talked to Bai Lan, but the result of the conversation made them both confused. Joe, when is my boss behind the scenes? What are you talking about? Does he deserve it? Bai Lan said angrily. Ah? Isn't it? Then why did your guild approach the boss's position when they were on the mountain Leviathan before? He Yue said a little puzzled. That was my eldest brother who asked me to go, not because of Joe. One? Bai Lan suddenly realized something when he said this. Because the boss behind the scenes of their guild has always been contacted through Lung Liang, that is, the eldest brother in Bai Lan's mouth, and when facing an unsolvable crisis at that time, Lung Liang asked the people in their guild to approach Zhou Wen. What this shows is obvious. Wang Wen, Zhou Wen, it's over. Brother Liang is hurting me. Bai Lan's expression changed drastically. He ended the communication with Zhu Junyang and He Yue, and sent a private message to Zhou Wen to explain. Zhou Wen was not surprised that Bai Lan sent him a message, because Zhu Junyang, He Yue, and Bai Lan had met before. After the three of them communicated privately, Bai Lan knew his identity. Zhou Wen had arranged the duel, so he naturally would not blame Bai Lan. He just asked Bai Lan to change his name to two colors, one white and one red, and the whole was white and red. After joking with Bai Lan, Zhou Wen sent a honeycomb bone piece of a meteorite treasure chest to Chen Xian and asked her to sell it tomorrow. In the rest of the time, Zhou Wen continued to absorb the energy of the gold core and condense the brilliant gold energy. Chapter 537. At night, the phantom Leviathan stopped moving. After a day, Zhou Wen condensed 30 more golden energies, a total of 60 golden energies in his body, and the tungsten element was almost replenished. Zhou Wen moved his mind and teleported himself to the colorful bubble of the energy rainbow tree. After almost 3 days, a soybean-sized liquid ball had condensed on the top of the luminous thread in the center of the colorful bubble. These liquid balls are the basis for generating bubbles of 3 attributes, strength, physique, and speed, but the production speed is too slow, so Zhou Wen picked these liquid balls and threw them into his mouth. After absorbing these liquid balls, a fist-sized 3-color energy ball was generated in his body. Then, after spending an hour to absorb the energy in 10 luminous threads, Zhou Wen left the colorful bubble. As soon as he came outside, he found that the bubble sea area was different from before. The flow rate of the seawater here was much faster than before. Zhou Wen came to the Leviathan skeletons and continued to search for the core, but after searching for a while, a large number of energy bubbles gathered in one direction above his head. Zhou Wen knew that another Leviathan creature had entered the bubble sea area, which also meant that he could pick up another core and supply box. But after following them, he found that there was not only one Leviathan creature entering the bubble sea area, but dozens of them. These Leviathan creatures were of different species, but they crossed the bubble sea area together, and the number of Leviathans was increasing. Some fast Leviathan creatures could pass directly through the bubble sea area because the energy bubbles could not keep up. Why did all these Leviathans come to the Abyss Sea? Zhou Wen wondered in his heart. A large number of giant creatures gathered above, which looked extremely spectacular, like a huge fleet flying in space. Because there were too many Leviathan creatures, the energy bubbles could not attack them all, so they could only focus on one. After killing one, they continued to attack another. Zhou Wen was naturally waiting for the bodies of Leviathans killed by energy bubbles below. Gradually, more and more Leviathan creatures entered the bubble sea area. Although they were not densely packed, there were also 500 or 600. 10 were killed by energy bubbles in one night. If it weren't for the fact that the speed of energy bubbles generated by the energy rainbow tree later decreased, causing the attackability of the energy bubble group to be greatly weakened, at least 20 or 30 Leviathan creatures could be killed in one night. Zhou Wen, who was watching the battle below, naturally put these dead Leviathan cores and supply boxes into his bag. He obtained a total of 10 cores. The items in the supply boxes were similar, that is, the equipment drawings of the corresponding Leviathan creatures, which were not of much value to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was more interested in the flesh and blood of these Leviathan creatures. Excluding the duplicates of the 10 Leviathan creatures, he obtained 6 new Leviathan creatures. They are Silver Leviathan, Crystal Leviathan, Glaze Leviathan, Red Gold Leviathan, Bone Leviathan, and Power Leviathan. Among them, the Red Gold Leviathan, Joan had obtained a Red Gold core in the Bubble Sea before, which has the effect of increasing physical fitness by 4 times. Because there was no corresponding gene medicine before, it could only be used to absorb gold energy. Now he has obtained another Red Gold core, and also opened the Red Gold Leviathan gene potion from the Red Gold Leviathan's exclusive supply box, which can be used by his subordinates. On the 116th day, Joan returned to the stomach wall space and directly used 6 bottles of instant plant growth liquid to plant the 6 Leviathan creatures obtained last night into corresponding Leviathan blood veins fruit. While these blood veins fruits were growing, Joan looked at the cores of the other 5 Leviathans. The effect of the Silver Flash core is to increase the speed attribute by 2 times. Originally, this kind of Leviathan creature with a relatively fast speed could not be attacked by the energy bubble. The reason why the Silver Flash Leviathan was killed was because it happened to hit the 100-meter thick energy beam emitted by the energy bubble, and its body was directly cut in half and died. There are 3 crystal cores and 2 glass cores. The effects of these 2 cores are relatively ordinary, which is to increase the physical attribute by 1 time. There are 2 barbarian bone cores, which double the strength attribute, while the giant strength core has a stronger effect, which can triple the strength attribute, and is considered a better core. After seeing the effects of these cores, the 6 types of Leviathan blood veins fruits are fully mature, and Joan directly eats all of them. Ding! Eat the silver Leviathan blood veins fruit, speed plus 11. Ding! Eat the crystal Leviathan blood veins fruit, physique plus 11. Ding! Eat the glazed Leviathan blood veins fruit, physique plus 11. Ding! Eat the red gold Leviathan blood veins fruit, physique plus 11. Ding! Eat the barbarian bone Leviathan blood veins fruit, strength plus 11. Ding! Eat the giant strength Leviathan blood veins fruit, strength plus 11. The 6 types of Leviathan blood veins fruit provided show when with a large number of attribute points, increasing his strength by 22 points, his physique by 33 points, and his speed by 11 points. After adding the points, he took a look at his character attribute panel. Joan, Leviathan Hunter plus 29. Bloodworm gene. Plate Tungsten Snail gene. Explosive Gun Bubble Shrimp gene. Brilliant Gold Sea Dragon gene. Black Flame Dragonfish gene. Normal human attribute is 10, intelligence, 23, upper limit, shock attribute, strength, 467, burning attribute, blood vein attribute, explosive attribute, black flame attribute, constitution, 612, tungsten gold attribute, copper diamond attribute, brilliant gold attribute, speed, 423, arc attribute, colorful attribute, shadow attribute. 3 attributes, evaluation, a humanoid Leviathan. Then, Joan sent the red gold core and red gold Leviathan gene to Bai Lan, and then sent the giant power core to Lun Liang. The giant power core does not require the corresponding gene potion. Later, after Joan fed the transformed Leviathan, he continued to enter the crystal sea view box to absorb negative oxygen ions and gold energy at the same time. Today, Chen Xian started selling honeycomb bone slices in the World Communication Channel. The price is very cheap. 1 honeycomb bone slice only needs 1,000 pieces of seaweed. Jiang Haidao has been in the Abyss Sea for a while. As he went deeper, he found that his transmogrified Leviathan took longer and longer to find food. Joan was worried that the transmogrified Leviathan might not have food later, so he just used the honeycomb bone slices he picked up to exchange for some seaweed. 1 million honeycomb bone slices were sold out quickly, and Chen Xian harvested 1 billion pieces of seaweed. Seeing that the market for honeycomb bone slices was so good, Joan planned to go to the Bubble Sea tonight to make some more. Anyway, they were made while looking for the core, and it wouldn't waste much time. When it was noon, the system prompt sounded in Joan's mind. Ding! You have entered the Abyss Sea. Chapter 538. Ding! You have entered the Abyss Sea. 120 days are almost up. I wonder what kind of test the world system will conduct this time. Joan felt that this test must be very difficult, otherwise it would not specifically require all survivors to enter the Abyss Sea. However, Joan did not worry about what would happen on the 120th day. Anyway, he had already entered the Abyss Sea, and he must have met the requirements of the world system. When the time reaches 120 days, he will naturally know. Joan came out of the Crystal Sea View box, took out the Neural Algae Sea Location card, obtained from Jiao Tung from the locker, and tried to use it. Ding! The Neural Algae Sea location card was used successfully, and the Neural Algae Sea has been located. According to the current marching speed of the transformed Leviathan, it is expected to arrive in 1 day. The positioning is successful. The Neural Algae Sea is indeed in the Abyss Sea. Zhou Wen was a little surprised when the positioning card was used successfully right after entering the Abyss Sea. He thought he would have to use it several times, and go deep into the Abyss Sea for a while before the positioning was successful. It only takes 1 day to transform into Leviathan and reach the Neural Algae Sea. In order not to delay the trip, Zhou Wen decided to stay in the stomach wall space to absorb the gold energy today. But just as he was about to enter the Crystal Sea View box, he received a private message. When he opened the system interface, he saw that it was from Lin Yun. "Boss, what's wrong with Zheng Chong? Why did he challenge you to a duel before? He is Jiao Tung's man. The purpose of electing the person in charge is to gather all the medium-sized guilds under the pretext of signing a peace agreement and then wipe them out. Then, is it necessary for our team of leaders to exist? Yes, ordinary survivors also need a backer, otherwise some guilds will definitely get too far. However, I will not be the leader. You can choose a new one." Zhou Wen took this opportunity to reject his role as the leader. Originally, becoming the leader was an accident. Moreover, now that Jiao Tung is dead and the Tingfei Guild has been disbanded, the remaining 2 guilds are his. In addition, Jiang Haidao's reputation among the survivors is unmatched now. The guild and ordinary survivors will basically listen to him. Under Jiang Haidao's leadership, there will be absolutely no problem for the 2 sides to live in peace in the future, so there is no need for him to be the boss anymore. When Lin Yun heard that Zhou Wen was no longer the boss, he quickly dissuaded him. But after Zhou Wen refused several times, he had no choice but to accept it. Afterwards, Zhou Wen re-entered the Crystal Sea View box to absorb the gold energy, and at the same time opened the World Communication Channel to check the situation of the survivors. The ice on the sea surface broke, and the transformed Leviathan was finally restored from hibernation, but today is the 116th day. Can we enter the Abyss Sea before the 120th day? I think it's hard. There are less than 4 days left, and we don't know how far we are from the Abyss Sea. I think we should be able to reach it. Didn't you notice that the flow rate of the seawater has become much faster? The speed of the Leviathan transformation has also become faster. And through my observation, I found that the flow rate today is faster than yesterday. Maybe the flow rate of the seawater will be faster and faster in the next few days. What does this mean? Does the world system deliberately want us to enter the Abyss Sea earlier? To be honest, I don't want to enter the Abyss Sea. 120 days, isn't this the 4th trial? Maybe reaching the Abyss Sea is the condition for participating in the 4th trial? Hearing you say that, it seems to be true. Why don't you try to delay the time and wait until the 4th trial begins before entering the Abyss Sea? This is not good. The world system has said that we must enter the Abyss Sea before the 120th day. I think it is better to follow the prompts of the world system. Still following the instructions of the world system? How many people died in the first 3 trials? And those guys who replaced Leviathan didn't have to participate in the trial. They didn't follow the instructions of the world system. How come they are alive and well? I participated in the first 3 trials. Each one was more dangerous than the last. I survived only because of luck. I will not participate in this 4th trial again. If you are not afraid of death, then enter the Abyss Sea. In the World Communication Channel, 2 voices appeared at the same time. One was to enter the Abyss Sea, and the other was not to enter the Abyss Sea. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Haitao sent Zhou Wen a Xianshan Leviathan deworming coupon, which Jiang Haitao had just opened from the supply box. After extracting the deworming coupon, Zhou Wen immediately left the Crystal Sea View box and opened a supply box he had obtained. There were only some basic materials inside, so he directly used the Xianshan Leviathan deworming coupon to enter its body to deworm and obtain the floating factor. The Xianshan Leviathan that needed to be dewormed this time was still an adult, with a body length of 2,000 meters. Zhou Wen cleared all the parasites at the fastest speed and obtained another 2,000 floating factors. Huh? Just as Zhou Wen was about to kill the last parasite and finish the mission and return to the stomach wall space, he saw through the transparent body of Xianshan Leviathan that the seawater below was extremely turbulent, and layers of huge waves up to 1,000 meters were constantly rolling. Under the turbulent sea, huge shadows were swimming quickly in the direction of the surging sea current. Zhou Wen even saw many large leviathans, with a body length of 10,000 meters. Not only the leviathans in the sea water, but even the cloud-eating leviathans in the sky were flying in the direction of the surging sea water. Zhou looked up at the sky. The dark blue light spot had become much larger. It was only the size of a ping-pong ball yesterday, but it was already the size of a disc today. Looking at the dark blue light spot approaching in the sky, combined with the behavior of a large number of leviathan creatures in the ocean that seemed to be migrating, Zhou felt that the end of the world was coming. What is that dark blue light spot? It won't fall directly, right? Zhou had a bad premonition in his heart. After completing the insect removal task of the cloud-eating leviathan, Zhou came to the back of the transformed leviathan and directly transported the newly acquired 2,000 floating factors into the interior of the blade of split flame. But after transporting all the floating factors, he still couldn't pick it up. At night, Zhou opened the 2 boxes of supplies he got today. The first box contained a can of pork. After putting it in the locker, he opened the second box. Ding! Obtained 1 Xianshan Leviathan deworming coupon. Another Xianshan Leviathan deworming coupon? Zhou was a little surprised. However, he needed the floating factor, so he used it directly. After deworming this time, he found that there were other Xianshan Leviathans around the Xianshan Leviathan he was in, and these Xianshan Leviathans began to gather together. Chapter 539. After returning to the stomach wall space, the transformed Leviathan began to rest, while Zhou went to the colorful bubble of the energy rainbow tree. He first used the 2,000 floating factors he had just obtained on the blade of the blade, and then spent an hour absorbing the energy liquid in the glowing threads. At this time, the 3-color energy in Zhou's body was enough for him to activate the 3 characteristics for 3 minutes. Then, Zhou left the colorful bubble. He obtained 6 kinds of Leviathan creature meat and 10 cores last night. Today, there will definitely be a large number of Leviathan creatures entering the bubble sea, and he can pick up some Leviathan creature corpses for free. However, what Zhou didn't expect was that he didn't even pick up a Leviathan corpse in one night. It's not that there are no Leviathan creatures entering the bubble sea. On the contrary, there are more Leviathan creatures entering the bubble sea than yesterday, reaching thousands. But for some unknown reason, today those energy bubbles did not attack those Leviathan creatures, but stayed quietly on the branches of the energy rainbow tree without moving. Only when some Leviathan creatures tried to approach the energy rainbow tree would these energy bubbles attack, and they would only repel them, not chase them. There was no other way. Without a fresh Leviathan corpse, Zhou could only look for the core in the Leviathan skeletons, and make those skeletons into honeycomb bone pieces. In the process of searching for the core, he found that the rainbow-colored roots of the energy rainbow tree that covered the entire bubble sea area had all lost their light after being 10,000 meters away from the main body, as if the energy inside had been sucked away. On the morning of the 117th day, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space. In one night, he made 2 million honeycomb bone pieces, but only found a core called bronze core. After using it, the physical attributes will be doubled and the skin will turn bronze. Then, Zhou gave the 2 million honeycomb bone pieces to Chen Xian for sale, and then he entered the crystal sea view box to absorb negative oxygen ions. What's going on? Zhou suddenly found that something was wrong with the stomach wall space, because the stomach wall space was particularly dark today. Since the white light factor of the Abyss Leviathan was hung on the top of the stomach wall space as a lamp, the stomach wall space has never been so dim. At this time, there are only some daylight ball worms and 5 electric light balls lighting. Zhou looked up, but was surprised to find that the white light factor on the top of the stomach wall space was gone. The stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan could not be entered by outsiders without his consent. So the white light factor suddenly disappeared, so there was only one possibility. He turned his head and looked at the small diamond sea snake huddled in the corner. The size of the small diamond sea snake is not small now. Its body length has reached 30 meters, and its body thickness has reached 2 meters. It has almost caught up with the 30-meter diamond sea snake that Zhou killed in the underwater maze trial. When the small diamond sea snake saw Zhou approaching, it immediately stretched out its 3-meter thick snake head towards Zhou and kept spitting out its snake tongue from its mouth, as if it wanted to put its head on Zhou, and then it was slapped back by Zhou. Open your mouth, Zhou said to the small diamond sea snake. Although the little diamond sea snake didn't understand what Zhou was saying, it saw Zhou trying to pry open its mouth. Suddenly, a bad memory came to its mind. Zhou had previously pried open its mouth with his hands, and then used a blood-drawing needle to draw blood from its mouth. So, the little diamond sea snake buried its head directly into its coiled body, leaving only a gap between the 2 parts of its body, revealing a pair of eyes looking at Zhou. Zhou smiled faintly, returned to the locker, took out some coal and biological meat, and then came back to the little diamond sea snake. It's time to eat. The little diamond sea snake's eyes lit up, and it lifted its head directly from its body, stretched it in front of the food, and was about to open its mouth to eat, but at this moment, a pair of hands grabbed its upper and lower jaws and broke them apart. A beam of white light instantly shot out from the mouth of the little diamond sea snake, and Zhou Wen was caught off guard, and was almost blinded by it. Sure enough, you ate it. The only creature in the stomach wall space that could eat a white light factor with a diameter of 1 meter was the little diamond sea snake. But Zhou Wen didn't know how the little diamond sea snake suddenly ate the white light factor. However, Zhou Wen did not let the little diamond crystal sea snake spit out the white light factor. The white light factor has no other use for Zhou Wen except lighting. He just doesn't know if it will affect the triangular fireflies and electric light hairballs. Especially the triangular fireflies. The mutated triangular fireflies now rely entirely on the energy emitted by the white light factor to attack multiple times. Without the white light factor, the triangular fireflies may degenerate back. The little diamond crystal sea snake was startled by Zhou Wen's sudden opening of its mouth. After Zhou Wen let go, it immediately retracted its head and hid in the gap between its body and trembled. Zhou Wen was too lazy to care about it. Since the little diamond crystal sea snake chose to eat it, the white light factor should not harm it. After that, the phantom leviathan entered the eating stage. After Zhou Wen fed the phantom leviathan, he went to the anointed soil leviathan. When decomposing the seaweed just now, Zhui Junyang sent a message saying that the seawater on the side of the soil leviathan had dropped a lot. With a thought, Zhou Wen was teleported to the soil leviathan. At this time, Zhui Junyang was standing on the edge of the back of the soil leviathan and looking down. After seeing Zhou Wen coming, he immediately ran over and said, "Boss, the seawater in this sea area has dropped a lot." Zhou Wen was not too surprised to hear Zhui Junyang's words. He just looked up at the deep blue light spot in the sky, which was already the size of a wash basin. Then he followed Zhui Junyang to the edge of the body of the soil leviathan and looked down. The current depth of the seawater can be seen with the naked eye. The depth of the water does not exceed 30 meters. In such shallow waters, the soil leviathan is no longer swimming, but crawling on all fours. "Boss, is it the low tide caused by the light spot in the sky?" Zhui Junyang looked up at the deep blue light spot and said, "Maybe," Zhou Wen said lightly, without making a decision. After all, he didn't know much more about the deep blue light in the sky than Zhui Junyang. If the seawater in this sea area disappears later, you can take people down and explore the surroundings. Maybe there are some uneaten creatures. Zhou Wen suddenly thought. Oh, okay, boss." After leaving the aromatic leviathan, Zhou Wen went to the 2 seaweed forests to take a look. The seawater in the sea area where the seaweed forests are located has become much shallower, and the growing seaweed is about to emerge from the water. Back to the stomach wall space, it was about noon when Zhou Wen heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding! The neural algae bubble sea area has arrived, and the positioning is completed. Chapter 540. After hearing the system prompt, Zhou Wen immediately put on his equipment and left the stomach wall space. As soon as he came out, he felt the current flow rate of the seawater. The impact was as strong as a high-pressure water gun. Zhou Wen was currently about 1,000 meters below the sea surface. At this depth, when he released his mental power to detect the surroundings, he did not find any spherical algae plants. Because he did not know where the neural algae bubble was exactly in this sea area, Zhou Wen clung to the body of the phantom leviathan, put on the crystal armor with significant pressure resistance on his body, and dived with the phantom leviathan. Swish! Suddenly, there was a torrent of sound in the dark sea water, as if some creature passed by the phantom leviathan. The creature swam very fast, making the already turbulent sea water even more turbulent. In order to find the neural algae bubble in the dark sea water, Zhou Wen had been using his mental power, so when the creature passed by the phantom leviathan, he roughly saw what the creature looked like. It was a giant creature with a very smooth surface. Its body length should be about 300 meters, which is about the same as the body length of the phantom leviathan. According to its fleeting speed, it should be a speed-type leviathan creature. Seeing this leviathan creature passing by quickly, Zhou Wen frowned unconsciously, and then looked back in the direction from which it came. Whether it was the large number of leviathan creature shadows seen under the sea surface when removing insects from the body of the cloud-eating leviathan yesterday, or the large number of leviathan creatures seen in the bubble sea area of the energy rainbow tree, they all seem to be migrating to the abyss sea, which means that as time goes by, there will be more and more leviathan creatures in the abyss sea. The survivors may face being besieged by a large number of leviathan creatures. Zhou can still deal with ordinary Leviathan creatures with a length of about 1,000 meters, but if there is a Leviathan creature that can release energy on the surface of its body, it will be difficult for him to deal with it. Moreover, the Phantom Leviathan is with him. If he can't beat him, he can't even run away. By the way, the Phantom Leviathan can be invisible, and other Leviathan creatures should not be able to find it. Zhou thought of this, and his worries dissipated instantly. Following the Phantom Leviathan to continue diving, the depth of the seawater increased from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters, and then to 20,000 meters. Finally, at 25,000 meters, Zhou saw many spheres emitting faint light. With Zhou's current 614 points of physical fitness, wearing crystal scale armor, it is enough to withstand the water pressure at a depth of 25,000 meters. He swam directly to a sphere, and took a look at the appearance of these glowing spheres. The diameter of the glowing sphere is 3 meters, and there is a 1 centimeter thick transparent crystal membrane on the surface. The bottom of the sphere is connected to a 3-finger thick emerald green trunk. There are a lot of blue silk threads inside the sphere, and the shape of these blue silk threads is like neurons. This should be the neural algae bubble. Zhou thought to himself. After all, there are no other plants in this dark area except this spherical plant. Ding! Obtain neural algae bubble X1. Zhou touched the glowing sphere with his hand, and the system prompt sound immediately sounded in his mind. So easy to get? Zhou has been getting all the important items along the way, basically with twists and turns. He didn't expect it to be so smooth this time, which made him a little uncomfortable. After Zhou put the neural algae bubble into the deep blue treasure chest, he looked around. In the dark environment of the deep sea, the neural algae bubbles emitting faint light were very conspicuous. Because the seawater flow was too fast, these neural algae bubbles were all washed to one side, just like we'd blown down by the wind. Zhou roughly calculated that the number of neural algae bubbles was not large. While collecting them himself, he asked the Phantom Leviathan to collect them as well. They were soon collected, and a total of about 1,000 neural algae bubbles were obtained. In order to ensure that all the neural algae bubbles in this sea area were collected without missing, Zhou continued to dive with the Phantom Leviathan. When the depth reached 30,000 meters, he came to the bottom of this sea area. No neural algae bubbles were found here, but Zhou found a palm-sized dark blue crystal at the root of the emerald green trunk of the neural algae bubble through mental detection. Through mental observation, there are also neural filaments similar to those inside the neural algae bubble inside the dark blue crystal. Ding! Obtained 1 neural algae bubble seed. Ding! Neural algae bubble seed. Increase intelligence by 1 point after consumption. It's actually an item that increases intelligence. Items that can increase intelligence are relatively rare, and there are thousands of neural algae bubble roots here. Even if not every one has seeds, collecting 70 or 80 is definitely a lot. Because these neural algae bubble seeds do not emit light, Zhou can only use mental power to detect and search, and the Phantom Leviathan follows behind him. Because the neural algae bubble seeds are too small, the Phantom Leviathan can't help collect them at all. Just when Zhou collected hundreds of neural algae bubble seeds, the Phantom Leviathan behind him seemed to have discovered something and swam in one direction. Zhou saw that the neural algae bubble seed liquid had been collected almost, so he curiously followed the route of the Phantom Leviathan and swam over. The Phantom Leviathan stopped in front of a plant, with many neural algae bubbles growing on it. The shape of the trunk of this neural algae bubble was very different from that of other neural algae bubbles, which were just a slender trunk. But this one was in the shape of a tree, with many branches branching out from a main trunk, and a neural algae bubble at the end of each branch. Just when Zhou was about to get closer to check, he was suddenly attacked by a mental force, which was so concentrated that his head seemed to be pierced by a sharp needle. However, perhaps because of his relatively high intelligence, this concentrated mental force only made his head hurt for a while, and did not cause any harm to him. Bang! Suddenly, the trunk of this different neural algae bubble twisted strangely, and then a long strip of body emitting faint light suddenly rushed out from the ground. This different neural algae bubble turned out to be a mimic creature, but after rushing out from the ground, it did not attack Zhou or the Phantom Leviathan, but ran away directly. Zhou roughly estimated that the size of this creature was 200 meters, and it was probably a Leviathan creature, and it could also attack mentally, and it might be possible to obtain an intelligence core, so he directly let the Phantom Leviathan chase it. The mimic creature had not run far before it was instantly caught up by the Phantom Leviathan with flowing golden scales, and it was whipped in front of Zhou with its tail. Zhou directly used the black flame broadsword to cut the shell on its body, and drilled directly into its body. Chapter 541. When Zhou entered the mimicry and attacked it wantonly, his brain felt a dozen needle-like mental attacks, which meant that the mental attacks he had just suffered were released by this creature, but unfortunately it had no effect on him. Soon, the neural algae bubble mimicry was destroyed by Zhou and died. Ding! Kill a Leviathan creature, increase strength, physique, and speed by 1 point each. When Zhou got out of the mimicry corpse, he was holding 2 items in his hand, a core and a gold treasure chest. I didn't expect to get a gold treasure chest so easily this time. Zhou stroked the gold treasure chest with his hand, and said with a smile in his tone. Then, Zhou quickly decomposed the giant mimicry corpse with a body length of about 220 meters, and then returned to the stomach wall space to check the harvest this time. Zhou opened the system interface, and the first thing he did was to check the illustrated information of the neural algae bubble mimicry. Neural Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 220 meters. Weight, 80,000 tons. Food type, meat, neural algae. Introduction, a Leviathan that lives in the abyss sea. It usually simulates neural algae to attract prey. When the prey approaches, it uses mental power to destroy the prey's brain. The glimmer nerves in its body can be used to make materials for biological mecha. Glimmer nerves. Zhou was speechless after reading the introduction. He had disassembled the body of this neural Leviathan, and he didn't know if the glimmer nerves were not complete and could still be used. After that, Zhou looked at the simple picture of the neural Leviathan in the illustration book. The whole thing looked like a worm, with a transparent body and a faint glimmer on the surface. The top of its head was tentacles that simulated tree-like neural algae bubbles, and its mouth was vertical. When it was opened, it looked like the head was split from the middle. After reading the biological illustrations of the neural Leviathan, Zhou took out the core he had just obtained. Ding! Obtain Shock Core X1. Ding! Shock Core. After use, you can obtain the shock feature. When the shock feature is turned on, it will cause mental shock to the individual enemy you are aiming at. After suffering the mental shock, the same kind with an intelligence point lower than your own will be unconscious, and those with an intelligence point lower than 5 will die directly. Intelligence-based single attack, not bad. Zhou already has the shock feature for group stun, and the single effect of this shock core just makes up for the problem of insufficient lethality. Zhou directly took out a feature stamp, engraved the shock core into an shock stamp, and then hid it behind the intelligence attribute of his character panel, leaving a gray simple neural Leviathan pattern. Less than 5 points, my current intelligence is 23 points, minus 6 points, which is 17 points, that is to say, survivors with an intelligence of 17 points or less, no matter how strong they are, will be killed instantly by my mental shock. This shock feature is simply a powerful killer. The next step is the highlight. Zhou reached out and opened the golden treasure chest obtained from the neural Leviathan. Ding! Get the golden order X1. Ding! Get the proof of the reclamation of the algae garden Leviathan X1. Ding! Get the blueprint of the neural algae bubble culture chamber. Ding! Get the blueprint of the wave breaker biological mecha. Golden order. Zhou used the 2 blueprints directly without looking at them, and then checked the production requirements. Drawing of the neural algae bubble culture chamber requires neural algae bubble X1, green feather tie sway X1. Green feather tie sway? Can't this be made directly? Zhou said with some surprise after reading the production requirements. Moreover, not only this neural algae bubble culture chamber can be made, but even the mecha intelligent brain can be made almost. Mecha intelligent brain blueprint requires spherical brain fruit X1, heterobrain factor X10, gene chimera X1, brain platinum crystal X1, neural algae bubble culture chamber X1. Currently, the only material for making a mecha intelligent brain is gene chimera. However, Zhou is not in a hurry to make a mecha intelligent brain, because he does not have a mecha that can use the intelligent brain. Although he has a deep sea walker mecha, looking at the operating table of the deep sea walker mecha, he knows that it cannot match the mecha intelligent brain, but it matches the newly obtained wave breaker biological mecha blueprint. Wave breaker biological mecha blueprint requires mecha intelligent brain X1, glimmer nerve X1, low level energy cube X1. Zhou did not recognize the pile of materials at the back, and knew that it could not be made at the moment, so he directly closed the blueprint interface. The remaining thing was the Algae Garden Leviathan Reclamation Certificate. Zhou looked at the system introduction in his mind and found that this reclamation certificate was a little different. This Algae Garden Leviathan could grow seaweed in its body, and it was a large Leviathan with a body length of 10,000 meters. Later, Zhou followed the phantom leviathan to search carefully in this sea area. Although he found a large number of neural algae bubbles with emerald green trunks, the neural algae bubbles on them had all disappeared, as if they were eaten by some creature, and the seeds in the root system below were also gone. Zhou saw that there were no neural algae bubbles in this sea area, so he let the phantom leviathan float up and leave. There was no ice on the surface of the abyss sea. Zhou let the phantom leviathan float to the surface. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was shining. Zhou placed the body of the neural leviathan on the back of the phantom leviathan, and then used the world system to extract the glimmer nerves in the neural leviathan through contact. But the glimmer nerves, that were originally densely connected like a network, had been broken into pieces due to the decomposition of the corpse. It should be okay to cut it like this. Zhou thought for a while, because a whole glimmer nerve is 220 meters long, and the Waybreaker biomech, in his opinion, cannot be 220 meters high, so this glimmer nerve should still be usable even if it is cut into pieces. I don't know what properties the Leviathan blood vein fruit planted from the flesh and blood of this neural Leviathan will add. After collecting the glimmer nerves, Zhou said with some anticipation. Returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou cut off some of the flesh and blood of the neural Leviathan, and put it in a small aquarium, and then poured in the last bottle of instant plant growth liquid. 3 minutes later, the neural Leviathan blood vein vine had grown completely, and a blood-red blood vein fruit hung on the vine. Zhou picked it off. Ding! Obtained neural Leviathan blood vein fruit X1. Zhou was about to eat it, but he thought that his intelligence was already full. If this neural Leviathan blood vein fruit could increase intelligence, wouldn't it be a waste? However, he felt that it was highly unlikely to increase intelligence. Because intelligence is basically increased little by little, if Leviathan blood vein fruit that increases intelligence can be grown directly from the corpse of Leviathan, that would be terrible. But to be on the safe side, Zhou sent this neural Leviathan blood vein fruit to Chen Xian. Now that Jiang Haitao has the title of King of Survival, his own intelligence level is no longer important. If this neural Leviathan blood vein fruit can really increase intelligence, then give it to Chen Xian. Chapter 542. After Chen Xian ate the Leviathan blood vein fruit, it turned out to be just as Zhou thought, not to increase intelligence, but to increase strength. This blood vein fruit increased Chen Xian's strength by 10 points. Can you see if you can sell them in packages, and exchange honeycomb bone slices for some plant instant growth liquid? Any number of honeycomb bone slices will do. I don't like honeycomb bone slices. Zhou sent a message to Chen Xian, saying that the plant instant growth liquid had been used up, and some must be purchased. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's strength has reached about 280 points. Next time the strength-type Leviathan blood vein fruit matures, share it with them. Zhou looked at the Leviathan blood vein fruit in the plant area, which was about to mature. Chen Xian's strength has reached the upper limit of 300 points, and he can directly use Power Bubble to break through. Jiang Haitao's strength limit has increased to 400 points because of the supreme effect of the King of Survival title, so he is not in a hurry to break through for the time being. Afterwards, the phantom Leviathan continued to move towards the depths of the abyss sea. Zhou considered that there would be more and more Leviathan creatures nearby, so he put the phantom Leviathan into stealth mode. In an instant, the huge body of nearly 300 meters disappeared directly in the ocean, and only the traces of the swimming water could be seen. In the World Communication Channel, after Chen Xian sold 2 million honeycomb bone pieces, Jiang Haitao sent a message. After my observations over the past few days, many Leviathan creatures are moving towards the abyss sea. Unexpected major events may happen in this world next. I advise all survivors to enter the abyss sea as soon as possible. This message was naturally sent by Zhou to Jiang Haitao. He always felt that something major would happen on the 120th day. In order to reduce the losses of the survivors, he must remind them. Jiang Haitao's message made the survivors who chose to enter the abyss sea excited, while those who did not want to enter the abyss sea were silent. It was not that they did not want to refute, but they were worried that if they encountered a different brain in the future, Jiang Haitao might not save them. Zhou just advised, everyone has their own destiny, and some people really don't want to enter the abyss sea, then he can't control it. Chen Xian traded 5 bottles of instant plant growth liquid at the price of 100,000 honeycomb bone slices and sent them directly to Zhou. After Zhou received it, he continued to absorb the energy in the golden core. Soon, it was evening. The transformed Leviathan stopped its activities. Zhou had a simple dinner and took out the Algae Garden Leviathan Land Reclamation Certificate, obtained at noon. This land reclamation certificate can also be participated by 10 people. Zhou Wen sent invitations to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, and then a blue light flashed, and the three of them were teleported into the body of the algae garden Leviathan. The three of them took a quick look at the surroundings. This was a very large hemispherical space, with an end that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The diameter might be 10,000 meters. Looking up, there was a round transparent membrane that looked like a dome above. In the middle of this space, there was an object that looked like a stack of umbrellas. The sizes of the umbrellas were arranged from large to small, from bottom to top. The whole object emitted dazzling white light, illuminating the entire space. This stacked umbrella was 300 meters high, with the bottom umbrella having the largest diameter, reaching 1,000 meters. From a distance, the whole thing looked like a glowing Christmas tree. A large amount of seaweed grows in the space, forming a vast seaweed forest. There are also many creatures living in the seaweed forest, but they are not large in size. The largest creature is only 100 meters long and cannot threaten the three people at all. After looking at the general environment, Zhou Wen touched his hand on the transparent membrane to obtain the biological illustration information of the algae garden Leviathan. Algae garden Leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 10,000 meters. Weight, 97 million tons. Food type, neural algae bubble, carnivore. Introduction, a large Leviathan living in the abyss sea. There is a huge algae space on the top of the head for growing algae to attract algae-eating creatures to enter, and then use the mouth emitting white light to prey on these algae-eating creatures. It often needs to eat neural algae bubbles to maintain its own intelligence level. It turns out that so many neural algae bubbles in the neural algae bubble sea area were eaten by the algae garden Leviathan. After reading the introduction, Zhou Wen thought to himself, the task of this land reclamation is to clear the non-algae-eating creatures in the seaweed space. Zhou Wen and his three friends don't care which ones are algae-eating creatures and which ones are not. They just kill them all to get the creature meat. If the algae garden Leviathan wants to eat meat, there will be a lot of Leviathan creature meat in his system interface. The seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan is very large. It is impossible for the three people to use the characteristics for the cleaning task, so it took a whole night to clean up all the creatures. What the three people didn't expect was that after cleaning up all the creatures, there was no system prompt sound in their minds to obtain the right to land reclamation. What's going on? Can't algae-eating creatures be killed? Chen Xian asked, puzzled. It shouldn't be. Algae-eating creatures are not part of the algae garden Leviathan. They are prey. Why can't they be killed? Zhou Wen felt that this was not the problem. Suddenly, he thought of something, so he swam to the top of the glowing mouth of the algae garden Leviathan, where there was a hole with a diameter of about 50 meters. Zhou Wen took out some neural algae bubbles from the deep blue treasure chest and threw them into the hole. After waiting for a while, there was no response, so he took out some more and threw them in. Originally, there were only more than 1,000 neural algae bubbles obtained at noon today, and now he threw 1,000 directly. However, Zhou Wen had neural algae bubble seeds in his hand. If there were no more, he could plant them again, so he didn't feel bad. After throwing these 1,000 neural algae bubbles into the mouth of the algae garden Leviathan, a system prompt sounded in the minds of the three people. Ding! You have obtained the control right of the algae garden Leviathan. Control right? Jiang Haitao was stunned. He had only seen mining rights and land reclamation rights before, and this was the first time he saw control rights. Float up. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and pointed upwards, saying, boom! Boom! The next second, the entire seaweed space vibrated violently, and then the seawater rushing outside could be seen through the transparent membrane above. Bang! The sea surface under the night sky suddenly erupted with a loud noise, and a giant creature rushed out from below the sea surface, triggering a huge tsunami. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian both widened their eyes. They didn't expect that they could actually control this algae garden Leviathan that reached the level of a large Leviathan. Zhou Wen was also very surprised. If they brought the illusion Leviathan here, wouldn't they have a giant mobile base? Considering that the algae garden Leviathan had no attack ability, Zhou Wen let it dive to the bottom of the sea to hide, so as not to be attacked by other Leviathan creatures of similar size. Chapter 543. After that, Zhou Wen returned to his stomach wall space. The task of cleaning up the ordinary seaweed in the seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan was naturally handed over to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. They could invite 10 core members of the guild to help. Anyway, there are no enemies now. The cooperation between the two guilds of Brother Jiang and Survivor does not matter if the core members of both guilds know about it, as long as it is not spread outside. After cleaning up the ordinary seaweed, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian to plant 100 neural algae bubble seeds in the seaweed space. The introduction of the algae garden Leviathan mentioned that it is necessary to eat neural algae bubbles to maintain the intelligence level, which means that if you want to command the algae garden Leviathan, it needs to have a certain intelligence. In this case, it means that you need to feed neural algae bubbles to the algae garden Leviathan from time to time in the future, but the neural algae bubbles in Zhou Wen's hand have almost been fed, so you need to plant some more quickly. Finally, Zhou Wen only had 8 neural algae bubble seeds left in his hand, so he sent one to each of his 5 subordinates. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Leng Liang all had intelligence of 15 points before. After eating the neural algae bubble seeds, their intelligence increased to 16 points, and 16 points can release mental power. After planting neural algae bubbles, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian went to their own seaweed forests and transplanted the seaweed in them. Because of the low tide, after a day, the water level of the 2 seaweed forests dropped by half, and the seaweed was already floating on the sea. The coral dome formed by the bubble corals in Chen Xian's seaweed forest was now exposed above the sea surface. At this rate of low tide, it would not take long for the seawater in the 2 seaweed forests to completely disappear. After Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space, he cut off the 13 kinds of biological meat obtained from the seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan and cooked them in a pot. After eating all of them, his strength increased by 8 points, his physique increased by 17 points, and his speed increased by 11 points. Afterwards, after inspecting the stomach wall space and feeding the transformed Leviathan with seaweed, Zhou Wen went to the colorful bubbles of the energy rainbow tree. Today is the 118th day. A large number of survivors are gradually entering the abyss sea. He must make more honeycomb bone pieces to exchange for seaweed. It took an hour to absorb the energy liquid in the 10 luminous silk threads. Zhou Wen came to the outside of the colorful bubbles. The seabed of the entire bubble sea area has changed a lot at this time. The rainbow-colored roots that originally covered the entire seabed have completely lost their light at this time. Even the branches that grew energy bubbles are the same. Only the trunk of the energy rainbow tree is still shining with rainbow light. Why did the energy rainbow tree become like this? Is it because I picked up too many cores? However, Zhou Wen felt that the bigger reason should be related to the deep blue light spot in the sky. Zhou Wen activated the brilliant feature, increasing his speed by 100 points, and quickly moved at the bottom of the bubble sea, searching for the core while making honeycomb bone pieces with these Leviathan skeletons. When Zhou Wen made 3 million honeycomb bone pieces, he received a private message from Zhuo Junyang, which contained 7 kinds of biological meat. On the anointed Leviathan side, the sea water had completely disappeared last night. Zhuo Junyang followed Zhou Wen's instructions, and led a group of guild members to search for stranded creatures on a large scale. Anyway, they could all be teleported back and didn't have to worry about getting lost, so they kept searching until now. The honeycomb bone pieces were almost ready, but Zhou Wen didn't even find a core this time. After returning to the stomach wall space, he extracted the biological meat sent by Zhuo Junyang, and then went to the Anodic Leviathan and handed a neural algae bubble seed to Zhuo Junyang. Increase. Increase. Zhuo Junyang's eyes widened unconsciously when he knew that the neural algae bubble seed increased intelligence by 1 point, but because there were guild members around him, he didn't say the rest. It's not that he didn't trust these confidants, but this item was too precious. Zhuo Junyang had only heard of items that increased intelligence, but he had never seen one, so he quickly ate it and increased his intelligence to 11 points, and felt the feeling of his brain being clear after the intelligence was increased. Thank you, big brother. Zhuo Junyang thanked repeatedly. Zhou Wen nodded, then looked at the fertile soil Leviathan under his feet. Because there was no sea water, the fertile soil Leviathan was now lying on the ground and could not move. He was considering whether to cut some of the flesh and blood of the fertile soil Leviathan and take it back to plant blood vein fruit. Forget it, wait until the 120th day and see what happens. Zhou Wen decided to wait and see. If the seawater could not flow back, the fertile soil Leviathan would definitely not survive. It would not be too late to cut its flesh and blood then. After leaving the fertile soil Leviathan, Zhou Wen had just returned to the stomach wall space not long ago, and there was another private message. This time it was sent by He Yue. The private message contained a Food Cloud Sky Leviathan deworming coupon. Why are there so many Food Cloud Sky Leviathan deworming coupons recently? Zhou Wen extracted the deworming coupons, and then asked He Yue to invite him to his coal mine. He also gave He Yue a neural algae bubble seed, and watched He Yue eat it before returning to the stomach wall space. Because the seeds of the neural algae bubble can be planted, in order to prevent Zhuo Junyang and he away from planting them privately, Zhou had to watch them eat them with his own eyes before he could rest assured. Afterwards, Zhou carried out another insect removal of the cloud-eating Leviathan and obtained 2,000 floating factors, plus the 1,000 purchased by Jiang Haitao in the past few days, a total of 3,000. Zhou came to the outside of the Phantom Leviathan and transported the 3,000 floating factors into the flame-splitting blade. After transporting 2,500, the flame-splitting blade seemed to have absorbed to its limit, and the remaining 500 floating factors could no longer be transported. Has the weight been reduced by half? In total, Zhou used 10,000 floating factors on the flame-splitting blade, and the weight of the flame-splitting blade was reduced to its limit. Zhou tried to lift the flame-splitting blade again, using all his strength. It seemed to move a little in a trance, but it seemed not to move when he looked closely. In order to confirm, he turned on the burning property to double his strength, and the strength attribute reached 952 points. This time, he held the hilt with both hands, and then exerted a strong force, and he really lifted the blade of flame splitting a little, indicating that the weight of the blade of flame splitting was indeed reduced a lot. During the rest of the time, Zhou would absorb the gold energy in the crystal sea view box. When it was evening, 25 Leviathan blood veins fruits had matured, and there were 11 types of Leviathan blood veins fruits that increased the strength attribute. Last night, the algae garden Leviathan obtained new biological meat, which increased Chen Xion's strength attribute to 290 points. So Zhou first gave her a Leviathan blood veins fruit. After eating it, it reached the upper limit of 300 points, and then sent strength bubble to her. Chen Xion's strength attribute broke through the upper limit, and Zhou sent her another 5 types of Leviathan blood veins fruits, which increased her strength by 50 points, bringing her strength attribute to 350 points. The remaining 5 Leviathan blood fruits were given to Jiang Haitao, and his strength attribute increased to 342 points. When the next Nero Leviathan blood fruit matures, his strength attribute will be increased to 352 points, and the strength attributes of the two will be almost the same. Chapter 544. After helping Chen Xion and Jiang Haitao improve their strength, Zhou ate all the remaining 14 blood vein fruits, providing himself with 14 blood vein energies. Currently, he has a total of 41 blood vein energies in his body. After adding high-grade gold fertilizer to various Leviathan blood vein vines, Zhou moved his mind and teleported himself to Jiang Haitao's seaweed forest. Now, this seaweed forest is empty. All the Golden King algae and ordinary seaweed have been transplanted by Jiang Haitao, leaving only a huge emerald green ball. Moreover, there is no seawater in this sea area at this time, and the seabed is exposed to the air. When you look up, you can see the dark blue disk in the sky that has grown to the size of a sky curtain. The blue disk almost covers half of the night sky. The huge dark blue disk, like the moon, reflects the light of the sun, and then casts a faint blue light on the planet. I haven't seen land since I came to this world, but now there is land everywhere. Zhou climbed up the circular rock around the seaweed forest, and looked at the vast seabed around him. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, a crack appeared on the circular rock under Zhou's feet, and then the whole land began to shake violently, and deep gullies suddenly exploded on the vast seabed. Zhou suddenly felt something was wrong, and immediately jumped off the circular rock, came to the front of Suiyu Tai Sui, cut open the outer flesh wall with a knife, and took out the Suiyu Tai Sui slime ball inside, and also obtained 5 portions of Suiyu agar. After taking away the Suiyu Tai Sui slime ball, Zhou immediately teleported, and a blue light flashed, and he appeared on the back of the aromatic Leviathan, but the surroundings were pitch black, and his body was still unconsciously falling down. Zhou immediately started to detect with his mental power, but found that the surrounding crust was moving violently, and the soil Leviathan had fallen into a huge crack. At this time, the crack was slowly closing due to the movement of the crust, and the body of the soil Leviathan was being squeezed violently. Time was urgent. Zhou quickly took out 2 black flame swords, cut a lot of flesh and blood from the body of the soil Leviathan at the fastest speed, and then put it away through the system interface. At this time, the crustal movement suddenly intensified, and the rock walls on both sides began to shrink rapidly. The body of the soil Leviathan was like falling into a hydraulic press, and the hard shell like a turtle was directly crushed. Bang! The crack suddenly closed, and the body of the soil Leviathan was flattened. A large amount of blood spurted out from the closed crack like a fountain, forming a blood-colored curtain. Zhou had already returned to the stomach wall space through teleportation. After putting the Suiyu Tai Sui slime ball and Suiyu agar into the locker, he teleported again, this time in the colorful bubble of the energy rainbow tree. As soon as he appeared inside the colorful bubble, a brilliant colorful light almost blinded Zhou Wen's eyes. Zhou Wen squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the light. In the middle of the colorful bubble, the tops of 10 luminous threads were connected to a rainbow energy ball shining with colorful light. Zhou Wen started to detect with his mental power, and found that something seemed to be slowly condensing inside the rainbow energy ball. Originally, Zhou Wen was going to get close to the rainbow energy ball to see if he could still absorb the three-color energy today, but as soon as he got close, the rainbow energy ball released a powerful energy and pushed him away. After that, Zhou Wen tried several times, but was pushed away by the energy released by the rainbow energy sphere every time. He gave up the idea of absorbing the three-color energy and turned around to leave the colored bubble. As soon as he came outside, Zhou Wen found that everything in front of him was pitch black. He used his mental power to detect it, and found that the trunk of the energy rainbow tree had lost its light today, and the bottom of the entire bubble sea was completely plunged into darkness. Zhou Wen looked down at the colored light film on his body, and then looked at the energy rainbow tree that had lost its luster. After a slight hesitation, he continued to carry out mental power detection, and went to the areas where the Leviathan skeletons were piled up at the fastest speed to find the core. Ding! Obtained gold core X1. An hour later, Zhou Wen found a core in a decayed golden skeleton. The harvest was good. After all, gold core can be used to absorb energy and condense golden energy. Just as Zhou Wen was about to continue searching, the colored light film on his body suddenly faded and was dissipating rapidly. When Zhou Wen left the colored bubble just now, he had roughly guessed that the colored light film on the body's surface might dissipate, so he teleported directly back to the stomach wall space, and then teleported again into the colored bubble. At this time, in the middle of the colored bubble, the contents inside the rainbow energy sphere had almost condensed. When the mental power was detected, it was a bubble-shaped crystal that was crystal clear and emitting rainbow light on the surface. Half an hour later, the rainbow bubble crystal completely absorbed all the energy in the rainbow energy sphere, and then after bursting out an energy shock wave, it gradually converged the light and slowly floated in the air. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward to check. This rainbow bubble crystal was the size of a watermelon, with colorful light flowing on the surface, looking like a soap bubble in the sun. Ding! Get Rainbow Heart X1. Ding! Rainbow Heart, the seed of the energy rainbow tree. Using 100 Leviathan cores can make the seeds germinate. It is one of the materials for the ultimate formula of the transformation Leviathan food transformation period. So this is the rainbow heart needed for the ultimate formula of the transformation Leviathan food transformation period. Zhou Wen got the introduction of the rainbow heart by touching it. He was originally happy, but when he thought about the need to collect 10 king-level Leviathan cores, the joy suddenly dissipated. Ah! Zhou Wen put the rainbow heart into the dark blue treasure chest, then looked up. The colorful bubbles that looked like rich paint before gradually became transparent. Without energy maintenance, it would dissipate in a short while. Zhou Wen quickly collected the rainbow bubbles floating around. After a while, the color of the colored bubbles completely dissipated, and they became ordinary bubbles, then slowly drifted towards the sea surface, and finally burst and dissipated on the sea surface. After collecting the rainbow bubbles, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space. He collected a total of 36 rainbow bubbles, but there was a problem now, that is, the energy rainbow tree was gone. Where would he get the energy bubbles to make the energy cube condenser in the future? However, Zhou Wen did not dwell on this issue too much. After all, there were still many materials that had not been collected for the current energy cube condenser, so there was no need to rush. Maybe he would encounter a second energy rainbow tree in the future? If not, he would plant one. Chapter 545. Anyway, it will take a long time to collect all the materials needed for the ultimate formula for the transformed Leviathan, so you can first use the rainbow heart to plant the energy rainbow tree, and then find a way to obtain the rainbow heart of the energy rainbow tree after the other 10 king-level cores are collected. After all, the rainbow heart is the seed of the energy rainbow tree. As long as there is an energy rainbow tree, are you afraid of not having seeds? In the second half of the night, Zhou would absorb the golden core energy in the crystal seaview box, and during this time, he opened the world communication channel to check the situation of the survivors. Fuck. Look around my transformed Leviathan. In the world channel, a survivor sent a message and then sent a photo. The picture in the photo was in a dim ocean environment. There was a giant creature with a faint glow on its body in the picture, and under the light of that creature, you can see that the surroundings are all huge Leviathan creatures. It's the same here, all Leviathan creatures. I was almost scared to death at first, but for some reason, these Leviathan creatures did not attack my transformed Leviathan. So you all encountered it. I thought I was the only one who was unlucky. For a while, in the World Communication Channel, a large number of survivors began to take pictures of the Leviathan creatures around their transformed Leviathans. The Leviathan creatures of different shapes looked very strange. After some brave survivors confirmed that these Leviathan creatures would not attack, they wanted to stick to the Leviathan scales to take pictures. Oh my god, it's so scary. Why haven't I encountered it here? Have you all entered the Abyss Sea? Yes. Didn't King Jiang say that we should hurry into the Abyss Sea? King Jiang is indeed very powerful, but his words may not be right. There are so many Leviathan creatures in the Abyss Sea. If they suddenly go crazy, wouldn't they be dead? Looking at your photos, I suspect that this world system trial may require us to fight these Leviathan creatures. Your idea is too outrageous. I just went out for a walk and roughly estimated the body length of those Leviathans. They are all Leviathan creatures of thousands of meters. Do you think the world system will let us fight these Leviathan creatures? What's outrageous? Didn't we do it last time? Last time, wasn't it to help the tidal Leviathan hatch, and there was also the Abyss Leviathan to help? I feel that the world system cannot conduct such a high-intensity test. It's up to you. Anyway, I won't enter the Abyss Sea. If you are teleported by the world system to fight these 1,000-meter Leviathans directly, don't blame me for not reminding you. The idea of this survivor spread quickly in the World Communication Channel. Many survivors who were about to enter the Abyss Sea hesitated. After all, their lives were the most important. If the world system really asked them to fight the 1,000-meter Leviathans, wouldn't it be a sure death? I think everyone should hurry up and enter the Abyss Sea. I was invited to a farming Leviathan before, but just now, the sea water near the farming Leviathan disappeared, and huge cracks appeared on the seabed. Something big must happen next. Did you see the blue moon that suddenly appeared in the sky? I saw it. It had been there for a long time. I think all the abnormalities that are happening now are caused by that blue moon. For a while, the survivors began to discuss the huge blue moon that suddenly appeared in the sky. During this period, a survivor attacked the surrounding Leviathan creatures, but was attacked by all the Leviathans around that Leviathan the next second. The Phantom Leviathan was directly eaten, which made those survivors who wanted to get into the Leviathan to obtain the core idea give up the idea immediately. Soon, the time came to the morning of the 119th day, and the Phantom Leviathan began to move. Zhou walked out of the Crystal Sea View box, and began to patrol the stomach wall space as usual. After confirming that the plants and creatures in the stomach wall space were normal, Zhou directly fed the Phantom Leviathan. He had now gone deep into the Abyss Sea, and it was difficult for the Phantom Leviathan to find food, so he simply fed it directly. After feeding the Phantom Leviathan, Zhou went to the Algae Garden Leviathan. At this time, the wide seaweed space was already full of various seaweeds. In the shape of a ring, it is divided into 3 areas from the outside to the inside. The outermost area is planted with ordinary seaweed, because the food for the Leviathan in the Abyss Sea is gradually decreasing. In order to avoid the lack of staple food for the Leviathan in the future, these ordinary seaweeds must be planted. The middle area is planted with scarlet kelp, the innermost area is planted with golden king algae and golden seaweed, and bamboo sea mushrooms are evenly distributed in the entire seaweed forest. This is to allow the lightworms to be evenly distributed so that the lightworm feces can shorten the growth rate of all seaweed. In addition to the lightworms, there are many other creatures in the seaweed space, such as golden fish, golden crabs, photosynthetic sea slugs, groups of streamer fish, white jade shells, boiling blood corals. All the creatures that have been collected are cultivated here. Near the mouth of the Leviathan in the Algae Garden, there is an open space paved with stone foundations, and there is also a 3-story stone building on the open space. This was built by Chen Xian using drawings. There were some stone tables and chairs placed on the vacant foundation in front of the building. Zhou sat on a stone chair and watched the huge Leviathan creatures swimming past the Algae Garden Leviathan outside the transparent membrane above. He felt like he was visiting the underwater world. Boss Zhou, how is it? This will be our mobile base in the future. Chen Xian also teleported over and said after seeing Zhou sitting on a stone chair beside him. Very good. Zhou smiled and nodded. Does this Algae Garden Leviathan move by itself? Zhou asked Chen Xian. Yes, just like other Leviathan creatures. Chen Xian replied. Zhou nodded. He came here just to see if the Algae Garden Leviathan would swim like other Leviathan creatures. If it would swim with them, it would mean that the Algae Garden Leviathan would also migrate, instead of being stranded and dying like those farming Leviathans. Afterwards, Jiang Hainao also came over, and the three of them sat on the stone chairs and chatted. They had all entered the Abyss Sea, and were not in a hurry to catch up, and those Leviathan creatures had no intention of attacking, so there was no need to worry about the safety of their own Leviathan transformations. But when it was close to noon, somehow, the three of them suddenly received a large number of private messages. When they opened the private messages, they were all messages from survivors asking for help. Chapter 546. Zhou would immediately open the World Communication Channel, and found that a large number of survivors had encountered the meteoric Leviathan and the alien brain. The number of survivors in the upper right corner, about 7 million, began to drop sharply at this moment. Seeing that the situation was not good, the three immediately returned to their stomach wall space. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian were fine. They did not encounter the meteoric Leviathan or the alien brain at this time, but Zhou Wen just returned to the stomach wall space and heard the voice of the transformed Leviathan. Hate you, beat you to death. The only thing that could make the transformed Leviathan feel disgusted was the meteoric Leviathan. Zhou Wen immediately went outside and saw a huge meteoric Leviathan. The initial judgment was that the body length was at least 500 meters. However, the surface of the meteoric Leviathan had many wounds at this time, and the spike-like scales were broken into large pieces. It was obviously hit by the transformed Leviathan. Buzz! The meteoric Leviathan gathered energy in its mouth, and then shot out a fiery red energy beam, but it was directly reflected back by the golden scales of the transformed Leviathan, and finally attacked itself. Zhou Wen was watching the battle on the side, and he didn't mean to go up to help, because going up would be a hindrance. He had no way to deal with the meteoric Leviathan in the water, and it might even affect the performance of the transformed Leviathan. And tomorrow is the 120th day, and the unknown trial of the world system is about to begin. He doesn't want to participate in the trial in a weak state. Boom! After a while, the surface of the Abyss Sea suddenly exploded, and a terrifying flame surged up from it and rushed into the sky. After a while, a huge mushroom cloud of flames was formed, and the seawater in the sea area with a radius of 1 kilometer directly boiled. What happened just now? At this time, Zhou Wen had been taken away from the range of the self-explosion of the meteorite Leviathan by the phantom Leviathan. The horrible explosion was naturally caused by the self-explosion of the meteorite Leviathan. When the 500-meter meteorite Leviathan was on the verge of death by the 300-meter phantom Leviathan, it chose to self-explode. Originally, the phantom Leviathan wanted to use the method that prevented the meteorite Leviathan from self-explosion last time to directly hit the core position of the meteorite Leviathan's contraction energy. But for some reason, when the phantom Leviathan was about to hit the core position, the seawater around the meteorite Leviathan's body suddenly twisted, and then the phantom Leviathan's high-speed moving body seemed to be pulled around the core position by an invisible force. Did the meteorite Leviathan evolve any new abilities? Zhou Wen frowned deeply. After all, the meteorite Leviathan was an Emperor-level Leviathan. Zhou Wen has seen 3 King-level Leviathans so far: Tidal Leviathan, White Horse Leviathan, and Lightning Leviathan. The abilities of these 3 King-level Leviathans are all amazing. The Emperor level is above the King level, so the abilities it possesses must not be bad. You must know that the meteoric Leviathan will grow slowly, and among the current meteoric Leviathans, the longest one is only more than 500 meters long. The body length of large Leviathans is more than 10,000 meters. In comparison, the current meteoric Leviathan is not even in its infancy, and it is probably still in its birth stage. At this time, the World Communication Channel can be said to be in chaos, and there are still a few people who encounter meteoric Leviathans. After all, there are not many meteoric Leviathans, and the survivors mainly encounter alien brains. Jiang Haitao, who can resist the mental impact of the alien brain, is now very busy. As long as he encounters a survivor with an alien brain and a companion voucher, he will go to help. He has no way to help those who don't have companion vouchers. He can't let him issue companion vouchers by himself. When it came to the evening, the number of survivors dropped from more than 7 million at noon to more than 4 million now, and the death toll is still increasing. During this period, Chen Xian, Lung Liang, Bai Lan, Zhang Dongyang, Yue, Zhou Junyang, and several others also encountered alien brains. Zhou would personally sell them. At the same time, he also obtained several alien brain treasure chests and opened 2 intelligence essence sources. When using intelligence essence source to increase the upper limit of his intelligence attribute, it failed. Obviously, intelligence essence source cannot repeatedly increase the upper limit of intelligence. Zhou Wen did not encounter alien brains from beginning to end. He suspected that the alien brain on his side should be affected by the energy generated by the self-explosion of the star meteorite Leviathan. After the temperature of the seawater in the area where the meteorite Leviathan exploded cooled down a bit, Joe followed the transformed Leviathan and found a dark meteorite treasure chest on the seabed. Joe returned to the stomach wall space and opened the meteorite treasure chest directly. Ding! Obtained the falling star meteorite crystal X3. Ding! Obtained the gene chimera X1. Ding! Obtained the meteorite Leviathan gravitational factor X1. Ding! Obtained the mecha anti-gravity device blueprint. Ding! Obtained the mecha bar X1. 2 new items appeared in the meteorite treasure chest, and Joe immediately took them out to check. Ding! Meteorite Leviathan gravitational factor. It can be used after the transformed Leviathan enters the food change period. After using it, it will gain the ability to finally control gravity. Gain the ability to control gravity? Joe was shocked. This ability was too strong. The king-level Leviathan Tide Leviathan was introduced as controlling tides, which were caused by gravity. The gravitational factor of the meteoric Leviathan allowed the transformed Leviathan to directly possess the ability to control gravity. But what does this subtlety mean? Joe suddenly recalled the distortion of the seawater around the body of the meteorite Leviathan just now, which might be controlling the gravity around itself. It seems that it is not very strong. Joe has the ultimate formula of the transformed Leviathan, so he naturally would not consider using this gravity factor, so he could only put it away first. Then, Joe looked at the mecha anti-gravity device drawing again. The first material needed in it was the meteorite Leviathan gravity factor. He had never seen the following materials, so he ignored them for the time being. Gradually time came to midnight, and the number of survivors dropped to more than 3 million. At this time, the environment on the sea was extremely bad, the seawater was surging wildly, and huge waves of 10,000 meters were constantly forming, as if they were about to hit the clouds. Joe stood on the back of the transformed Leviathan, looking up at the deep blue sky above. The deep blue light spot before had now covered the entire night sky. At that time, Joe thought it was a meteorite, but now it seems that it is clearly a huge planet. Roar! Suddenly, a roar resounding through the heavens, and the earth came from afar. The next second, the flow of the seawater accelerated suddenly, and the sea surface in the distance bulged high, gradually forming a huge waterspout. The huge waterspout suddenly rushed out of the sea and pierced the sky. A colorful figure was looming in the waterspout. It was the tidal Leviathan whose size had reached 200,000 meters. Ding! The current planet is about to be destroyed. All survivors please follow the tidal Leviathan to the endless sea. Chapter 547. Go to the endless sea? Is this deep blue planet the endless sea? But Joe frowned as he looked at the huge planet that covered the sky above, and then looked at the tidal Leviathan that was flying towards the planet above with a huge waterspout, with a trace of worry in his eyes. Huh? At this time, a gust of wind suddenly whistled above Joe's head, as if some huge object fell from the sky. Joe turned his eyes and looked at the top of his head, and then he saw a round white cloud falling from the sky, directly hitting the seawater 1,000 meters away, and the movement it produced was like a bomb explosion, splashing a large area of water. Why did this cloud-eating sky Leviathan fall down? The falling white cloud was the cloud-eating sky Leviathan. When Joe observed the deep blue planet above, he found an unusual cloud above his head. Because he had carried out many cloud-eating Leviathan pest control, he could see it at a glance. But for some reason, the cloud-eating Leviathan, which was originally flat and looked like a paramecium, was now round like a ball, as if it had deliberately swallowed a lot of clouds in the sky. This cloud-eating Leviathan was an adult, with a body length of 2,000 meters, but its body was still very light. When it fell into the sea, its round body bounced up like a ball falling into the water, and then slowly dived into the water. Then, spherical clouds kept falling from the sky, and they were all cloud-eating Leviathans. These cloud-eating Leviathans seemed to have voluntarily fallen into the sea, and they should have been like other Leviathan creatures, using the waterspouts controlled by the tidal Leviathan to go to the deep blue planet above. At this time, the other side of the abyss sea on Joe's planet, which was the sea of birth at the beginning, had long disappeared from the sea, leaving only the dry seabed. Now the seabed began to collapse on a large scale, and pieces of broken rocks rose from the ground, pulled by the gravity of the huge planet above, and slowly flew towards the sky. This collapse was gradually intensified by the movement of the huge planet above. The planet was like a sphere made of sand, which was shattered from the end at a very fast speed and spread upward. Those creatures who had no consciousness to go to the abyss sea followed the seawater, and the rocks to fly into space. Some were killed by two giant rocks with a diameter of 1 kilometer on the way, and some entered the space without atmosphere and turned into pieces of ice sculptures. In the World Communication Channel, the survivors who had replaced Leviathans were all panicked and confused at this time. Because they had no way to leave their Leviathans, they didn't know what was happening outside, so they could only die with the Leviathans they replaced in endless fear. But the survivors in the Abyss Sea could not see all this, and they had no time to see it, because they had to command their own transformed Leviathan to avoid the pursuit of the alien brain. The tidal Leviathan flew higher and higher, so it pulled more and more seawater. In the super-large waterspout with a diameter of nearly 50,000 meters, a large number of Leviathan creatures were already struggling to swim upwards. These Leviathans were all abyssal-level Leviathans, with a body length of more than 30,000 meters. Among them were a few familiar faces, the super-large octopus creatures from the first, underwater maze trial, the brain maze Leviathan. The jellyfish-type Leviathans of the second, deep-sea escape trial, the abyssal Leviathans, the golden sea dragon Leviathans with golden patterns all over their bodies, the shadows and shadow Leviathans that deal with the bodies of the defeated in the dual space. All of these Leviathans are abyssal-class Leviathans that have lived in the abyssal sea since the beginning. After a while, Zhou Wen received a message from Jiang Haitao, because Jiang Haitao had traveled the farthest in the abyssal sea and was closest to the tidal Leviathans. At this time, the seawater where he was located had already flown towards the sky under the traction of the tidal Leviathans. Moreover, Jiang Haitao also found that there was a faint colored light around his transformed Leviathan, which should be the special care of the tidal Leviathans. Because of this colored light, his transformed Leviathans can swim upwards in the waterspout more easily, and many of the surrounding Leviathan creatures fell down after sprinting for a distance. Without a certain swimming speed, they could not move upwards along the waterspouts at all. It seems that because we helped the tidal Leviathan hatch before, we are given some special care. Zhou Wen thought to himself after reading the message sent by Jiang Haitao. Otherwise, most survivors' transfiguration Leviathans would not be able to swim upward along the waterspout. After waiting for a while, Zhou Wen also entered the waterspout. A faint colored light appeared on the surface of the transfiguration Leviathan. In addition, the transfiguration Leviathan turned on the flowing gold mode, so it was easy to move upward in the waterspout. After confirming that his transfiguration Leviathan could swim upward in the waterspout, Zhou Wen left for a short time and teleported to the algae garden Leviathan. He found that the algae garden Leviathan had entered the waterspout and was swimming upward at a certain speed. Zhou Wen left the algae space of the algae garden Leviathan, passed through the 20,000-meter waterspout at the fastest speed, and came to the edge. The flow speed of the seawater here is very fast, like a transparent diaphragm. Zhou Wen looked out through the water curtain. The current height has passed the clouds and is breaking through the atmosphere. Looking into the distance, the sea horizon has become an arc. Is this the energy of the tidal Leviathan? After Zhou Wen retracted his gaze, he found that there was a faint colored energy flowing at the edge of the waterspout, which means that the entire waterspout is maintained by the energy of the tidal Leviathan. King-level Leviathans are really not simple, Zhou Wen exclaimed, because the length of the waterspout has now reached 1 million meters, and it is still getting longer. After determining the approximate location of the algae garden Leviathan, Zhou Wen directly returned to the stomach wall space of the phantom Leviathan, and then let the phantom Leviathan swim quickly. After a while, Zhou Wen and the transformed Leviathan came to the transparent membrane of the algae garden Leviathan. The algae garden Leviathan noticed Zhou Wen, and a 300-meter diameter entrance gradually appeared on the transparent membrane. Under Zhou Wen's command, the transformed Leviathan directly entered the algae garden space. With the algae garden Leviathan as a means of transportation, the transformed Leviathan no longer had to swim in the waterspout, and Zhou Wen could also sit leisurely on the stone recliner, watching the Leviathan creatures outside swimming desperately, which was simply too comfortable. Chapter 548. Wow! It's all food, ha ha ha. At this time, the cheerful voice of the phantom Leviathan sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Zhou Wen looked sideways, and saw that the phantom Leviathan was excitedly swimming back and forth in the Golden King algae forest, brushing the tops of the Golden King algae, swaying the Golden King algae left and right. After resting on the recliner for a while, a phantom Leviathan with dark scales all over its body swam down from above outside the algae garden Leviathan, but the phantom Leviathan opened its mouth, and a person swam out. It was Jiang Haitao. Brother One, you are here. After Jiang Haitao and his phantom Leviathan entered the seaweed space, they immediately came over to greet Zhou Wen happily. After all, now that he brought the phantom Leviathan here, it was considered a formal meeting. Well, my position is closer to the algae garden Leviathan. Zhou Wen also replied with a smile. Jiang Haitao sat directly on the stone lounge chair next to Zhou Wen, and then seemed to remember something and spoke. Brother Wen, I just saw the giant creature in front of us during our first trial. Jiang Haitao was close to the tidal Leviathan, so he could see the appearance of those abyssal Leviathans more clearly. Later, I asked the transformed Leviathan to take a closer look and found that there were a lot of ordinary seaweed growing in the brain of the giant Leviathan, and there were many creatures living in the seaweed. Jiang Haitao told Zhou Wen what he had observed and sent Zhou Wen a photo. The picture in the photo was the picture of the giant Leviathan with emerald green seaweed growing in its head. Why is it the same as the algae garden Leviathan? But this Leviathan seems to have a strong mental attack. Does it also use seaweed to lure algae-eating creatures? Zhou Wen asked with some doubts. He clearly remembered that after the first trial, those phantom Leviathans that failed to come out were instantly turned into blood mist by the Leviathan, with a maze-like brain with a spiritual force. Does such a powerful attack ability still need to be trapped? Could it be the food it prepared for itself? Jiang Haitao thought for a while and said, For a Leviathan that is tens of thousands of meters long, aren't the surrounding Leviathan creatures all food? Do you need to prepare it in advance? Zhou Wen actually had an idea in his mind, but he was not sure yet. Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao were lying on the recliners comfortably, chatting casually, and Zhou Wen's phantom Leviathan was circling around Jiang Haitao's phantom Leviathan at this time, and the water flow caused Jiang Haitao's phantom Leviathan to rotate with it. Zhou Wen's phantom Leviathan felt that this was particularly fun, but Jiang Haitao's phantom Leviathan closed his eyes and looked helpless. After a while, another phantom Leviathan with diamond scales on its body surface came to the transparent membrane of the algae garden Leviathan. You are all here. I was too far away. I finally caught up. Chen Xian came directly to his stone lounge chair and collapsed on it. At this point, the three people officially gathered together. When Chen Xian's phantom Leviathan saw Zhou Wen's phantom Leviathan circling around Jiang Haitao's phantom Leviathan, his eyes lit up, and he joined in. For a while, Jiang Haitao's phantom Leviathan spun faster than its own spinning attack. The phantom Leviathan made too much noise when playing, and soon attracted the attention of the three people. Then Zhou Wen and Chen Xian were speechless. The two silly Leviathans got together and tortured Jiang Haitao's phantom Leviathan. Because the three people's transmogrified Leviathans were gathered together, it was easy to confuse them by simply using the name of the race, so the three people gave their transmogrified Leviathans a name. They didn't think of complicated names, but just named them according to the scales. Jiang Haitao's transmogrified Leviathan grew the scales of the abyss, so it was named Abyss. Chen Xian's transmogrified Leviathan grew the scales of crystal vibration, so it was named Crystal Vibration. Zhou Wen's transmogrified Leviathan grew the scales of transmogrification, but it was not easy to call it transmogrification, so it was changed to transmogrification scale. Afterwards, the three people let the three Leviathans go to the outer ordinary seaweed area to play. The Golden King algae in the middle area was too precious. If it was accidentally destroyed, it would be a big loss, but the main reason was that the two silly transmogrified Leviathans were too noisy. Finally, the tidal Leviathan used its own energy to form a 100,000 kilometer long waterspout. All the survivors who entered the Abyss Sea entered the waterspout, and those who stayed outside the Abyss Sea and did not want to enter were already regretting it. Although some of the transformed Leviathans infected by the alien brain also entered the Abyss Sea, they could not swim in the waterspout for a long time without the help of the colorful energy of the tidal Leviathan. After swimming for a while, they all fell into the planet below that was about to be destroyed. Those survivors who were chased by the alien brain finally breathed a sigh of relief, and were glad that they could survive successfully. In addition to the alien brain being unable to continue swimming in the waterspout, thousands of meteoric Leviathans were also the same. Seeing that the waterspout was dragging a long mist, and was gradually moving away from the planet, thousands of meteoric Leviathans gathered together suddenly began to attack each other, and then devour the core of the loser. After a while, only 10 of the thousands of meteoric Leviathans survived. Although their body lengths did not change much, the energy in their bodies was extremely full. Then, an invisible energy enveloped their entire bodies, and then the huge body of the meteoric Leviathan floated directly into the air and flew towards the waterspout. Trouble. Zhou Wen looked at a photo in the World Communication Channel and frowned deeply. What's wrong, Brother Wen? Jiang Haitao asked in confusion. The deep blue planet above has been moving all the time. The photo Zhou Wen saw in the World Communication Channel was a photo of the sky taken by the survivors behind. The sky that was originally completely covered by the deep blue planet was now only half covered, which showed that the deep blue planet was moving very fast. Bao means that the tidal Leviathan may not catch up with the deep blue planet. Chen Xian suddenly realized what Zhou Wen meant. Yes, maybe there is a hidden trial on the 120th day, which is for us survivors to help the tidal Leviathan catch up with the deep blue planet. Zhou Wen told the two of them his guess. What will happen if tidal Leviathan can't catch up? Jiang Haidao also had a bad feeling. The entire waterspout was formed by tidal Leviathan using its own energy, and tidal Leviathan's energy cannot be infinite. If the energy is exhausted, and we are in space, and lose the energy protection of tidal Leviathan, everyone will die. Chapter 549. When Zhou Wen said this, he glanced at the number of survivors in the upper right corner of the system interface. The current number of survivors was only more than 2 million. Then I will let all the survivors hunt the surrounding Leviathan creatures in the World Communication Channel, Jiang Haidao said. He had seen many abyssal Leviathans following the tidal Leviathan before. If it was necessary to provide energy to the tidal Leviathan, according to the previous two trials, it would definitely be necessary to send biological meat to the abyssal Leviathan. Don't worry, it's just speculation for now, and now the tidal Leviathan has just begun to release energy, so it's not needed for now. Zhou Wen shook his head. After a while, the light outside changed. The originally faint blue light gradually turned into a cool and direct light, and the temperature of the seawater was gradually decreasing, becoming a little cold. Zhou Wen had previously commanded the algae garden Leviathan to swim to a position close to the edge of the waterspout, so he could directly see the scene outside the waterspout in the seaweed space. At this time, the area where algae garden Leviathan was located had entered space. Without the scattering of the atmosphere, the sun's rays were extremely dazzling, and the planet where they had survived for 120 days was now completely broken. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in the minds of all the survivors. Ding! The world system is merging. Ding! The fusion is complete, and the 10 survivor partitions have been merged successfully. As soon as the system prompt sound in his mind ended, Zhou Wen's system interface popped up by itself, and then the world communication channel changed, and 10 partitions appeared. Zhou Wen clicked on the first to 10 zones, and found that he was in Zone 10. The other 9 zones seemed to be survivors from other planets. They all use different words to communicate. They should be survivors from different countries. However, it might be because of the world system. Although the words were different, they could be understood. The number of survivors will be displayed in the upper right corner of each world communication channel zone. Looking at the 10 zones, only Zone 10 had the least number of survivors. The other zones were all over 10 million. One zone even had more than 20 million survivors. In the system interface, a regional communication channel appeared. The survivors in the 10 zones could send messages to each other. However, because the number of survivors in Zone 10 was too small, the messages sent by the survivors in the other 9 zones were almost all mocking Zone 10. Why are there so many survivors in other zones? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. Zhou Wen continued to check the messages in the regional communication channel. Slowly, he knew the reason, because there were no alien brains in other zones. Originally, the survivors in Area 10 felt that they were not as good as other areas because of the small number of survivors. However, after they found that they did not encounter any alien brains in other areas, they became tough and directly cursed at the mockers in other areas. Brother One, the world system sent me a king-level message box because of my title of King of Survival. According to the introduction, my avatar and messages will be golden after I wear it, Jiang Haidao said. Put it on, and send me a message to see. Zhou Wen asked curiously. After that, Jiang Haidao put on the king-level message box and sent a message to Zhou Wen. Wow, it was not only golden, but the message was also shining with golden light. Wearing this king-level message box and sending messages in the regional channel will definitely attract everyone's attention immediately. Zhou Wen had just finished watching the king-level message box effect displayed by Jiang Haidao when a message glowing with golden light appeared in the regional channel. Jiang Haidao looked at the mocking messages and was about to send a message in the regional channel to refute them, but was stopped by Zhou Wen. Why do you care about them? You won't meet them for the time being. Don't be stupid and expose your identity, Zhou Wen said. Zhou Wen didn't care about these, but the survivors in Area 10 did, because there was no king in their Area 10. The survivors in other areas were even more arrogant and mocked the survivors in Area 10 crazily. The survivors in Area 10 wanted to refute, but there was indeed no king in their area. Among all the survivors in all areas, the ones in Area 6 mocked the most. They wanted to belittle the survivors in Area 10 in every message they sent. This made the survivors in Area 10 very angry. Many people wanted to initiate a duel, But for some reason, the dual ticket could not be used. Just when the people in District 10 and District 6 were arguing, a system prompt sounded in the minds of all the survivors in District 10. Ding! Attention all the survivors in District 10, the king of the survivors in District 6 used the cross-district expedition ticket to launch a cross-district war against District 10. Please choose whether to go or not. The maximum number of people is 10,000. As soon as the system prompt sounded, a blue box appeared in front of all the survivors in District 10 to ask whether to participate in the cross-district war. The people in District 6 actually dared to launch a cross-district war. I am so angry. I signed up. I want to crush the beasts in District 6. I signed up too. How dare they? Add me. Many survivors in District 10 chose to sign up, and the number of people in the cross-district war increased rapidly. But just when the number was about to reach 10,000, the blue box suddenly disappeared. Just when everyone was puzzled, Showen remembered another system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Someone has been detected using a cross-district expedition ticket. Your cross-district expedition counterattack ticket automatically takes effect. The counterattack has been successful. Please select the members to participate in the war. The upper limit is 10,000 people. District 6. Showen showed a ferocious smile on his face. In the list of participating members, he only added himself, and then directly clicked to start the expedition. Chapter 550. The moment Showen clicked to start the conquest, a blood-red message popped up in the regional communication channel, and then it was directly pinned to the top of the regional communication channel. The survivors in the regional communication channel who were originally discussing why the cross-regional conquest of the King of Survival in District 6 was suddenly cancelled, all showed shocked expressions on their faces after seeing this message. Ding! District 10 used the cross-regional conquest counter voucher, and the conquest launched by District 6 against District 10 was countered. It was changed to District 10 conquering District 6. Currently, there are one person participating in the conquest in District 10 and 10,000 people participating in the conquest in District 6. The cross-regional conquest officially begins. District 6. The people in District 10 are crazy. How dare they participate in the conquest alone? District 6. The people in District 10 are afraid of death. They are unwilling to participate in the conquest, and then send one person to die. District 1. The people in District 10 are really cowards, but that's normal. Only 2 million people survived out of 100 million. The survivors must be very weak. District 5. By the way, who can tell me what the cross-district conquest ticket is? District 2. Didn't you see the news from the world system? Isn't it an item used for fighting between districts, similar to a dual ticket? District 5. But are there many such items? I have never seen them in our District 5. District 2. I don't know about that. It seems that we don't have any in District 2. In addition to the fierce exchanges between the survivors of each district in the regional communication channel, the survivors in District 10's world communication channel are also discussing with each other. Many people are guessing who the survivor from District 10 who participated in the cross-district conquest war is. Who is the one who uses the counter voucher? Can the counter voucher only be used by one person? Why don't you find more people? One person against 10,000 people, it's impossible to win. Could it be King Jiang? I have been checking the messages sent by survivors from other districts in the regional communication channel just now, and I got a very important message. That is, the King of Survivors can release a powerful pressure, under which all survivors can only kneel on the ground. Pressure? Isn't that King Jiang? Last time Zhao Teng and the alien brain attacked all of us who attended the party, it was King Jiang who released some kind of pressure to prevent us from being affected by the alien brain. It seems to be true. So our king is King Jiang? But why didn't King Jiang send a message in the regional communication channel? You are stupid. Sending a message will expose your identity. Now that the districts have just merged, a cross-district war has already broken out. There will probably be a lot of battles between districts in the future. If the king's identity is exposed, he may be targeted by other districts. That's right, haha, if you say so, the kings of other districts are stupid. They expose their own identities. Just as the survivors in various districts were discussing this war of conquest with a huge disparity in numbers, Showen had been teleported by the world system and appeared in a huge light shield. But this light shield was different from the dual space of dual ticket. It was not blue but transparent. Through the light shield, he found that his current position was on a huge meteorite floating in the universe. The conquest space is actually on a meteorite? Showen was a little surprised. The surface of this meteorite was irregular, with many protruding rocks, and there was a light film in the middle of the transparent light shield. On the other side of the light film, a group of people could be seen gathering together. Only one person in the group stood up, while the others knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The only person standing was wearing a set of diamond scale armor. After being worshipped by everyone, the diamond scale armor man waved his arm, and a 5-meter-high golden trapezoidal building appeared on the ground. At the top of this golden trapezoidal building, there was a throne with various golden statues of Leviathan carved around it. The diamond scale armor man slowly stepped onto the steps, walked to the highest point step by step, and then suddenly turned around and sat on the throne. His eyebrows slowly raised, and his eyes saw Zhou Wen on the other side of the light film, his eyes full of disdain. At this time, the cold sunlight in the space shone on everyone, gradually lengthening the shadows on the ground, and the light film in the middle of the light shield gradually dissipated. Zhou Wen was wearing black abyss scale armor at this time. Seeing that the light film in the middle was dissipating, he walked directly towards the group of people. Why is there only one person from Area 10? I thought I could kill more people and get some supply boxes. It's really abominable. I didn't expect them to be so cowardly. Isn't this a waste of the cross-area expedition ticket that our king has finally obtained? The other party dares to come alone, so they must be strong. Look at his armor, I have never seen it before. So what? Area 10 has no king. No matter how strong they are, they can't be the opponent of our king. The survivors from Area 6, who came to the expedition, saw that there was only one person in Area 10, and they felt a little contempt for all the survivors in Area 10. They had already made up their minds. After killing one person on the opposite side, they would let the survivors in Area 10 pay tribute to them and become their subordinates. How dare you? You don't kneel down when you see our king. When Zhou Wen was less than 100 meters away from the other side, a survivor from Area 6 wearing scale steel armor shouted in a proud tone. Zhou Wen ignored the words and just glanced at the armor worn by the 10,000 people on the other side. The armor was pretty good. Judging from the texture, it should be made of Leviathan biological scales, but there were very few armors made of transformed Leviathan scales. Finally, Zhou Wen looked at the diamond scale armor man sitting high on the golden throne. The diamond scale armor on his body was made of transformed Leviathan scales. How dare you look directly at our king? The man wearing scale steel armor was furious when he saw that Zhou Wen not only ignored his words, but also dared to look at their king at will. He appeared with a 2-steel long knife in his hand and rushed towards Zhou Wen quickly. Others shouted, cheering for their royal court warriors and mocking Zhou Wen. Why is the other party motionless? Is he scared silly? I think he didn't react. After all, our royal court warriors have a speed attribute of 100 points. In the eyes of weak people, he may just be a scary black shadow, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, that person got it easy. If it weren't for the royal court warriors, I would have tortured him. When the survivors in Area 6 in the back kept mocking Zhou Wen, the royal court warrior had already rushed in front of Zhou Wen. He showed a ferocious smile on his face, held the hilt with both hands, and chopped down Zhou Wen's head fiercely. But just when the royal court warrior's 2-steel long knife was about to fall on Zhou Wen's head, Zhou Wen's figure blurred strangely, and then the royal court warrior suddenly felt a strong wind on his face, blowing him unable to open his eyes. Bang! The next second, a loud noise spread in the conquest space. Chapter 551. The royal court warrior who attacked Zhou Wen suddenly felt like he was flying, and his vision kept rising until he saw a headless corpse, whose broken neck was now gushing blood like a fountain. Bang! Gulu. The head of the royal court warrior, with the scale steel helmet, turned several times in the air before falling to the ground, and then slowly rolled to the feet of the survivors in Area 6. The survivors who had been shouting that they had no chance to kill people, now looked at the heads on the ground with scale steel helmets that were deformed, and suddenly fell into silence, looking at Zhou Wen with shock in their eyes. You are the king of Area 6, right? And all of you, come together, don't waste time. Zhou Wen retracted his fist, pointed at the king of Area 6 sitting on the golden throne, and then pointed at the others and said lightly, Arrogant! You just killed one of my men, and you are not qualified to ask my king to take action personally. I am the chief warrior of the royal court. Arrogant people will die. At this time, a survivor wearing steel scale armor came in front of everyone in an instant, and behind him were 100 royal warriors. Each of them was emitting red light, and it was obvious that the characteristics were activated. The chief warrior of the royal court has taken action, and he has also activated the characteristics. That person is dead. However, just as the survivors in Area 6 were about to cheer for the chief warrior of the royal court, 2 flashes of light suddenly appeared in front of them, one black and one white. The 2 lights passed through the 100 and won people in an instant, and finally returned to the hands of the people on the opposite side. The chief warrior of the royal court and the 100 warriors, who had just rushed out of the crowd, froze immediately, and then fell to the ground one by one, with pools of blood oozing from their heads. What just happened? At this moment, the survivors of Area 6 finally realized that the person opposite was not the weakling they thought. The king of Area 6, who was sitting on the throne and looking down at all this, also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. His intelligence reached 18 points, and he had the ability to slow down his vision. He naturally saw the specific appearance of the two black and white lights, but he had never seen such flying weapons on his previous survival planet, so he was a little curious. You go deal with him and bring back the two flying weapons. The king of Area 6 still didn't look at Zhou Wen directly, but pointed to a subordinate standing in front of his king's platform. Yes! The subordinate immediately leaned down, and then a series of lights burst out from his body: red light, golden light, dazzling color. 3 kinds of light, 3 characteristics: strength, physique, and speed were all improved. In the blink of an eye, the survivor wearing a golden scale armor on the surface of his body appeared in front of everyone. Ha ha ha, it's General Jean Lin, one of the 10 generals on the king's platform. The opponent is doomed now. The survivors in Area 6 were overjoyed when they saw the man in Jean Lin armor emitting 3 kinds of energy. This was one of the 10 strongest men under the king of Area 6. You should feel honored to be sent to fight by the king. After General Jean Lin finished speaking, his figure turned into a golden light, and he came to Zhou Wen in almost an instant. A golden spear appeared in his hand, dancing like a golden snake, and the sharp tip of the spear was directly facing Zhou Wen's face. Zhou Wen's face was normal. Facing the enemy with activated characteristics, he still did not activate the characteristics because there was no need. The so-called Golden Scale General in Area 6, even with a colorful feature turned on, still only showed a speed of about 360 points when moving, while Zhou Wen's current basic speed attribute was 435 points. Zhou Wen's mind moved, and the golden sword appeared in his hand, and then he slashed directly at the Golden Scale General, who was close at hand. The Golden Scale General's expression changed. He didn't expect that he had turned on the feature and doubled his speed, but he still couldn't see the opponent's attack clearly, so he immediately changed the attack state to the defense state, preparing to resist the attack first, and then rely on his own doubled strength to counterattack. Bang! Swish! But what the Golden Scale General never expected was that the opponent's weapon directly cut off his horizontal defense golden spear, and also cut his golden scale armor very easily. No. Impossible. The battle ended in an instant, and the Golden Scale General still had a look of horror on his face, and a bloodstain appeared in the middle of his body, running through his whole body. Gradually, blood seeped out of the bloodstain, and more blood seeped out, and finally his body split from the middle, and fell to both sides. The shocking scene of Zhou Wen killing General Jean Lin with one sword made all the survivors in Area 6 look unbelievable, even the king of Area 6 sitting on the throne. Humph. No wonder you dared to come to the expedition alone. I think you are the king of Area 10, right? The king of Area 6 opened his eyes suddenly, his pupils flashed with golden light, and a majestic mental force poured towards Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen still stood straight. Not affected by the king's power, as expected. Seeing that Zhou Wen was not affected at all under his king's power, the king of Area 6 grinned. King of Area 10, you will die here today. By the way, you can call me the King of Gold. As soon as the King of Gold finished speaking, his whole body burst into dazzling golden light, and the entire conquest space was almost illuminated into golden color. Swish! The King of Gold suddenly disappeared from the king's platform, and in an instant he came to where Zhou Wen was, and immediately swung his fist shining with golden light, and smashed it heavily at Zhou Wen. Bang! A big hole was punched into the ground in the area where Zhou Wen was, but the King of Gold did not hit Zhou Wen. You run pretty fast. The King of Gold retracted his fist and turned his eyes to Zhou Wen, who was already 100 meters away, and said contemptuously, King of Gold! King of Gold! King of Gold! The king himself took action and scared the other party back 100 meters. The survivors in Area 6 were all excited and cheered in unison. But you can't run away. The Golden King's body surface flashed with golden light again, and his figure appeared in front of Zhou Wen in a trance, just like a flash, and his speed was extremely fast. But this time Zhou Wen did not choose to dodge. At the moment when the Golden King's fist was about to hit him, 3-color energy suddenly burst out from the surface of his body. In an instant, the 3 attributes of strength, physique, and speed were all increased by 5 times. Who? A sound of breaking wind sounded, and Zhou Wen's fist was faster than the Golden King's fist. Before the Golden King's fist fell, it had already hit the Golden King's head hard. Bang! A deafening metal knocking sound suddenly exploded, and the Golden King's body was like a cannonball, and was punched hundreds of meters away by Zhou Wen. Bang! The Golden King hit his Golden King platform heavily, causing a pit to appear in the area hit. It's over, it's a waste. Zhou Wen felt a little sorry when he saw that he had knocked the Golden King away with one punch. When the Golden King attacked him just now, he chose to dodge instead of directly opening the characteristics to fight against him, because he was thinking about which characteristics to open to fight the opponent. Now the tidal Leviathan is heading to the endless sea. There will definitely be dangerous events in the process. He can't open all the characteristics here. Golden King. Golden King. Gold. The shouts of the survivors in Area 6 stopped abruptly at this moment. They turned their heads with a dazed look and looked at the king who was almost embedded in the Golden King's platform. The arrogance and pride on their faces gradually turned into fear. Chapter 552. The King. The King. Lost? A survivor from Area 6 said in a trembling voice. Puff! Suddenly, the head of the survivor from Area 6, who said the king lost, exploded. The one who killed him was the Golden King who crawled out of the depression of the king's platform. Asshole! I'm going to kill you! The Golden King's face was distorted, his eyes were red, and he roared like a beast. Bang! However, just as he was about to rush towards Zhou Wen, a figure with a 3-color light on his body appeared in front of him. At the same time, he felt a terrifying force in his abdomen, causing him to smash into the king's platform again. Bang! 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 Zhou Wen punched the Golden King's body with one powerful punch after another, beating the Golden King without any chance to fight back. The 5-meter-high gorgeous Golden King's platform was smashed to only 2 meters, and the base that touched the ground was directly smashed into the ground. Isn't this too weak? Zhou Wen had a surprised look on his face. He was the king of Zone 6, but the strength he showed was not even as good as Jiang Haitao. He even suspected that the Golden King was pretending to be weak. Zhou Wen roughly estimated the amplification effect of the Golden King's strength and speed characteristics. It should be 3 times higher, but the basic strength was not high, only about 300 points, not to mention the speed of about 230 points. Because the Golden King had activated the physical characteristics, it was difficult for Zhou Wen to kill him with just his fists, so he stopped attacking, then grabbed his head, pulled him out of his body deeply embedded in the king's platform, and lifted him up with one hand. Admit. Surrender. I admit defeat. The Golden King had been beaten by Zhou Wen, and had no ability to fight back. He had time to breathe and immediately admitted defeat, wanting Zhou Wen to let him go. The survivors from Area 6, who were watching, all kneeled on the ground, treating Zhou Wen as their new king. At this moment, the armor on Zhou Wen's body disappeared, and it seemed that he really wanted to let the Golden King go. At this moment, the Golden King's eyes became vicious, and a black long sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed Zhou Wen's heart at the fastest speed. Bang! A crisp metal collision sounded, and the tip of the black long sword hit Zhou Wen's body, but it did not go in at all. The ferocious look on the face of the Golden King suddenly stagnated, revealing an incredible look. He frantically increased the force of his arm to push the sword body, but no matter how much force he used, he could not pierce the black long sword into Zhou Wen's body, even if it pierced the surface skin. Swish! The vicious eyes of the Golden King gradually became terrified, and the hand holding the hilt began to tremble unconsciously. The tip of the sword moved and cut through the outer layer of Zhou Wen's heart, revealing the golden pattern inside. I was wrong. I accept the title of King of Area 10. Before he could even finish the word lose, the head of the Golden King was crushed by the tungsten bone claws, with blood energy on the surface. How could Zhou Wen let him go? He just put away his armor, and replaced it with tungsten bone claws. Just as Zhou Wen killed the Golden King, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! You have obtained the title of King of Survival. It turns out that as long as you kill the holder of the title of King of Survival, you can directly obtain this title. Zhou Wen said with some surprise. Plop! Zhou Wen stood on the twisted Golden King platform, and threw the corpse in his hand into the crowd of survivors in Area 6. At this time, all the survivors in Area 6 knelt on the ground in fear. Even the 9 so-called strongest generals of the king knelt on the ground respectfully, not even daring to raise their heads. Why are you all kneeling? Don't you want to fight? Zhou Wen said indifferently. We admit defeat. This war was initiated by this bastard. It has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. A survivor in Area 6 kicked the corpse of the King of Gold with his foot, looking very disgusted, and then said to Zhou Wen very respectfully, "You want to admit defeat?" Zhou Wen asked. Yes, we admit defeat. Please let us go, and we will give you everything when we go back." The survivor in Area 6 nodded repeatedly, and the other survivors also echoed. "Sorry, I don't accept it." Zhou Wen grinned, revealing a mouthful of black teeth, and said with a smile. After a while, the news of the cross-region conquest war in the regional communication channel disappeared. Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian had been paying attention to the changes in this news. The disappearance of the cross-region conquest war news indicated that the conquest war was over, so they both looked at Huanlin. Huanlin, who was playing with Jingzhen, suddenly froze, then opened his mouth, and a bloody man swam out of it. The bloody man was Zhou Wen. "Brother Wen, are you okay?" Jiang Haitao looked at Zhou Wen, who was covered in blood, and said with some concern, "It's not my blood." Zhou Wen smiled faintly. "Boss Zhou is awesome. Isn't Wanli from District 6 powerful?" Shen Xian asked curiously. "Very weak, not even as good as you," Zhou Wen replied. "Ah? So weak? Huh?" Shen Xian suddenly reacted. Wasn't she scolding herself by saying this? In addition to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, all the survivors in the 10 districts were also paying attention to the result of this cross-district conquest. The moment the news of the cross-district conquest disappeared, the survivors in each district asked in the regional communication channel, "District 1, where are the people from District 6 who participated in the battle? Come out and talk about the process. However, you are too bad. The opponent is only one person, and you fought for so long?" District 5, "Yes, if we District 5 went to the battle, it would definitely be resolved in 1 second. District 9, stop talking, everyone stop talking. District 1, what's wrong? District 6 is so weak, but you are not allowed to speak, right? I don't believe that District 6 dares to launch a cross-district conquest against our District 1. District 9, no, you are wrong. This conquest was not won by District 6, but by District 10. All the people who participated in the battle in District 6 died, and even their king's avatar disappeared in the regional communication channel. District 2, oh my god. Are the people in District 10 so fierce that they killed 10,000 people by themselves? District 1, I don't believe it, it's impossible. Among the survivors in District 10, only 2 million survived out of 100 million. How could such a weak person kill 10,000 people by himself? District 2, can't you see the avatar of the king of District 6? It's gone. District 1, I don't believe it. Where are the survivors in District 6? Come out and tell me the situation. But no matter how the people in District 1 tried to find the survivors in District 6, no survivors from District 6 came out to post messages in the regional chat channel, because the survivors in District 6 were scared. The strongest king in their district, and the strongest team of survivors led by the king, were all killed by one person in District 10. How terrifying it is. Previously, the survivors in District 6 kept mocking District 10 in the regional communication channel. After learning this result, they no longer dared to post messages in the regional communication channel. Chapter 553. After a while, the inter-district war between District 10 and District 6, which had a huge disparity in numbers, ended, and the survivors from the other 8 districts also confirmed the fact that District 6 had lost. One person killed 10,000 people. Such a terrifying strength made the survivors from other districts, who originally looked down on District 10, feel a little dread. Gradually, fewer and fewer people mocked the survivors from District 10 in the regional communication channel, and they all began to communicate about survival-related news. The World Communication Channel in District 10 was extremely lively at this time, and the survivors were all excited. One person killed 10,000 people from District 6. You should know that among those 10,000 people, there was the king of District 6. This shows that the strength of the 10,000 people on the opposite side is definitely not weak, but the mysterious strongman, who went to the battle alone, still killed all the people on the opposite side, which shows how terrifying his strength is. No need to guess, it must be King Jiang. There is a king on the opposite side, who can release the mental power to suppress ordinary survivors. Only the king can kill the king. Ha ha ha, King Jiang is awesome. Those people in District 6 were so arrogant before, always mocking us in the regional communication channel. Now King Jiang made a move and killed their king. Now they dare not even send messages in the regional communication channel. Not only the people in District 6 dare not send messages, But people in other districts are also shocked. The regional communication channel is quiet now. Who said it wasn't? The mocking messages sent by those people before really pissed me off. Now I am finally happy. It's a pity that King Jiang didn't take us to the battlefield. If we could watch the battle up close, it would be very shocking. Come on, watch the battle up close. Can you withstand the pressure released by the king? The survivors in District 10 have been discussing and have determined that the king of District 10 is Jiang Haitao. But at this moment, something bad happened. A dual message appeared in the World Communication Channel. Someone took advantage of Jiang Haitao's battle with other districts and challenged him to a duel. As soon as the dual message appeared, the survivors in the World Communication Channel were furious. At such a time of unity for the whole district, a beast appeared, and they all cursed. But the survivor who challenged Jiang Haitao to a duel was dismissive of the curses of these people. What unity against the outside world, in his opinion, was very ridiculous. Only when one's own strength was strong, was it the truth of this world. He didn't care what Jiang Haitao did for their District 10. He only knew that Jiang Haitao was fighting against 10,000 people in District 6, and there was even a king on the opposite side. So Jiang Haitao must have fully activated his characteristics. Now he must be in an extremely weak state. This is the opportunity to kill the other party, and soar to the sky. Curse, wait until I kill Jiang Haitao and get everything from him, and I, Shirshabi, will be the king of this District 10 in the future. Shirshabi was teleported to a huge space that looked very much like the stomach wall space. Although the environment has changed, it is still wrapped in the blue light curtain exclusive to the dual space, and you can see a similar blue light curtain approaching slowly on the opposite side. However, as the blue light curtain on the opposite side got closer and closer, the smile on Shirshabi's face froze, and the whole person fell into endless fear, because the person in the blue light curtain on the opposite side was standing upright at this time, and there was no sign of weakness at all. Slowly, the two blue light curtains began to merge, and the light film in the middle that blocked the two sides also began to dissipate. Shirshabi had retreated to the back of the light curtain at this time, and his back was tightly pressed against the blue light curtain, as if he wanted to embed himself in the light curtain. He wanted to escape, but it was in vain. Jiang Haitao, wearing dark abyss scale armor and holding a blood-fanged broadsword, walked silently towards the survivor who challenged him to a duel. He had nothing to say to this kind of person, who showed no sympathy for his own people in the face of foreign enemies. Jiang. King Jiang, I didn't intentionally use the duel ticket on you. Shirshabi was shaking all over, his face was pale with fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, but couldn't even speak clearly. Swish. A flash of blood passed through the air, and Shirshabi's head was cut off and died immediately. Jiang Haitao put away the blood-fanged broadsword in his hand, and there was no change on his face. This kind of person was not worth his anger at all. The survivors in the World Communication Channel were all staring at the duel information. After learning that Jiang Haitao won in the end, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they were amazed at Jiang Haitao's strength. After experiencing a battle of thousands of people, he still had the ability to fight. Zhou Wen didn't care much about these. He was staying in the stomach wall space of Huanlin to absorb the negative oxygen ions in the crystal sea view box, and condense the golden energy at the same time. 3 characteristics, because the main consumption is the 3-color energy in the body. Zhou Wen is not in a very serious state of weakness at this time. There is only one problem that bothers him, that is, the energy rainbow tree is gone. Where can he get the 3-color energy in the future? Before planting a new energy rainbow tree, I'm afraid these 3 characteristics can't be used, Zhou Wen said with some regret. When fighting with the King of Gold in Area 6 before, if he had known that the opponent was so weak, he would have activated the explosion characteristic and shadow characteristic. Although it is also a 3-fold increase, his basic attributes are high, and with a blood vein characteristic, it is just as easy to kill the opponent. By the evening, Zhou Wen's body had recovered a little, and he could barely move. His physique also increased by 1 point due to the absorption of negative oxygen ions, and the golden energy in his body increased by 10. So Zhou Wen took out the meat of several farming Leviathan creatures he had obtained before leaving the survival planet. There were 4 types in total, namely, fertile soil Leviathan, black soil Leviathan, mountain Leviathan, and fertile soil Leviathan. These Leviathan creature meats were obtained by him before the planet was destroyed. Now they are just right for planting the corresponding Leviathan blood vein fruits. Then, using 4 bottles of instant plant growth liquid, the 4 Leviathan blood vein vines grew rapidly, and soon 4 blood vein fruits grew. Zhou reached out and picked them all, and then ate them one by one. Ding! Eat the fertile soil Leviathan blood vein fruit, physique plus 11. Ding! Eat the black soil Leviathan blood vein fruit, physique plus 11. Ding! Eat the mountain Leviathan blood vein fruit, physique plus 11. Ding! Eat the fertile soil Leviathan blood vein fruit, physical fitness plus 11. All 4 types of Leviathan blood vein fruit increase physical fitness, providing Zhou with a total of 44 points of physical fitness, and the physical fitness attribute increased to 678 points. After eating the new Leviathan blood vein fruit, Zhou opened the system interface to check the emails. These emails were obtained by killing 10,000 survivors in the 6th area in the Conquest War. Zhou quickly flipped through the emails, and there were almost no items that would be of much use to him. After all, the king of the 6th area was so weak, and the survivors below the king could not have items that would make him shine. Chapter 554. In the email, the most valuable ones are naturally the 3 characteristic seals of the King of Gold, namely the Golden Knife Seal for strength, the Golden Shadow Seal for physique, and the Golden Shadow Seal for speed. Among them, the Golden Knife Seal and the Golden Shadow Seal both increase the corresponding attributes by 3 times, and the Golden Knife Seal is stronger. After opening, it can increase the physique attribute by 8 times, which is a very strong characteristic. The effects of these 3 characteristics are pretty good. Zhou directly sent the Golden Shadow Seal and Golden Shadow Seal to Jiang Haitao, and the Golden Knife Seal to Zhang Dongyang. Golden Knife Seal and Golden Shadow Seal do not require corresponding genes and can be used directly. Golden characteristics requires obtaining corresponding genes, but Zhou can use the corpse of the Golden Leviathan to make gene medicine. Just now when he was checking the email, he saw the body of the Golden Leviathan, a large Leviathan, which had decayed. It should be the Golden King in Area 6, who was lucky enough to pick it up. There was another blueprint that Zhou found quite interesting, which was the Golden King platform blueprint, and he sent it directly to Jiang Haitao. In the future, Jiang Haitao would be the Golden King. The rest were some basic materials, and then various biological meats and various characteristic stamps, with not very strong effects. Zhou sent these items directly to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to clean them up. After cleaning up the emails, Zhou left some useful items, including 200 bottles of instant plant growth liquid. With these growth liquids, the Leviathan blood vein fruit can be ripened at will. Then, there are 2 materials, silver shark oil and manic blood crystal, used to break through the upper limit of the first stage of strength, plus the 9 glorious saliva amber in his hand, which is exactly a set of materials to break through the upper limit of the first stage of strength. Zhou biggest gain this time is naturally the title of King of Survival, the 3 effects of Unfallen, King's Power, and Supreme, because his intelligence exceeds the limit by 23 points, so the first 2 effects are not very useful to him for the time being. But the effect of Supreme, increasing the upper limit of the 3 attributes by 100 points, is very useful to him. After all, his characteristic effects are relatively strong. In the case of being unable to break through the next stage, an extra 100 points of upper limit is definitely a great improvement for his own strength. Zhou left the stomach wall space and came to the seaweed space to find Jiang Haitao, and then the 2 used King's Power on each other. Neither of them was affected by the other's King's Power. Then Zhou released Shock characteristics again, and Jiang Haitao was still unaffected. This means that even if both of them have the title of King of Survival, the one with higher intelligence cannot cause intelligence attacks on the one with lower intelligence, and can only rely on their own hard power. Afterwards, Zhou left the algae garden Leviathan, and came to the edge of the waterspout. They were now completely in space. Based on the position changes of the deep blue planet, Zhou confirmed his previous conjecture that the tidal Leviathan did not catch up with the deep blue planet, which means that their journey across the planet will be delayed. Gurgle gurgle. At this time, there was a sound of bubbles surging nearby. Zhou curiously swam in the direction of the sound, and saw a cloud-eating sky Leviathan with a body bulging like a ball. At this time, the cloud-eating sky Leviathan was releasing a large number of bubbles from its body. These bubbles did not flow directly to the edge of the waterspout and then dissipate in space, but quickly merged into the seawater. Is this giving oxygen to the waterspout? According to the cloud-eating sky Leviathan, it will ionize fresh water into hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen is its food, and oxygen is waste gas that will be excreted from the body, but for most organisms, oxygen is the basis for survival. Zhou returned to the seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan. The time on the system interface was already night, but there was no distinction between day and night in the waterspout. If you want to swim at night, swim to the center of the waterspout, and if you want to swim during the day, swim to the edge of the waterspout. These days, Zhou has been in the bubble sea area at night without rest. Today, he just entered space, and there should be no dangerous things happening, so he went to bed directly. When he woke up, according to the time on the system interface, it was already the 121st day. Zhou simply inspected the stomach wall space. After everything was normal, he came outside. Now the Phantom Leviathan is in the waterspout, so there is no need to hurry or look for treasure chests. The absence of treasure chests will not have much impact on the survivors in the short term. The lack of seaweed to supply the Phantom Leviathan is a big problem. Of course, Zhou does not need to worry about the food problem of the Phantom Leviathan at all. There is plenty of seaweed in the seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan. Even if the 3 Phantom Leviathans eat with their stomachs open, they will not be able to finish it. Zhou came to the mouth of the algae garden Leviathan, cut some of the Leviathan biological meat he had obtained before into suitable sizes, and threw it into its mouth. Since they occupied the seaweed space, they naturally had to feed the algae garden Leviathan. After feeding the algae garden Leviathan, Zhou, Jiang Haitao, and Chen Xian placed a hot stove in the large bubble used for transmission in the seaweed space, and then roasted meat. Last night, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian cleaned up the spoils of the night, and separated 20 kinds of biological meat that they had never eaten. In addition to the 7 kinds of biological meat that Zhou had obtained from Zhou Junyang before, there were a total of 27 kinds of biological meat. After a while, all 27 kinds of biological meat were eaten, and Zhou's strength increased by 18 points, his physique increased by 30 points, and his speed increased by 15 points. Then he took a look at his current character attribute panel. Zhou, Leviathan Hunter plus 30, King of Survival. Bloodworm Gene. Plate Tungsten Snail Gene. Explosive Gun Bubble Shrimp Gene. Brilliant Gold Sea Dragon Gene. Black Flame Dragon Fish Gene. Normal human attribute is 10, Intelligence, 23, Upper Limit, Shock Attribute. Impact Attribute, Strength, 494, Burning Attribute. Blood Vein Attribute. Explosive Attribute. Black Flame Attribute, Physique, 708, Tungsten Gold Attribute. Copper Diamond Attribute. Brilliant Gold Attribute, Speed, 450, Arc Attribute. Colorful Attribute. Shadow Attribute. 3 attributes, Evaluation, a humanoid Leviathan whose physique exceeds the limit of the second stage. Physique exceeds the limit of the second stage? Zhou looked at his 708-point physique. If 708 points of physique exceeds the limit of the second stage, then the upper limit of the attributes of the second stage should be 600 points. Because Zhou has a golden body, the upper limit of his physical attribute has been increased by an additional 100 points. Originally, his physical attribute should have been increased to 700 points and could not be increased further, but yesterday, he won the title of King of Survival, and the Supreme of the 3 effects of the title increased his physical attribute by another 100 points. Chapter 555. It seems that my physique can be increased to 800 points. Zhou thought to himself, but there was not much joy on his face, because his physique was about to reach the upper limit again, but he had no clue about the materials to break through the upper limit of the second stage physique. After breakfast, the 3 returned to the stomach wall space and fed their own transmogrified Leviathan. At this time, many survivors in the World Communication Channel realized the problem of transmogrified Leviathan having no food. Some guild leaders were okay and would store some, but most people had no reserves. For a while, the survivors in the World Communication Channel were a little panicked, so some survivors went to the Regional Communication Channel to purchase seaweed with basic materials. At first, they could still purchase some, but later the survivors in other areas also realized the problem of transmogrified Leviathan having no food, so they immediately stopped the transaction. With no other options, some survivors began to grow seaweed in seaweed planting boxes, but obtaining seaweed in this way was like a drop in the bucket. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in their minds. Ding! All survivors, please note that you can use creature meat to exchange with the Abyss Leviathan for the food needed to transform into Leviathan. Hearing this world system prompt, the survivors who were in a state of anxiety suddenly seemed to see hope, but then became desperate. Creature meat for seaweed? We don't have enough creature meat to eat ourselves. How can we use it to exchange for seaweed? Are there no Leviathan creatures around you? The world system means that we should kill the Leviathan creatures, and used the meat of the Leviathan creatures to exchange for seaweed with the Abyss Leviathan. Damn! Are you crazy? How can we kill a 1,000-meter-long Leviathan creature? The world system thinks too highly of us. Is it asking me to use the meat of these Leviathan creatures to exchange for food for the transmogrified Leviathan? Or is it asking me to personally give the transmogrified Leviathan to those Leviathan creatures to eat? Do you want to form a team and try to gather more transmogrified Leviathans to attack a 1,000-meter-long Leviathan creature together? What's the point of forming a team? We should find a guild to form a team. I think we should wait for a while. It should be fine for the transmogrified Leviathan to starve for a few days. When the tidal Leviathan arrives at the Endless Sea, the transmogrified Leviathan should be able to find food on its own. That's the only way. Most of the survivors chose to wait. After all, it was too dangerous for them to actively provoke those 1,000-meter-long Leviathan creatures. The guilds were trying to gather their members. When the guild members were almost gathered, they would find a Leviathan with weak scales to besiege. After Zhou, Jiang Haitao, and Shen Xian finished feeding the transformed Leviathan, they looked up and saw many 1,000-meter-long Leviathan creatures around. As long as Leviathan creatures of this length do not have special energy attack capabilities, the three of them can deal with them. The transformed Leviathans of the three of them are not short of seaweed, but the two guild members below need it. Therefore, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian sent a message to the vice president of their guild, asking the vice president to gather the guild members. While Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian were communicating with their vice president, Zhou found a white jellyfish floating outside the transparent membrane of the algae garden Leviathan. Abyssal Leviathan? This white jellyfish is the tube jellyfish that merged into the Abyssal Leviathan before. Zhou swam outside and came to the tube jellyfish. He found that the diameter of the tube jellyfish umbrella was 100 meters, and the membrane of its umbrella was full of emerald green seaweed. It's delivering food here. Combined with the world system prompt just now, Zhou knew that this tube jellyfish was an individual split from the Abyssal Leviathan, which was used to deliver seaweed to each survivor, but it was definitely not given for free, and needed to be exchanged for biological meat. Zhou approached the tube jellyfish and touched the diaphragm on the surface of its umbrella, but was blocked by the diaphragm. In addition, there was a circle of energy ring in the middle of the umbrella of this tube jellyfish. If someone dared to rob it, they would definitely be attacked by a white energy halo. Yesterday, I participated in the expedition and got some useless biological meat. Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao to ask for some, and then threw it directly to the tube jellyfish. The tube jellyfish used its tentacles to wrap the biological meat and put it into the mouth in the middle of its umbrella, directly converting it into energy. Zhou gave the siphonophore about 100 tons of biological meat, and the siphonophore stopped receiving biological meat. At this time, he touched the transparent membrane on the surface of the umbrella again, and he could enter the interior to collect the seaweed. After collecting all the seaweed, there were only 10,000 portions. According to the current appetite of Huanlin, which is 1 million portions of seaweed per meal, 10,000 tons of biological meat are needed. A 1,000-meter Leviathan creature weighs at least 1 million tons. Killing one is enough to supply Huanlin with food for 100 days. It's quite cost-effective. Zhou calculated a little. The siphonophore that had collected all the seaweed swam quickly forward and disappeared in the dark sea water. In addition to this siphonophore, the algae garden Leviathan, there were 2 other siphonophores, which should have brought seaweed to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. The survivors in the World Communication Channel also encountered the tube jellyfish that delivered seaweed. Some of them thought that the tube jellyfish was easy to bully because they saw that it was only 100 meters long. As a result, they were beaten into air by a white energy halo. After learning that robbing the tube jellyfish would end like this, some survivors with the same idea immediately became honest. Although the seaweed was delivered to the door, most survivors could not afford enough biological meat. When it was night, a small guild had gathered hundreds of guild members. They selected a 1,000-meter Leviathan creature with a soft surface and a slender body, and then rushed forward. As long as one person could drill into the brain of the Leviathan creature here, there was a great chance to kill it. However, it didn't take long for this small guild with hundreds of people to be wiped out. During the battle, someone in the small guild did successfully drill into the body of the Leviathan. However, because this Leviathan creature had a slender and soft body, it felt something drilling into its body, so it immediately twisted its body and swung its tail, whipping the area where someone had drilled into it. Under the huge force of the slap, the person in the body was shocked to death in an instant. In the end, the hundreds of transformed Leviathans in this small guild all became the food of the 1,000-meter Leviathan. Another small guild also attacked a 1,000-meter Leviathan creature and drilled into the body of the 1,000-meter Leviathan. Moreover, this 1,000-meter Leviathan did not have a flexible tail, so it had no way to deal with the survivors who had drilled into its body for a while. But in the end, the people in this small guild were still annihilated, because the best weapon of the small guild leader was a 2-steel long knife. But the 2-steel long knife could not destroy the skull of the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature. The battle lasted too long, and finally the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature went crazy and hit other Leviathan creatures, which resulted in a fight between Leviathans. And those small guild members, who were like ants in front of the 1,000-meter Leviathan, were directly affected and all died. The small guild president, who drilled into the 1,000-meter Leviathan, was also killed by the huge impact force. Chapter 556. The news that 2 small guilds with hundreds of people were completely wiped out soon spread in the world communication channel, causing those small groups that wanted to gather a dozen people to try to hunt the 1,000-meter Leviathan to give up their plans immediately. This was not only the case in District 10, but also in the other 9 districts. Many districts had even turned their spearheads and pointed their hunting targets at other survivors. After all, the meat of the transmogrified Leviathan was still meat, and it was only about 150 meters in size, much easier to deal with than those 1,000-meter Leviathans, and weighed several thousand tons. One of the transmogrified Leviathans of others was exchanged for a meal of food for one's own transmogrified Leviathan, which was better than fighting against the 1,000-meter Leviathan. At this time, the people from Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian's 2 guilds had almost gathered, a total of 2,000 people. The reason why they could gather so quickly was because they used pure vouchers. Because the waterspout is not very large, and the Phantom Leviathan has a wide range of biological radar, the members of the 2 guilds first use companion vouchers to gather the guild members together, and then let the Phantom Leviathan find them by themselves. The guild members' journey distances on the survival planet are almost the same, and their positions in the Abyss Sea are not much different, so they are basically distributed in the same area when they enter the waterspout. A small number of guild members are too far away, and the Phantom Leviathan cannot find them by itself, so they can only end the journey together, and then travel a distance along the waterspout, and try a few more times together. Anyway, they are not short of companion vouchers. Seeing that the guild members have gathered, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian took their Phantom Leviathans and left the Algae Garden Leviathan, and went to the location where their respective guild members gathered. It was not difficult for the 3 of them to kill the 1,000-meter Leviathan, but it was difficult to decompose the body. It was a waste of time for the 3 of them to decompose such a large body. The purpose of gathering the members of the 2 guilds was to let them decompose the body. Not long after Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian left, a tube jellyfish swam out of the Algae Garden Leviathan. It was the tube jellyfish that sent seaweed to Zhou before, but the diameter of its umbrella had grown to 500 meters at this time. Starting from the morning, Zhou gave enough biological meat to the tube jellyfish with a diameter of 100 meters. In the following time, the tube jellyfish sent Zhou seaweed several times, and each time the diameter of the umbrella would increase by 100 meters, and the seaweed brought would be more. This was the 5th time. The tube jellyfish brought 50,000 portions of seaweed, which required 500 tons of biological meat to exchange. Zhou gave a total of 1,000 tons of biological meat in the first 4 times, and he had no extra biological meat. After all, Zhou also needs to eat biological meat. He can't use all the biological meat in his hand to exchange for seaweed with the Abyssal Leviathan, so he looked at the 1,000-meter Leviathan creatures around him. After Zhou swam around the Algae Garden Leviathan, he checked all the 1,000-meter Leviathan creatures, and finally fixed his eyes on a 1,000-meter Leviathan creature that looked like an anglerfish. Because this anglerfish Leviathan would stare at the Algae Garden Leviathan from time to time, it was obvious that it had the intention to attack the Algae Garden Leviathan. It didn't attack because it was not hungry to the extreme. These Leviathan creatures that entered the waterspout and followed the tidal Leviathan to the endless sea also needed food. As they stayed in space for longer and longer, these Leviathans would inevitably start to attack each other, and there would definitely be chaos in the waterspout. The Algae Garden Leviathan is Zhou mobile base, and it cannot be eaten by other Leviathan creatures, so he has to eliminate the hidden dangers directly now. Zhou chose this anglerfish Leviathan for another reason, that is, its teeth are extremely ferocious, like interlaced and curved hairpins. He thinks that the blood vein fruit planted from the flesh and blood of this Leviathan is likely to increase strength. Zhou silently recited in his heart, turned on the burning property and colorful property. With a thought, 2 black flame swords appeared in his hands, and then he rushed towards the anglerfish-shaped Leviathan. Maybe because Zhou was too small, the anglerfish-shaped Leviathan creature did not notice him. He smoothly cut the hard spines on the surface of the Leviathan and drilled into the body. After a while, the kilometer-long Leviathan in the shape of an anglerfish was destroyed by Zhou and died. The time consumed before and after was no more than 5 minutes. Ding! Kill a Leviathan creature, increase strength, physique, speed, and each attribute by 1 point. After coming out of the body of this anglerfish-shaped Leviathan creature, Zhou held a core in one hand and a silver-rimmed supply box in the other. Ding! Obtained 1 Lure Light Core. Ding! Lure Light Core. After use, you can obtain the Lure Light feature. When the Lure Light feature starts, the body emits light, which can attract light-seeking creatures to approach. The physique attribute is increased by 2 times. The duration depends on the basic physique attribute. 2 points of physique last for 1 second. Rubbish Core. Seeing that the core is to improve physique, Zhou was disappointed. This means that the blood vein fruit grown from the flesh of this Leviathan creature is likely to increase physique. Then, Zhou took another look at the items in the silver-rimmed supply box. He thought there would be nothing good, but he found a material needed for the Leviathan bait formula. Ding! Obtained Attractant X10. The rest were some equipment drawings, which were of no use to Zhou. He put them away and began to decompose the Lure Light Leviathan. However, during the decomposition process, the bloody smell of the Lure Light Leviathan attracted the attention of other Leviathans. The Leviathans rushed over and opened their mouths to bite the corpse of the Lure Light Leviathan. Large chunks of flesh and blood were bitten off and swallowed by these Leviathan creatures. Zhou frowned deeply, but he had no choice. Although Zhou could kill all these Leviathan creatures, he would still attract other Leviathan creatures. His characteristic time was not infinite. If he attracted too many 1,000-meter Leviathan creatures, he would be in danger when all his characteristics were used up. So, Zhou activated the Arc Light property to quickly cut some flesh from the corpse of the luminous Leviathan and put it into the deep blue treasure box. After collecting almost all the flesh, he returned to the Algae Garden Leviathan and stayed away from this area. If there were a group of other Leviathan creatures coming to snatch the corpse every time, it would be really difficult to collect the flesh of the Leviathan creature. Zhou fed 500 tons of luminous Leviathan flesh to the 500-meter-long tube jellyfish. After obtaining 50,000 portions of seaweed, he returned to the stomach wall space to rest. He activated 3 properties in succession, among which the burning property and colorful property did not have much impact on Zhou now. The main reason was that the arc light property made his body a little weak, but it did not affect his activities. Chapter 557. Use a bottle of instant plant growth liquid to plant a light-attracting Leviathan blood veins fruit, and then eat it directly. Ding! Eat the light-attracting Leviathan blood veins fruit, and your physical fitness will increase by 11. It really increases your physical fitness, Zhou said disappointedly. His physical fitness was not far from the upper limit. He hoped that this blood vein fruit would increase his strength, otherwise when his physical fitness reached the upper limit, he would not be able to eat creatures casually. At night, Zhou lay on the recliner in the seaweed space to rest, and Huanlin lay beside him to sleep. Around midnight, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian both found their guild members. Because Zhou told them about his experience just now, when they chose Leviathan, they all looked for lone Leviathans. After killing the Leviathan creatures, the 2 of them immediately asked the guild members to decompose them, but even so, they could only take away 1/3 of the Leviathan corpse, and the other 2/3 were shared by other Leviathan creatures who came after smelling the blood. The 2 guilds obtained a total of 600,000 tons of Leviathan flesh and blood. 600,000 tons of flesh and blood can only be exchanged with the Abyss Leviathan for 60 million portions of seaweed. The guild members' transmogrified Leviathans eat about 500,000 portions of seaweed per meal. These 60 million portions of seaweed are only enough to feed 120 transmogrified Leviathans. But the 2 guilds have 2,000 members in total, and these 600,000 tons of flesh and blood are obviously not enough. There is no way Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian can only let the guild members disperse to find those 1,000-meter Leviathans swimming alone, and then take the guild members to kill those Leviathans tomorrow to obtain enough Leviathan flesh and blood in exchange for seaweed. Today, both of them have activated their special features, and their bodies have fallen into a weak state, unable to continue hunting Leviathan. The 60 million seaweeds obtained in exchange were divided equally among 2,000 guild members, 30,000 seaweeds per person, and they could only make do with it for now. On the morning of the 122nd day, Zhou fed 1,000 tons of light-inducing Leviathan flesh and blood to the tube jellyfish that specially delivered seaweed to him, and obtained 100,000 seaweeds. After multiple feedings throughout the night, the diameter of the tube jellyfish's umbrella-shaped body has reached 1,000 meters, and this volume is already a kilometer-level leviathan creature. This volume should be able to deter those leviathan creatures that come to snatch the corpse. Zhou thought to himself. Last night, Zhou had been feeding the blood and flesh of the light-attracting leviathan to the jellyfish. During this time, he accidentally discovered that when the jellyfish encountered those 1,000-meter leviathan creatures that blocked the way, the surface of the body would release white light, which would directly scare away those 1,000-meter level leviathan creatures. Seeing this scene, Zhou immediately thought of using the jellyfish to prevent the leviathan corpse from being robbed. Worried that the jellyfish was small in size and could not completely deter the leviathan creatures that came to grab food, he deliberately fed the jellyfish to 1 kilometer. In order to verify whether this method is feasible, Zhou found a 1,000-meter leviathan creature and then attacked the leviathan creature at random. The leviathan creature felt threatened and immediately attacked Zhou. Zhou led the leviathan to the vicinity of the jellyfish. The jellyfish felt the leviathan creature approaching, and its body suddenly burst into white light. The leviathan that was chasing Zhou immediately stagnated, gave up chasing Zhou and turned around to leave. But how could Zhou let it go? Turn on, burning property, and colorful property, quickly drill into the body of this leviathan creature, destroy its brain and successfully kill it. Ding! Kill a leviathan creature, increase 1 attribute each for strength, constitution, and speed. This leviathan is called Silver-Tooth Leviathan, and there is a silver-tooth core in its body, which can increase the strength attribute by 2 times, which is useless to Zhou. In the exclusive material box of Silver-Tooth Leviathan are some equipment drawings and 1,000 silver ingots, and the drawings are sent directly to Chen Xian. Although the strength of the equipment made from these drawings is not as good as the abyss scale armor worn by Zhou, the equipment made from the kilometer-level Leviathan scales is still very good for guild members. Then, Zhou began to decompose the body of Silver-Tooth Leviathan. In order to be foolproof, Zhou deliberately used the flesh and blood of Silver-Tooth Leviathan to attract the tube jellyfish to a position close to the body of Silver-Tooth Leviathan. Next, as Zhou cut open the corpse, a large amount of blood flowed out of the corpse, dyeing the surrounding seawater red. Soon, the other Leviathans smelled the blood and swam towards the body of the silver-toothed Leviathan. Just when these Leviathans wanted to rush up and bite the flesh of the silver-toothed Leviathan, the tube jellyfish felt threatened and emitted white light all over its body, scaring away all the Leviathan creatures that gathered. Now you don't have to worry about the prey being robbed. Zhou smiled. It took 3 hours for Zhou to decompose the entire body of the silver-toothed Leviathan and put it all into the system interface, and then told Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian about this method. However, Chen Xian had come up with a solution not long ago, which was to start from the inside when decomposing the corpse of the Leviathan creature. Those Leviathan creatures came to snatch the corpse because they smelled the blood. Decomposing from the inside of the corpse can reduce the amount of blood flowing out of the body as much as possible, thereby reducing the spread distance of the blood smell. And the guild members, who cut the flesh and blood inside the corpse, can temporarily store the cut flesh and blood in the private message through the system interface. Of course, Chen Xian's method is definitely not as safe as Zhou method of using the tube jellyfish. Chen Xian's method can only be used when there are no other Leviathans around. If there are Leviathan creatures that are relatively close, they will still smell the blood and then attack to snatch the corpse. Afterwards, Zhou asked Chen Xian to send these 2 methods of protecting the Leviathan corpse to the World Communication Channel. The number of survivors in their 10th district is too small compared to other districts. Publicizing these 2 methods can reduce the number of survivors hunting Leviathans, thereby achieving the goal of reducing the number of deaths. At this time, the members of the medium-sized guilds had gathered and were about to start hunting Leviathans, when they received 2 important messages sent by Chen Xian, and then they immediately followed them. During the period when the medium-sized guilds began to hunt the 1,000-meter Leviathan creatures, they also encountered some problems. That is, if the size of the tube jellyfish is too small, the white light emitted cannot deter other Leviathans at all, and the tube jellyfish needs to be fed to 1,000 meters. In this way, in the practical summary of many medium-sized guilds, they combined these 2 methods of protecting the corpse of Leviathan. At the beginning, when the tube jellyfish was only 100 meters, they used the method of decomposing the corpse from the body. After feeding the tube jellyfish to 1 kilometer, they began to use the method of deterring the tube jellyfish. Chapter 558. But even with these 2 methods, it is still difficult for a medium-sized guild to provide enough seaweed to its members, because in order to quickly kill a 1,000-meter Leviathan creature, the president of a medium-sized guild needs to activate all of his own characteristics. And because the president of a medium-sized guild does not have better physical characteristics, the characteristics can often only last for a few minutes. Even if he uses peer tickets to save time and quickly teleport to the Leviathans that need to be hunted, he can only kill 2-3. A medium-sized guild has 2,000 members. For safety reasons, the 1,000-meter Leviathans that medium-sized guilds look for are the smallest, barely reaching 1,000 meters, and weighing about 1 million tons. Even if 3 can be successfully hunted, the amount of meat obtained is only 3 million tons, and it takes 500,000 portions of seaweed, which is 5,000 tons of biological meat, to feed a phantom Leviathan. 2,000 phantom Leviathans require 10 million tons of biological meat, and 3 million tons is not enough. This does not include the more difficult 1,000-meter Leviathan. If you encounter a 1,000-meter Leviathan with energy attacks, you may be killed instead of killed. Because the leaders of various medium-sized guilds need to frequently use their characteristics before the tidal Leviathan arrives at the endless sea in order to hunt the 1,000-meter Leviathan, their bodies will be in a weak state most of the time. So Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao. All survivors, please note that before the tidal Leviathan arrives at the endless sea, you must not initiate a duel. Those who initiate a duel will die. Jiang Haitao posted this message in the World Communication Channel to warn those survivors who have speculative ideas. Although there is a way to preserve the corpse of the Leviathan creature, only medium-sized guilds and some small guilds with stronger strength can successfully kill Leviathan, which has nothing to do with ordinary survivors. I can help decompose the corpse of Leviathan. Is there any medium-sized guild that wants me? I don't want to join the guild. Just give me some Leviathan flesh and blood. I can also help decompose the corpse. Just give me 10,000 portions of seaweed. Me too. Many ordinary survivors called out to medium-sized guilds in the World Communication Channel, hoping to exchange some Leviathan flesh and blood or seaweed through labor. Although 10,000 portions of seaweed are not enough to fill the teeth of the transmogrified Leviathan, it is better than nothing. Even though the requirements of ordinary survivors are so low, no medium-sized guild is willing to take them. The reason is very simple. Medium-sized guilds can't even feed their own transmogrified Leviathans, so where can they have extra food for ordinary survivors? Fuck. Look outside the waterspout. There are a lot of meteorites flying over. Just when all the ordinary survivors were seeking help from the medium-sized guild, a different message suddenly appeared. Zhou Wen had been paying attention to the situation of the survivors, so this message immediately caught his attention. Zhou Wen left the algae garden Leviathan, swam to the edge of the waterspout and looked out. He saw a large number of meteorites in space flying towards the waterspout. One of them was a meteorite with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer, and it was less than 100 meters away from the waterspout. After a while, the meteorite hit the waterspout. Boom! A dull loud noise spread inside the waterspout, but the meteorite did not affect the waterspout. The moment it hit, it was shattered by the colored energy at the edge of the waterspout, turned into small pieces of gravel, and entered the waterspout. Zhou Wen opened his eyes slightly, because when his mental power swept over those small pieces of gravel, he found something in the gravel. Zhou Wen swam to a piece of gravel with a diameter of 10 meters and an irregular surface. Through mental power detection, he found a square black cube with a side length of 1 meter in the center of the gravel. Zhou Wen took out a 2-steel long knife and quickly cut off the outer layer of rock, revealing the black cube inside. Ding! Obtain land base X1. Ding! Land base can be placed in seawater, and after placing it, the foundation can be placed on its surface. Meaning, with this, you can place the foundation somewhere other than Leviathan in the future? Zhou Wen thought for a while, and said. In order to verify his idea, Zhou Wen released the newly obtained land base, and the black cube floated directly in the seawater. The black cube has 6 faces. Zhou Wen took out the stone foundation, and tried to fill all 6 faces. Then he stacked foundations on top of the foundations. After stacking 10 stone foundations, he couldn't place any more. It seemed that he had reached the stacking limit. Zhou Wen thought about it, and found a second land foundation in another broken meteorite through mental detection. Then he tried to place this land foundation on the foundation that had already been stacked 10 layers. The land foundation was successfully adsorbed on the surface of the foundation. Then he could continue to stack foundations along this land foundation. If there are enough land foundations, can we create a continent out of thin air? Zhou Wen said in surprise. Next, Zhou Wen continued to collect items from these meteorite fragments. In addition to the land foundations, some fragments also had material boxes, but the items inside were no different from those on the survival planet. They were all basic materials. Ding! Evolution factor X1 obtained. Ding! Evolution factor, ? Why are there only question marks? This system prompt tone is boring. Zhou looked at the newly obtained blue particle the size of a soybean in his hand, and said speechlessly. The entire waterspout was hit by a meteorite. Various items were wrapped in the broken gravel. Among them, land-based and evolution factor were new things for Zhou, but he couldn't collect them all by himself, so he prepared to mobilize ordinary survivors to collect them. The reward was naturally seaweed. The tube jellyfish umbrella-shaped body that sent seaweed to Zhou had a diameter of 2,000 meters. The tube jellyfish could directly put the 1,000-meter leviathan corpses on its umbrella-shaped body and take them away. It didn't need him to decompose them. It was just that the speed of going back and forth was a bit slow. Afterwards, Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to send a message in the World Communication Channel to acquire the two items, land-based and evolution factor, and then cooperated with Huanlin to hunt the 1,000-meter leviathan. As soon as the siphonophore returns, Zhou will immediately kill a 1,000-meter leviathan. Because of the speed of the phantom scale, Zhou does not need to use the characteristics to kill leviathan. In one day, he killed 100,000-meter leviathans, and obtained 100 million tons of leviathan flesh and blood. During the hunting of leviathans, his Leviathan Hunter title increased to 100, reaching the upper limit directly. Ding! The number of leviathans you have hunted has reached 100, and the Leviathan Hunter title has reached the upper limit and upgraded to Abyss Hunter. Ding! Abyss Hunter, for each Abyss level Leviathan killed, the strength, constitution, and speed will increase by 3 points each. Chapter 559. 100-kilometer level Leviathan creatures harvested about 100 million tons of Leviathan creatures' flesh and blood, and exchanged them with a tube jellyfish that split from the Abyssal Leviathan for 10 billion portions of seaweed. Zhou sent all of these 10 billion portions of seaweed to Jiang Haitao, asking him to trade land-based and evolution factor with the survivors. An ordinary-sized transmogrified Leviathan needs about 500,000 portions of seaweed for one meal, and 10 billion portions can supply 20,000 transmogrified Leviathans. Of course, in this food shortage environment, ordinary survivors don't need to feed the transmogrified Leviathans. Feeding 100,000 portions of seaweed for one meal is enough, so 10 billion portions of seaweed can supply 100,000 transmogrified Leviathans. Originally, Zhou planned to kill more Leviathan creatures himself in exchange for a large amount of seaweed, and then let Jiang Haitao trade them to ordinary survivors at a low price to increase Jiang Haitao's prestige. After all, there are survivors from other areas. Although there has been no fighting at present, that is because the dual ticket cannot be used across areas. When the survivors from the 10 areas arrive at the Endless Sea, the survivors from each area will inevitably fight for development. And the number of survivors in their 10 areas is only more than 2 million, which is too big a gap with other areas. Whether it is out of consideration for their own interests, or the friendship between the same race, Zhou has to help them more before arriving at the Endless Sea. Moreover, hunting these ordinary 1,000-meter Leviathans is not a difficult task for Zhou. At the same time, he could also obtain the flesh and blood of Leviathans to plant blood veins fruit, and exchange them for seaweed for the survivors in the same area. At night, Zhou and Huanlin returned to the seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan, and killed 100,000-meter Leviathan creatures, which directly upgraded his Leviathan Hunter title to Abyss Hunter. The Abyss Hunter title can only increase attribute points by hunting Abyss-level Leviathans. It is no longer useful to continue hunting 1,000-meter Leviathan creatures. However, Leviathan Hunter plus 100 still brought a lot of attributes to Zhou, and all three attributes of strength, physique, and speed increased by 68 points. At this time, his strength attribute reached 564 points, physique attribute reached 789 points, and speed attribute reached 520 points, of which the physique attribute was about to reach the upper limit of 800 points. Before arriving at the Endless Sea, can I fill up all three attributes? Zhou thought to himself. He still has dozens of Leviathan creatures in his hands that have not been planted into blood vein fruits. If he eats these blood vein fruits, there will be no problem in filling all three attributes. But the premise is that these Leviathan blood vein fruits cannot all increase physical fitness. After killing 100,000-meter Leviathans, Zhou also obtained 100 cores, but the effects of these cores are not strong. All of them are one-time or two-time attribute enhancements, and there are no speed-related cores at all. Because the Leviathans are too fast, Zhou did not hunt them at all in order to save time. The cores in the bodies of the 100 Leviathans he hunted are basically those that increase physical fitness, and only a few are strength-related. Among them, the cores that can increase the strength attribute by 2 times can be given to guild members for use, and he plans to keep the rest for planting energy rainbow trees in the future. In the next 3 days, Zhou has been hunting Leviathan creatures, obtaining a large number of cores and Leviathan flesh and blood, but because the Leviathan corpse needs to be used to exchange for seaweed, he only left a small amount of Leviathan flesh and blood to plant blood veins fruit, which can basically only be planted once. During these 3 days, Zhou increased his strength and constitution to the upper limit of his 3 attributes, with a strength upper limit of 700 points and a constitution upper limit of 800 points. Because speed-type Leviathans are too troublesome to hunt, they have not been hunted specifically for the time being, so the speed attribute has not been greatly improved. Not only did Zhou's attributes increase a lot, but Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian's constitution attributes were also increased to the upper limit. There was no way most of the blood veins fruits planted by the flesh and blood of the hunted Leviathans were constitution type, and it would be a waste for him to continue eating them when his constitution was full, so he gave them all to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. Because Jiang Haitao has the title of King of Survival, his physical limit is 700 points. Shen Xian has no physical limit bonus, and his physical limit is 600 points. Today is the 126th day. Zhou is lying on the recliner in the seaweed space of the Leviathan in the algae garden, watching the messages in the regional communication channel. In the past 3 days, the survivors in other areas have begun to kill each other on a large scale in order to obtain food for their own transmogrified Leviathans. They hunt other people's transmogrified Leviathans in exchange for seaweed to feed their own transmogrified Leviathans. Some survivors with stronger strength have thought of a way to lure 2 Leviathan creatures to fight each other. After one Leviathan kills another Leviathan, they hurry up to cut more flesh and blood. In short, survival is very difficult. In addition to the problem of food for the Leviathan, the other 9 areas also saw the waterspouts gradually shorten. This may be because the survivors did not provide enough blood and flesh, which made it difficult for the energy in the tidal Leviathan to maintain the waterspouts, so the length of the waterspouts began to shorten. Those waterspouts without the protection of the tidal Leviathan energy became a large ice block in the extremely low temperature space after a while. The survivors and Leviathan creatures, who did not have time to escape, were all frozen inside. In Area 10, because Zhou hunted Leviathans, although there were still some survivors hunting other survivors' Leviathans, the number was not large. After all, Jiang Haitao had been trading seaweed to them, and most people's Leviathans could have something to eat. The shortening of the waterspouts did not occur in Area 10, and it may be because of the sufficient food for the tidal Leviathan. Zhou found that the deep blue planet in front of him had increased a lot, indicating that the tidal Leviathan was constantly approaching the deep blue planet. After seeing the situation of the survivors in other areas, Zhou had a simple breakfast and prepared to take Huanlin to hunt Leviathan creatures. At present, his strength and physique have reached the upper limit. It is no use to continue hunting ordinary Leviathans. Today he plans to hunt speed-type Leviathans, obtain their flesh and blood, and then plant blood veins to improve his speed attribute. But Zhou and Huanlin just left the algae garden Leviathan, and he saw a series of special photos in the World Communication Channel. The perspective of the photo is through the edge of the waterspout, shooting towards the space. In the dark space, a group of light-emitting light appeared. The light group is orange-yellow and looks like a small sun. This light group gradually flew towards the waterspout, directly destroyed the colored energy on the surface of the waterspout, entered the inside of the waterspout, and swam towards a Leviathan creature with a bright surface. Chapter 560. The camera zoomed in on the photo in the back, and we could see countless light spots in the light ball moving quickly, just like photons jumping. The light ball finally entered the body of the glowing Leviathan creature, but in the next photo, we saw that the body of the 1,000-meter level glowing Leviathan began to shrink rapidly, and soon became a dried fish, and finally turned into ashes and dissipated. But the light ball did not dissipate, but emerged from the ashes of the Leviathan creature again, and the light of the light ball became brighter, and then swam quickly towards the next Leviathan creature. What is this? I don't know, I didn't dare to get close. A 1,000-meter-long Leviathan creature turned into ashes in an instant. This is too scary. It seems that it only attacks glowing Leviathan creatures. Our phantom Leviathan doesn't glow, so it should be fine. The survivors in the World Communication Channel were curious and discussed it, because this mysterious ball of light seemed to pose no threat to their transformed Leviathan for the time being, so they did not pay much attention to it. But after Zhou finished reading it, he frowned. The ball of light was obviously attacking the glowing Leviathan, and his algae garden Leviathan's mouth was emitting light. If the ball of light continued to attack the glowing Leviathan, it would sooner or later swim to him. Facing unknown dangerous creatures, Joe did not want to contact them, but the algae garden Leviathan was his mobile base, and he was reluctant to give it up. I hope that the ball of light can leave after attacking other glowing Leviathans, Joe thought. After all, the light ball can survive in space, and it entered the waterspout to attack the glowing Leviathan creatures, probably for food. There are so many Leviathan creatures in the waterspout, it is impossible that the light ball cannot be fed. After a while, the survivor who had been tracking the light ball and taking photos sent another photo in the World Communication Channel. The content of the photo was that the light ball had left the waterspout, and the direction of the light ball was the deep blue planet in front. Is it a creature in the endless sea? Joe was a little surprised. The diameter of the light ball was only about 3 meters, but it could easily kill a 1,000-meter Leviathan creature. If the endless sea was full of such outrageous creatures, how could they, the survivors, survive? This kind of creature should be relatively rare. Joe guessed in his mind, but as soon as this idea appeared in his mind, a light ball appeared in his field of vision. Because Joe had been observing how far the tidal Leviathan was from the deep blue planet, he always kept the algae garden Leviathan at the edge of the waterspout, so he could directly see a ball of light flying in from the space outside the waterspout. And what was even more terrible was that, looking at the flight trajectory of the ball of light, the target was obviously the algae garden Leviathan. Joe hurriedly returned to the seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan with Huan Lin, and then commanded the algae garden Leviathan to enter the depths of the waterspout, hoping to get rid of the ball of light. Originally, Joe could control the algae garden Leviathan to lure the ball of light to other luminous Leviathans, thereby diverting the target of the ball of light, but the problem was that he had basically killed all the Leviathans nearby, and he could not find the luminous Leviathan in a short time. Do we have to give up this algae garden Leviathan? But the various seaweeds in the seaweed space were not transferred in time. Once attacked by the light ball, I don't know if these seaweeds can still be preserved. How about trying to lure the light ball away? Joe had obtained a light-attracting core before. After turning on the characteristics, it can attract light-attracting creatures, and the light ball should be some kind of light-attracting creature. He can turn on the characteristics and attract those light balls away. The swimming speed of the algae garden Leviathan is not fast, and the light ball will catch up in a short time. Joe no longer hesitated and directly engraved the light-attracting core into a light-attracting steel seal and stamped a light-attracting characteristics behind his physical attributes. Joe was taken away from the algae garden Leviathan by Huanlin and swam towards the light ball. When he was dozens of meters away from the light ball, Joe directly turned on the light-attracting characteristics, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the surface of his body, which immediately attracted the attention of the light ball. The light ball immediately changed its target and chased Joe, while Huanlin swam quickly forward with Joe. As long as the light ball was led to another luminous Leviathan, Joe could end the characteristic and return. Huanlin's swimming speed was faster than that of the light ball, but in order to keep attracting the light ball, Joe let Huanlin maintain the same speed as the light ball. But Joe hadn't moved far with the light ball, and somehow, the light ball suddenly burst into light, and the moving speed suddenly increased. The originally round light ball now directly turned into a series of silk threads, which looked very much like the killing move of the white horse Leviathan to disperse its body into tiny light needles. The luminous silk threads came to Joe almost instantly. Joe was shocked and immediately activated the golden characteristic, forming a layer of golden lines on his body's surface, and then agreed to Jiang Haitao's invitation to go with him. Before making the decision to lure the light ball, Joe had already sent a message to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to accompany him. If he encountered danger, he would flee directly with him. Huanlin's body did not emit light, so there was no need to worry about being attacked by the light ball. But even though Joe reacted quickly, he was still a step late. The glowing threads hit his body. The golden pattern on the surface of his body only resisted for a moment before being directly penetrated. Before Joe's body turned into blue light, all the light spots entered his body. The next second, Joe appeared in the stomach wall space of Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao was about to ask Joe about the situation, but Joe's body suddenly burst out with a surging momentum. In order to prevent his body from being destroyed by those light spots, Joe activated the tungsten gold characteristics, and a tungsten bone claw appeared in his hand, with blood energy attached to it. Just as Joe was about to pierce the tungsten bone claw into his body to see if he could kill those light spots, The movement of his arms suddenly stopped. Because under his mental power, those light spots suddenly disappeared as soon as they entered his body, and then he found that the white horse energy in his body seemed to have increased a little. The life and death crisis was so abruptly resolved, which made Zhou Wen a little stunned. Brother Wen, what are you doing? Jiang Haitao was very puzzled when he saw Zhou Wen suddenly activate the characteristics. It's okay. Zhou Wen didn't know what was going on with him. His body was better, and directly absorbed those light spots, and then converted them into white horse Leviathan energy. Afterwards, Zhou Wen ended his journey, and returned to Wanlin's stomach wall space. He used mental power to carefully check his body again. After confirming that there was no problem, he went to hunt those speed-type Leviathan creatures. Anyway, the tungsten gold characteristics were all turned on, and when the amplification effect ended, he would also fall into a weak state. He simply turned on other speed-type characteristics to hunt fast-moving Leviathan creatures. Chapter 561. 10 minutes later, Zhou Wen returned to the seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan. He hunted 3 extremely fast Leviathan creatures. The length of these speed-type Leviathans did not reach a kilometer, generally between 300 meters and 500 meters, but because of their fast speed, they could enter the waterspout. Zhou Wen obtained 3 speed-type cores, one of which was a shuttle core, which could triple the speed attribute. Zhou Wen sent it directly to Chen Xian. The remaining 2 cores were both one-fold speed increase, and were useless. The amplification time of tungsten gold characteristics can only last for 12.5 minutes. When returning to the seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan, there were only 2.5 minutes left. After processing the harvest of the 3 Leviathans, the amplification time was almost over. After that, Zhou Wen rested in the stomach wall space of Wanlin. Today, the task of hunting Leviathans and exchanging items with ordinary survivors was handed over to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. After eating a lot of blood-vein fruits, their current strength has also improved a lot. Not only has their physical fitness reached the upper limit, but their strength has also increased by about 500 points. It's just that their speed is a little slower and has not reached the upper limit of the first stage, but they can still hunt hundreds of Leviathan creatures with their own transformed Leviathan. When it was night, another bad news appeared in the World Communication Channel. A survivor at the back of the waterspout found 10 meteorite Leviathans outside the waterspout. They were flying in space, and were about to catch up with the waterspout. After the survivors in the World Communication Channel learned of this news, some of the survivors, who deliberately lagged behind the waterspout, began to swim forward. These survivors who were lagging behind the waterspout were actually trying to avoid being hunted by the strong ones. After all, the closer they were to the front, the stronger they were. Although most of the stronger survivors would not deliberately hunt the transformed Leviathans of other survivors, they would not let go of them if they came to them. On the morning of the 127th day, Zhou Wen's physical weakness was much relieved, and he could move around. After drinking a cup of black carapace solution to replenish the tungsten element in his body, Zhou Wen opened the World Communication Channel to check the situation of the meteorite Leviathan. Not long ago, the 10 meteorite Leviathans had broken through the colored energy on the surface of the waterspout, entered the interior, and then swam forward along the waterspout. However, before these 10 meteorite Leviathans had swam for long, the waterspouts in their area suddenly broke off. It seemed that the tidal Leviathan had discovered the meteorite Leviathan and directly stopped the energy in their area. The waterspout, which lost the energy of the tidal Leviathan, suddenly turned into a large block of ice, and all 10 meteoric Leviathans were frozen inside. But soon, the 10 meteoric Leviathans showed fiery red energy on their bodies, which melted the ice directly, and then quickly devoured the bodies of the Leviathan creatures frozen in the ice, and chased the waterspout again. Everyone command the transformed Leviathan to swim forward, and they are not allowed to attack each other during the period, otherwise they will die. Jiang Haitao sent a message in the World Communication Channel. With Jiang Haitao's protection, all the survivors who fell behind began to move quickly to the front, but because the transformed Leviathans had not been full these days, the swimming speed of the ordinary survivors' transformed Leviathans was not fast. The star meteor Leviathan, which had been chasing closely behind, was not feeling well either. Flying in space consumes a lot of energy. It would have been easier to enter the waterspout, but the tidal Leviathan cut off a section of the waterspout. Fortunately, there were other Leviathan creatures in that waterspout, and they could recover some energy by eating. The tidal Leviathan seemed to be very afraid of the star meteor Leviathan. Every time the 10 star meteor Leviathans entered the waterspout, the tidal Leviathan would cut off a section of the waterspout, which caused the length of the waterspout to gradually shorten. What made the survivors feel that misfortunes never come alone was that the light balls that appeared yesterday appeared again today, and there were so many of them that they were so dense. Although these light balls would not attack the transformed Leviathan, with so many of them, it was hard to guarantee that they would not be affected. Because of the algae garden Leviathan, many light balls gathered on Zhou side, but they were all absorbed by Zhou body. These light balls were actually composed of a creature called Photon Mayfly. Photon Mayfly, body length, 0. Weight, 0. Food type, sunlight. Introduction. A kind of energy body microorganism that lives in the endless sea. When the sun comes out, it will fly into space to absorb sunlight. According to the biological illustrations, this photon mayfly belongs to an energy body. It may be that its body is composed of photons, so it was restrained by the white horse Leviathan. Only Zhou, who has the seed root system of the white horse Leviathan fused in his body, can absorb these photon mayflies that enter his body. I don't know if I can solve the 10 meteorite Leviathans behind me when I activate the white horse Leviathan form. Zhou looked at the large number of photon mayflies around him. With these photon mayflies as energy to continue the white horse Leviathan form, as long as there is enough time, there should be a chance to kill all the meteorite Leviathans. In addition to the 10th district, which encountered a double crisis, the other 9 districts were also in the same situation. However, because their tidal Leviathans were short of energy, the waterspouts had already begun to shorten, so there were only a few meteorite Leviathans that caught up, only 1 or 2. The reason why there were only 1 or 2 was not because other meteorite Leviathans could not catch up, but because when the tidal Leviathan shortened the waterspouts, there were many Leviathan creatures in it. Those meteorite Leviathans flying in space had enough food, so they were not in a hurry to chase. The 10 meteorite Leviathans in District 10 had been hungry for 5 days, and their energy was almost exhausted. In order to get enough food, they all consumed a lot of energy to speed up their flight, just to allow the tidal Leviathan to throw more Leviathan creatures. Therefore, the situation in District 10 was particularly critical. The 10 meteorite Leviathans were like crazy, emitting dazzling red light all over their bodies, chasing frantically behind the waterspout. But because the light released from the surface of the meteoric Leviathan was too dazzling, it attracted some photon mayflies to approach. You see those light balls approaching the meteoric Leviathan. The light balls can kill a 1,000-meter Leviathan in a short time. It should be no problem to kill these 500-meter meteoric Leviathans. Fight, fight, if they fight, we will be safe. In the World Communication Channel, the survivors all hope that the light balls can kill the meteoric Leviathan. After all, in terms of threat, the meteoric Leviathan is a greater threat to the survivors. However, as soon as those light balls touched the red light on the surface of the meteoric Leviathan, they were extinguished instantly, just like a small spark encountering water. Chapter 562. Originally, the survivors had hoped for the light balls, expecting them to kill the meteoric Leviathan. After seeing the light balls flying like moths to a flame, the hope that had just risen in their hearts disappeared instantly. A feeling of despair instantly spread in the hearts of these survivors, and their transformed Leviathans were already swimming forward at the fastest speed. However, due to the lack of food, the swimming speed of the transformed Leviathan was not even 1/10 of the original speed. Such a slow speed could not get rid of the pursuit of the meteoric Leviathan behind. The most important thing is that the meteoric Leviathan does not need to rush over to kill them, but only needs to enter the waterspout in their area. After the tidal Leviathan notices it, it will directly abandon the waterspout invaded by the meteoric Leviathan. At that time, they will directly turn into ice sculptures, and they will not even have the chance to resist. The survivors who fell behind saw that the Starfall Leviathan behind them was about to catch up, and they all urged their transformed Leviathan eagerly, but the transformed Leviathan had no strength to swim faster, and no matter how much they urged, it was useless. Just when these survivors could only watch and wait for death to come, outside the waterspout, in the dark space, a brilliant white light suddenly passed through everyone's vision, dragging a long white mark, as if to cut through the darkness. Most survivors basically swam forward along the edge of the waterspout, just to keep an eye on the situation of the Starfall Leviathan behind them. If it really doesn't work, some survivors with companion tickets will give the companion tickets to the survivors in front of the waterspout, and then let them accompany themselves. Although the companionship time of the companion voucher can only last for 1 day, it is better to survive 1 day, just in case there is a turnaround later. Therefore, when this bright white light passed by, it immediately attracted the attention of these survivors, and soon, they started talking to each other in the World Communication Channel. What is that white light? Why does it seem to be heading for the falling star Leviathan? Is it some kind of Leviathan creature? I think it is the helpers called by those light balls. Didn't you see that those light balls are now flying towards the white light? Really, and that white light seems to be flying from the front. Maybe it is some kind of Leviathan creature in the endless sea. I hope the white light can win. What do you mean by hoping that the white light will win? It would be better if they all died. Who knows if the white light Leviathan creature is a threat to us? That's true. I don't care who wins or loses. It's better for the Starfall Leviathan and the white light Leviathan to be in a stalemate. That way we have time to swim forward. While the survivors in the World Communication Channel were discussing the white light was less than a kilometer away from the Starfall Leviathan behind. And this white light was naturally Zhou, one who had activated the White Horse Leviathan form. At this time, his whole body was emitting white light, and his pair of pure white eyes, which seemed to be composed of light, were closely watching the Starfall Leviathan approaching quickly. At this time, Zhou stopped flying. In the weightless environment of space, although he did not need to continuously output energy to keep his body suspended, he needed to continuously output energy on the surface of his body to resist cosmic radiation and vacuum environment. Therefore, the energy of the White Horse Leviathan in his body was consumed very quickly. If it weren't for those photon mayflies that continuously rushed into his body and formed the energy of the White Horse Leviathan, he would not be able to move in space for a long time. So before fighting with these 10 meteorite Leviathans, he had to absorb as many photon mayflies as possible and store enough White Horse Leviathan energy in his body to avoid unexpected situations during the battle. Zhou would increase the output of his body's ability, and the whole person suddenly burst into a dazzling light. In the dark space, he was like a white sun. Soon, a large number of photon plankton flew towards him. Not only were all the photon mayflies around the waterspout attracted, but even the photon plankton in other areas was attracted by the light he emitted. Zhou looked at the large number of photon mayflies flying from other places, and his light pupils flashed with light. In an instant, his vision seemed to span tens of millions of kilometers. A long blue waterspout appeared in his vision. It was a waterspout formed by another tidal Leviathan. It seems that there is a tidal Leviathan in each zone. The 9 moons seen in the sky before should be the planets, where the survivors of the other 9 zones are located. Zhou immediately made a judgment. Countless photon mayflies turned into light spots, and rushed into Zhou's body, and then all were converted into white cold Leviathan energy. As the white cold Leviathan energy in his body became more and more sufficient, his body gradually began to transform into an energy body in the state of unlimited energy supply using Rainbow Cube before. When Zhou first started the white cold Leviathan form, his 3 attributes were not the question mark seen last time, but had clear values: strength, constitution, and speed, all reaching 10,000 points. But now that he had enough energy, his 3 attributes became question marks again, and his body was extremely light, as if it had no weight. Suddenly, a fiery red energy beam with a diameter of about 30 meters shot towards Zhou. Zhou's mind moved, and his figure flashed instantly. In his moving field of vision, the speed of the fiery red energy beam was extremely slow. The one that shot the fiery red energy beam towards Zhou was a meteorite Leviathan, with a body length of about 500 meters, and there were 9 similar ones, with a body size of 600 meters behind it. The 9 meteorite Leviathans that fell behind all stared at Zhou when in the state of Baiju Leviathan with their fiery red eyes. There was some doubt in their eyes, as if they couldn't figure out whether Zhou was a survivor or a Leviathan creature. The space was silent. Zhou's figure flashed, and he crossed a distance of thousands of meters in an instant without making a sound. When Zhou suddenly appeared in front of the 500-meter meteoric Leviathan, the meteoric Leviathan just reacted and was about to release an energy shock wave on its body to kill the creatures close to it, but Zhou's figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, he appeared at the location of the core of the meteoric Leviathan, holding a cracking flame knife in his hand, and the fiery red energy on the surface of the meteoric Leviathan suddenly extinguished at this moment. Then, the body of the meteoric Leviathan twisted violently, as if it was out of control. Gradually, the twisting movement became more and more stiff, as if cement was poured into its body. After a while, the body was completely stiff and frozen into a twisted shape. Chapter 563. Ding! Kill an Emperor-level Leviathan, increase strength, physique, speed, and each attribute by 3 points. Ding! Obtain Flame Ion Core X1. Ding! Flame Ion Core. After use, you can obtain the Flame Ion feature. When the Flame Ion feature is turned on, the strength attribute is increased tenfold, and you also have the ability to control flames. The duration depends on the Flame Ion energy in the body. I didn't expect to kill a meteorite leviathan so easily. Zhou couldn't help but smile when he heard the system prompt in his mind. When he disappeared just now, he actually used the flame blade to cut open the body of the meteorite leviathan at an extremely fast speed, came to the location of the core in its body, and then used the flame blade to cut open the meteorite protective shell protecting the core, and took away the core of the meteorite leviathan. The meteorite leviathan, which lost its core, could no longer release energy. Its body, which seemed to be made of lava, quickly cooled in the cold space and turned into a lifeless twisted stone sculpture. It seems that the Emperor class, which has not yet grown up, is still too weak in front of the King class's energy form, Zhou said in surprise. Zhou originally thought that it would take some effort to kill these 10 meteoric leviathans, and he might not be able to kill them successfully in the end, but he didn't expect to kill one so easily. After putting the flame ion core in his hand into the system interface, Zhou turned his head and looked at the 9 meteoric leviathans 1,000 meters away. At this time, these 9 meteoric leviathans were just lambs to be slaughtered in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhou's figure disappeared again, which made the remaining 9 meteoric leviathans have a trace of fear in their eyes, and the surface of their bodies flashed with fiery red energy, and energy shock waves were released from the surface of their bodies, and layer by layer, like floating water waves. When Zhou appeared, he had a box in his hand. He did not rush to attack the remaining 9 meteoric leviathans, but first obtained the meteorite treasure chest in the body of the meteoric leviathan he killed. The energy in the bodies of the 9 meteoric leviathans had been mostly consumed due to the long journey in space, and now they continued to release energy shock waves to prevent Zhou from getting close. 8 of the meteoric leviathans persisted for a while, but because their energy was about to be exhausted, they could no longer release energy shock waves. Seeing this, Zhou put the meteorite treasure chest into the system interface, and his figure disappeared again, rushing directly towards the 8 meteoric leviathans whose energy was about to be exhausted. This time, he wanted to kill all 8 meteoric leviathans at once. However, what Zhou did not expect was that just as he approached a distance, 8 dazzling white lights flashed in front of him. At this moment, the dark space seemed to have 8 suns, and waves of terrifying energy were released from it. At this time, the survivors who were trying to escape in the waterspout strangely found that it was daylight. The dark space turned into daylight at this moment. The 8 dazzling light spots that suddenly appeared were thought to be helpers called by the white light. Although Zhou, when in the state of Baiju Leviathan, was extremely fast, it was too late to leave when he saw the dazzling white light. A terrifying energy impacted his body, and destroyed most of his body in an instant. The next second, Zhou's figure appeared thousands of meters away. Because there was no air in space, the energy generated by the self-explosion of the 8 meteorite leviathans could not cause air vibrations, so the range of damage caused was not large. But in just the milliseconds of contact with the self-destruction energy, Zhou's body was destroyed by more than half, and only a head and the left half of the body were left. However, this level of damage was nothing to Zhou at the moment. Rays of light flew from the energy sphere produced by the self-destruction of the meteorite leviathan, repairing his body at a very fast speed. After a while, his body was as good as new. This is too decisive. Zhou had never expected that 8 meteorite leviathans would self-destruct at the same time, because according to the experience of encountering meteorite leviathans on the survival planet before, meteorite leviathans basically chose to self-destruct when they were desperate. In fact, what Zhou didn't know was that these meteorite leviathans had not had enough food for a long time, and their internal energy was almost gone, and now they were desperate. I don't know if the meteorite treasure chest is still there. Zhou looked at the 8 spherical energy balls, with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, and said worriedly, "After all, space is different from the survival planet. There is no air and gravity in space, and the energy generated by the explosion will not spread in a short time. The meteorite treasure chest is wrapped in this terrifying high temperature for a long time, and it is difficult to guarantee that it will not be destroyed." Just when Zhou was worried about the meteorite treasure chest, the 8 energy groups suddenly began to converge in one direction, and the center of the energy convergence was the only surviving meteorite leviathan. This meteorite leviathan was madly absorbing the energy generated by the explosion of the other 8 meteorite leviathans, and the originally dim light on its surface began to gradually brighten. After a while, when this meteorite leviathan was about to absorb all the energy, the space around its body was distorted. Zhou frowned as he watched. He felt that this meteoric leviathan was not simple, but there was only one left out of the 10 meteoric leviathans. In order to obtain the meteorite treasure chest in the bodies of the 8 self-destructing meteoric leviathans, he had to try to kill this meteoric leviathan no matter what. Suddenly, A fiery red energy beam shot towards Zhou. Before Zhou started to move, the only meteoric leviathan that had replenished its energy took the initiative to attack Zhou. Zhou dodged, and this kind of energy beam attack could not pose any threat to him at all. However, what made Zhou feel strange was that the meteoric leviathan, which had been releasing energy shock waves to prevent him from approaching, did not continue to do so at this time. Is it deliberately luring me to get closer? Zhou guessed. Guessing the purpose of the star meteorite leviathan, Zhou was not in a hurry to attack the star meteorite leviathan. Anyway, as long as he had enough photon mayflies, the energy of the white horse leviathan in his body would be unlimited. The star meteorite leviathan kept firing energy rays at him, and he could kill it if he dragged it. Zhou made this decision in his mind, but at this moment he suddenly found that the photon mayflies around him had become much less. Then, he thought of the introduction of the photon mayfly and felt something was wrong. In the introduction of the biological illustrations, the photon mayfly entered the space to absorb sunlight, and the 8 self-destructing energy balls just now might have satisfied the energy required by the photon mayfly, so now they have all returned to the endless sea. Chapter 564. Zhou has been consuming energy while turning on the white horse leviathan form. Without the continuous supply of photon mayflies, when the white horse leviathan energy in his body is consumed, he will lose the ability to fight the meteorite leviathan. With limited energy in his body, Zhou no longer delays time with the meteorite leviathan, and can only choose to take the risk of attacking the meteorite leviathan. Zhou's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the meteorite leviathan. With a thought, the flame blade appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to break the shell of the meteorite leviathan and drill into its body to take out the core, an invisible traction suddenly appeared around the meteorite leviathan's body. At this moment, Zhou lost control of his body. Zhou's expression changed drastically, and he immediately increased the output of energy in his body, trying to get rid of this traction, but his body seemed to be pulled by an invisible arm, and no matter how he flickered, he could not get rid of the control of this terrifying traction. At this moment, Zhou was like a beam of light trapped in the event horizon of a black hole, unable to break free. Obviously, this was the purpose of the meteoric leviathan, to lure Zhou closer to itself. After trapping Zhou with gravity, its entire body began to flash with a fiery red light, and an energy shock wave carrying destructive power quickly spread outward from the surface of its body. Zhou was only 10 meters away from the body of the meteoric leviathan. This energy shock wave came to him almost instantly. The moment the white light body came into contact with this energy shock wave, it dissipated in an instant like smoke blown by the wind. This meteoric leviathan is becoming more and more difficult to deal with, Zhou thought to himself, and his body turned into blue light and disappeared directly from the gravitational traction range of the meteoric leviathan. When Zhou appeared, he was already in Jiang Haitao's stomach wall space. Jiang Haitao had seen Zhou's white horse leviathan form in the mountain leviathan before, but at this time, his face still showed a look of surprise and worry. "Brother One, why is your body like this?" Jiang Haitao said so because only half of Zhou's body was left. However, soon, the worry on Jiang Haitao's face disappeared, followed by a deep shock, because Zhou's body was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was fully restored in a few seconds. However, this time the energy to repair Zhou's body was not drawn from the outside world, but was restored with the white horse leviathan energy in his body. The only white horse leviathan energy left in his body was now directly consumed by half to repair his body. Continue to urge the survivors to swim forward. I wonder if you can delay it a little longer. Zhou left this sentence, turned into a white light, and left Jiang Haitao's stomach wall space, then rushed out of the waterspout into space, and flew rapidly in the direction of the meteorite leviathan. At this time, in the end area of the waterspout, among the large number of survivors who were fleeing, some survivors found that the white light creatures really killed 9 starfall leviathans, so they slowly stopped and began to cheer for the white light creatures. Although some survivors said in the World Communication Channel that the white light creatures might not necessarily stand on their side, at this moment, when death is about to come, a white light suddenly appeared and blocked the crisis of death for them. Everyone will have a good impression of the white light. It was not until Jiang Haitao sent a warning message in the World Communication Channel that these survivors, who stopped, began to swim forward. Zhou has come to the meteoric leviathan that can only control gravity again. After seeing Zhou, the meteoric leviathan opened its fiery red eyes suddenly, as if it was shocked why Zhou was not dead. Zhou's eyes swept over the body of the meteoric leviathan, and found that the light on its surface had weakened again. At this time, he realized that even if the meteoric leviathan had gained the ability to control gravity, it could not use it at will now. Every time it was used, it would consume a lot of energy. After thinking about this clearly, Zhou Wen's figure flashed and rushed towards the meteoric leviathan. The meteoric leviathan immediately formed a gravitational field on the surface of its body, restricting Zhou Wen in it. But when it was about to release the energy shock wave, Zhou Wen's body turned into blue light again and disappeared. Because Zhou Wen was ending Jiang Haitao's companionship this time, he returned to Wanlin's stomach wall space. The energy of the white horse leviathan in his body was limited. After Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to send him an invitation to travel together, he immediately went to the location of the meteoric leviathan. In this way, Zhou Wen used the teleportation function of the travel ticket to jump back and forth in front of the meteoric leviathan. The meteoric leviathan, which had used the gravitational field many times, consumed the energy that had just been filled up in its body. When Zhou Wen appeared in front of the meteoric leviathan for the 10th time, the meteoric leviathan's eyes had already revealed a look of doubt about life. It really couldn't figure out why this white light creature couldn't be killed. There was not much energy left in the white horse leviathan in Zhou Wen's body. His main purpose now was to delay the meteoric leviathan. When the white horse leviathan state was lifted, he would end the journey and return to his own transformed leviathan. If the meteoric leviathan caught up with him again, he would not be able to control it. Zhou Wen once again mobilized the remaining energy of the white horse leviathan in his body, and his figure disappeared in an instant, approaching the meteorite leviathan for the 11th time. But what surprised Zhou Wen was that this time the surface of the meteorite leviathan did not form a gravitational field. Zhou Wen easily entered the body of the meteorite leviathan and arrived at the location of the core. But just when Zhou Wen thought he could get another core of the meteorite leviathan, an invisible gravitational force appeared around the core and directly restricted his body. Then, in the body of the meteorite leviathan, a stream of energy was rapidly shrinking towards the core. This is to die with me. Zhou Wen immediately guessed the purpose of the meteorite leviathan. This behavior of rapidly shrinking the whole body's energy towards the core was obviously preparing to self-destruct. Zhou Wen ended his journey without any sense of crisis, got rid of the gravitational pull, returned to the stomach wall space, and then entered the space again. After all, there are still 9 meteorite treasure chests in the space. He has to collect all these meteorite treasure chests before the energy of the white horse leviathan in his body is consumed. However, when Zhou Wen was about to bypass the energy sphere produced by the self-explosion to look for the meteorite treasure chest in space, something strange happened. The newly formed energy sphere suddenly began to shrink inward, and a terrifying gravitational force sucked everything around it. The 8 meteorite treasure chests scattered around were all sucked into the small black hole formed by the collapse of the energy sphere, and disappeared in an instant. After a while, the small black hole also disappeared, leaving Zhou Wen with a confused face.